All right, ladies and gentlemen. Testing. Are we live? Wait for it. There it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure to subscribe. You're on mobile. Press hide chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. We are glad you're here, and hopefully you're going to have a beautiful Wednesday. We are halfway through this week's earnings season, but you are going to get more earnings next week, and the earnings are kind of a mixed bag a little bit. We're going to see how it plays here. You got some good ones, some bad ones. However, a majority of them are good, and we got a couple of big names even in the long term and all that. So it is going to be excited. I hope you guys are ready. I hope you are feeling blessed. It's going to be an exciting day. It's going to be an exciting day. There was a lot. So where is it? Where is it? Oh, there it is. Good morning. Good morning, fam. Good morning, Eddie. Good morning, Chad. Good morning, everybody. How are you feeling? Early worm gets the bird. Amen. Amen. That's exactly what you need. Oh my gosh. He said it. That's amen. Early worm gets the bird. Amen. How am I feeling? Feeling hot. Feeling hot. Oh, yeah. How about that Bucks game, too? Yeah. I feel like Giannis right now. That's what I feel like, I just feel ready to hustle. On the line. I'm gonna hit. Let's hit the free throws, right? You see, that's how I feel right now, actually. That's how I feel. Yeah. It's good morning. Good morning. I feel like Giannis, 7 feet tall, close to it. I felt 7 feet tall my whole life. I mean, it doesn't, that's like the adjusted EBITDA though. When it like shows up, this is different in real life. You know what I'm saying? Hard work, dedication, baby. So good morning. Good morning. Hopefully you guys are feeling good. We're going to have a lot of activity here. The bonds have chilled out somewhat, so we still got a lot on our table. Again, everything from this whole week still has to play out. So it will be good. There wasn't any other escalation. There was a couple things overseas, but Asian stocks, Australia, Hong Kong, Japan, they did good. Japan exports went up 49%. Maybe we talk about some econ today. We will just see what happens with that. So right off the bat here, though, the U.S. futures paired. The first headline I'm getting here is with the Treasury yields. They slipped, so we will watch. Oil dropped a lot and then came back up. I think that's going to be very, very big. There is a big Bitcoin event today. I believe we should be able to watch it at like 1 p.m. Eastern. I have a live feed for it, but there is it's called the B word. And Cathie Wood, Jack Dorsey, and Elon Musk are all coming to speak about Bitcoin. So it's going to be interesting. It's called the B word event. I think it's from the Financial Times. No, the B word. The B word is Bitcoin. You know what I'm saying? The B word. So, but think about it. That's an all-star lineup right there. Cathie, Dorsey, and Musk. So we will see. J&J raised its sales and profits guidance for the year. They made $164 million on their shots that they sell. Netflix dismissed concerns about staggering growth, reiterated confidence in the long term. The industry is still relatively early in the stages of shifting from traditional TV to streaming. Verizon raised its guidance for revenue and profit after beating wireless subscriber growth estimates. Shares rose pre-market. Coca-Cola's organic revenue forecast for the year beat the average analyst. Texas Instrument kicks off chip makers' earnings with analysts mostly optimistic for today. So TXN, that's going to be a good one. The U.S. return of the debt ceiling. This is going to be coming up here. We do got a little bit of politics on the map today, or on the schedule. We'll see how that plays out with the debate on the infrastructure bill. But the U.S. Debt ceiling, pretty much the Treasury has to slash its budget or its cash pile to $450 billion by July 31st. Right now, it is at $700 billion. So they don't expect that to happen, but depending on what plays out, that will be good. Oh, DVR is on today. Should we leave it on? Let's flip the coin. Let's flip the coin. Heads, we do it. Tails, we fall back, huh? Oh, it says keep it. Coin says keep it. Coin says you need DVR today. Coin says it. You know what I'm saying? So let's see. We'll see until people get like clapped. I gotta drive today. Oh, okay. I'll turn it off. I just flipped the coin though. We'll see. We have to start the day and let enough complaints come in. You know what I'm saying? That's it. I can't go against it. You know, you can't do it. Jamie Dimon got a bonus there. That was one. Expect a big shift in bond investors. Again, as we've topped out here, 44% of respondents plan to increase allocation to high-yield index strategies, with 35 looking to boost investment. What else do we got? Tencent and Alibaba, they were among tech firms slapped with fines by Chinese internet regulators for spreading sexually suggestive content involving children. Kusho Technology, Weibo, and Little Red Book were also fined. So you got another little set of China escalation, but this time it's just one of the domestic issues. Rewards for RTO. That's for the railroad infrastructure roadblock. We already talked about that. That's going to be key. There's flooding in China. So you guys saw that happen in Germany. Now there's record rainfall caused flooding and disruption in China's Henan province. And let's see this today. We're going to get mortgage applications, oil inventories at 10:30, mortgage applications at 7 a.m. About 30 minutes here. U.S. to sell $30 billion in mortgages, and then the B word crypto event. That is actually looking good. Earnings are going to get TI, CSX, Kinder Morgan, LVS, Discover, Equifax, and Whirlpool. I think that's it. What time is it so far? 6:12. Japan's exports jumped 49. We already talked about that. Oil was a little volatile post-market, and then coming into this, it was, oil dropped post-market yesterday, but then it was able to come back up after there was a 806-barrel crude build. So oil has just been really, really key. This is my personal opinion to be watching that over the next few days, especially as we kind of saw it stabilize yesterday, or at least give us some stability with the market. Why is the price of water not changing? It usually never changes. That's a really good question. Very, very good. Very, very good question. Prudential is selling its full-service retirement business of Great West Lifeco for $3.5 billion. I remember AIG just sold as well, so there's been a lot of deals in the insurance sector. Volvo will take control of its China ventures from its parent Geely Automotive. Let's see, largest tech companies, ESG. J&J beat sales estimates. Verizon operating revenue beats estimates. China iPhone City relocates 100,000 after the flood. Coca-Cola organic revenue positive 12 to positive 14%. Estimate was only 11%. Amgen biotech firm Hummingbird is set to weigh U.S. IPO. J.P. Morgan sees tech IPOs raising up to $12 billion by 2022. Apple to only release 5G models for 2022 iPhone lineup. And then Microsoft, their target was raised at Rosenblatt on strong demand and growth. And, we got 3M. I think they're still going to have it. We might have a couple earnings calls as the market starts, so get ready for that. And we need to watch the, We need to watch the Netflix continuation. Life expectancy in the United States has dropped more than 7 decades more than it has in the last 7 decades. Now you're all expected to live up to 80 instead of like 81 and a half. 81 and a half was the number. In this day in history, today was the first battle of the Bull Run in Civil War. Let's see our pre-market movers here. Carnival gains 3% as it's selling $2.4 billion in new junk bonds to refinance debt the cruise ship company took on last year. Kembo Diagnostics, CEMI, shares rally 100% after the company received a $28 million purchase of their antigen test to support the Brazil Ministry of Health in addressing COVID. Coca-Cola rises 2% on sales beats. We already talked about that. Crypto-related stocks jump on a rebound for Bitcoin back above the 30,000 level. DraftKings gains 3% amid plans to launch DraftKings Marketplace. Ooh, I did not know that one. DraftKings Marketplace. Y'all hear that? That's crazy. DraftKings Marketplace. I like it. Is it NFTs? Oh, no. What? Wait, I don't get it. That one's an interesting one. NFTs? Oh, I thought that. I don't know. I don't even know what they were gonna sell. I have no idea what they were even gonna sell in general. That one's an interesting one. Electronic Arts climbs about 2% after being upgraded by Deutsche Bank, which writes that the video game publisher has the strongest organic growth outlook in the group this year. Halliburton rises 3% after Goldman upgrades the stocks. Harley-Davidson, they rise 2% after they posted second quarter profit that beat expectations. Magenta Therapeutics drops 11% after the biotech received a clinical hold letter from the FDA. Moderna slips about 2% ahead of its inclusion into the S&P. Prudential Financial, PRU, gains 2% after they sold that life insurance arm. Qualitrix International, XM, shares increased 3% with analysts positive on the software company after reported second quarter results. Sleep Number shares sink 13% after the mattress company's second quarter sales and EPS missed consensus estimates due to supply chains. Excuse me. United Airlines shares rise 1.7 after the company's outlook for the rest of the year and improving trends in business and international travel impress analysts and investors. Verizon 1.8, we talked about that. And Virgin Galactic shares dipped 2% after potential competitor Blue Origin's successful launch on Tuesday. I was even saying that you guys, that was yesterday was a pretty big deal when you think about what Bezos did. That was actually a very good sign into, think it was the richest man on earth, his brother, a child, and an elderly woman. You guys realize that? That's a big step forward for actual commercial space travel. When I was thinking about it, I'm not really the biggest space guy, but I was like, man, that's a giant step for mankind. Oh no, is that too cliche? Is that too cliche? Okay, I don't know. So, very, 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 very interesting. Let's see here. Any of the top stories we got. Debt ceiling debacle. That's going to be interesting. Carnival and the bonds. China evacuating people. The Chinese fines on those companies. So, again, Baba, I don't know if Baba's. Yeah, they're down a little bit. So, watching them compared to everything else, that's going to be key. You say same-day space delivery? That's crazy. That's crazy. So, wait, let me see. Let me see our pre-market movers here. Here are your pre-market movers for the S&P 500. Carnival is actually number one here, getting the most in activity. We'll even look at the news activity here in a little. I got that for you as well. Apple, again, they made some updates, but the place in China, they call it iPhone City. So maybe that has effect. Ford, Lyft, and Argo team up to deploy robo-taxis. Verizon, that was a good earnings. Verizon needs to hold the earnings. That's going to be the key. Coca-Cola, I like. UAL, second half of the year impresses analysts. NVIDIA, ARM, M&A could get UK antitrust government nods in third quarter. Bank of America is up there. Pfizer, no recent headlines. DAL, Netflix, you know what it is on there. Let's check the Dow Jones. Verizon, Coca-Cola, CVX, JP, again, they think they paid him $50 million. It was crazy. Semi-fundamentals, full steam ahead as demand outstrips supply. That's for Intel. See, looks like a pretty simple day. There. Let's see some of the top news. Let's see. Largest increase in general. Let's go to America. New sentiment. So most negative news, Loan Depot cut to underperform. Context Logic cut to neutral buy at BB. Domino's, Foodworks represents core profit. Sleep Number, again, they got clapped there. Auto Home cut by Morgan Stanley. Let's see. Those look like the top headlines. Let's see some positive ones. HCA Healthcare price target raised at Oppenheimer. HCA? Actually, let me see that one. They're only up barely. What was it? I think I'm thinking of Molina, but they've been up the last 2 days. You can see that. They got a huge run up. That's probably because of earnings. Intuitive Surgical, price target raise. Chipotle, price target raise. Chipotle had a really good beat. And as far as even the whole inflation metric and all of that, what they said in their report, Chipotle was like actually it's a very, very bright spot of the economy, believe it or not. Chipotle is very, very different, but as far as the restaurants are concerned, but they did very, very good. Coca-Cola raises revenue forecast. Dover price target raised by Citigroup. Community Trust Score reported Q2 earnings. Harley-Davidson had earnings. We'll see how that plays out. Victoria's Secret splits from L Brands. Goldman upgrades Halliburton to buy. Cannabis Strategic Ventures reports metrics. I've never heard of them. Business Warriors, strongest quarter ever. Let's see your social sentiment. Auto home. That's the most negative. Seadrill. It's good. It doesn't seem like I'm surprised. I want to see some of the meme stocks today. Raymond James, a bunch of analyst upgrades. HCA Healthcare. We already talked about that. News volume. Largest increase. Qualitrix beats analysis. What's Qualitrix ticker? XM. I think we saw that one. Good morning, folks. Good morning. Are you ready? I hope you're ready. I hope you're ready. It's going to be a beautiful day. It's going to be a beautiful day. I'm fired up. You feel like Giannis. I know you do. I know you do. I feel like you're ready to play. Feel like you're ready to play. Oh, yeah. This is a new quarter, new earnings. Oh, yeah. We could sell some premium today. We're going to see if we're either going to get more dip, buy the dip, sell the rip. Ladies and gentlemen, anybody want to weigh in on that? Are you going to buy the dip or are you going to sell the rip? Some said it's a dead. Actually, I don't even think. Let me see. You've had a little bit of back and forth here with some analysts this morning. Again, you're going to get the mortgage flows. We're going to see S&P earnings estimates make the biggest jump in decades. Earnings estimates for the S&P have surged thanks to an explosion in profit at the economically sensitive companies. So this is another thing I talked about on the watch list here. But you're seeing the earnings estimates. This is forward earnings estimates and where they're changing up from here. But this is coming into this quarter. But the breadth is what you got to watch here. So again, a lot of the bigger name companies, as long as they do good, you have about 60% of companies trading below their 50-day moving average or even off from their highs. The breadth is not great at all, no. But what they're saying is that most of the weaker companies kind of took a hit already from a lot of what we saw this last few weeks. So if the bigger companies do report good and they're able to edge up, those are really already going to carry most of the weight. And then if the other ones do recover, that should be able to help us up. Market bread. Yeah, you could call it market bread. It's very, very similar. Do we put it in drive or neutral? Oh, you put it in drive, baby. You could determine your attitude right now. Right? It's still not too late. Hopefully you've only got good vibes this morning. Small cap looks set to big, beat tech in muted day. Monday's doom and gloom may be over, but Tuesday's exuberance looks likely to be repeated. NASDAQ 100 futures are firmly red amid a disappointed forecast from Netflix. Further, more moves from China to crack down on companies, including Alibaba and Tencent, could weigh on tech sentiment. S&P futures, little change. Look for earnings to bring some support to company-specific names, including defensives. Johnson & Johnson, Coca-Cola, Verizon. Small caps also are looking to outperform today based on the Russell 2000 contracts. And I think that's going to be it. Again, mortgage applications are going to come out here soon. Woo! I hope you're excited, my friend. I hope you're excited. For the day is coming. Let's see. Let's get everything set up. ASML has underestimated industry growth. Again, you got some earnings calls going on right now. Are you ready? We'll definitely buy on the dip. Mortgage apps down 4. They already come out. Is everybody's like button working? Oh yeah, make sure your mind's working too. You know what I'm saying? Get a little mentally loose. Maybe stretch out your jaw. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, huh? Oh yeah, it's game time, ladies and gentlemen. It's game time. I hope you're ready. I hope you're ready. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I hope you're ready. I hope you're ready for a good day. I hope you're ready for the rest of the month, the rest of the quarter, the rest of the earnings, all of it. But before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to the people who have sacrificed more than most of us ever will. You got to be real about it. And that's why I really got a lot of love for the veterans out there. I know a lot of people in the coal feel the same way. And we just want to give a special shout out and salute to all of the veterans, active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country. Thank you for doing what you're doing. I hope you know you are appreciated. This is the least that we can do, the absolute least, literally the least, okay? So we love you guys. God bless you. Shout out to all the police officers, firefighters, doctors, nurses, teachers, all the other public service out there, baby. We love you guys as well, too. God bless you. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Son of the Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Orna. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, let's go. It's game time. How do you, you feel it, huh? Oh, you feel it in the morning. You ready to go. That's it. You got your long term. You got that 10-year plan. You ready? You focused on that. You see the earnings. You're going to look for the continuations. You're going to look for the earnings this week. You ready to go. There's going to be bond moves. There's going to be NASDAQs and small caps. You're going to get the news. That's exactly what's going to happen, okay? Woo! Are you ready? Oh, you're going to find out. You got 1 minute to find out. Oh, I hope you're locked in. Just give it a good 30 minutes. Give it a good 30 minutes. Just go hard for the next 30 minutes. It don't mean you have to make a trade. Just use your brain in this next 30. You know what I'm saying? Get active in there. Ask a question about it. Post a play. Go look for some new anything. Woo! Ha-ha! Let's go, Colt. It's game time. I'm going to be watching Netflix. I'm going to be looking at that for the earnings continuation. Intel is another one that's going to be setting up. Neuro, that was a hype stock from yesterday. That one went up here a little bit pre-market. Square and Datadog, I'm going to be keeping my eyes on those. Coca-Cola, also a potential earnings if it plays out like Pepsi, earnings continuation. CEMI, they are the ones that made a deal with the Brazilian government. Verizon, again, earnings continuation. Microsoft, they got the upgrade. I want to see how tech and everything else holds up. Chipotle, another big earnings, and then DraftKings with the new DraftKings winner. So we were new. So you got 15 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're ready. I hope you love yourself. I hope you love everybody else. Okay, there it is. Post the plays. Call it out. Round 1. Fight. Let's see. Bonds are actually clobbered, so that's good. We need to see again. Small caps are looking to lead the way. Russell's already up almost 1%. NASDAQ is struggling a little bit, so get ready for some interesting earnings moves, more or less. Coca-Cola, 2.76. Yeah, Cruise Lines, CCL did a bond deal, and they're killing it. Wells Fargo, Verizon, Netflix down 0.21. There might be a good opportunity there with the Netflixes. It just depends on how the market really absorbs everything. I may want to sell some premium. Again, this selling premium earnings thing might be able to do us some good damage there. Square. Squared went down. Oh, technology down. Technology down. Again, Johnson & Johnson. Oh, CMG. Apple, Microsoft, face. Yeah, all of tech is a little bit clapped. Just a little bit. Tech, NASDAQ is about to go red here. The Dow Jones is holding up about almost 0.5%. Small caps are really leading the way. Again, Netflix and everything else. Walmart. I think CCL, they're already up on it. It looks like, I mean, it's like a $2 billion bond deal. Coin up, big gap up on Boeing. What do I want to see? Walmart. Let me see. Netflix dropping. I might do Chipotle instead. Neuro halt. Yeah, that one was getting a lot of steam. Yeah, there's Chipotle. Bro, the Chipotle earnings are crazy. Oh, what would I get filled on that one? No, I'm gonna have to wait. I'm gonna have to wait on that. I want Chipotle. I'm gonna see if we can do the earnings strategy with selling the premium. I like it there. Walmart's coming down. M up 3. Square losing steam. Boeing 1.5. Facebook leading. Could be. Facebook has been kind of going back and forth. And again, Netflix, their earnings are going to weigh on some stuff. BA's up 1.6. Again, bonds are down, which is a good sign, but tech is not really taking it too well. Give it, again, it's just still hangover from Netflix. Intel down. Datadog down. Square is coming up. Square's flipped now. Qualcomm's barely holding. I think Texas Instruments, too, one of the other chip earnings that you're going to have here. Apple, that CMG is still, bro, CMG's report was killer. CPI, I think, is going to be next week. I'm assuming, I think only you're going to get like jobless claims, I think, the weekly jobless claims this week. That's about it, though. NVFY, Boeing, coin ripping. DraftKings had news. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to sell those Chipotles. I need Chipotle to come down. That's a good run up. Yeah, DraftKings up 3.5%. So SPY's starting to pick back up. Dow Jones 0.5%. Small caps are up almost 1%. Let's take a look. SPX. You got 398 names up on the S&P. So 400 names up, 97 names down on the Dow Jones. Should be good with some of the earnings. 20 and 10. So it's about, everything's about 30%. 30% of the stocks are down today on every index. Woo! A lot of green there. A lot of green. Yeah, Chipotle's up almost 8. Let's see, Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola continuation is in effect right there. Coca-Cola's, again, 3% after that run-up. That's actually huge. I want some of these to come down. I want a big red on some of these so we could just sell some of the premium. The monkeypox. I did see a news headline did come out on that. That was actually real. So they're monitoring 200 people in the United States for it. Qualcomm's starting to boost a little bit above 140 now. So SPY's taking a run up there. Again, Coca-Cola, Verizon, some of the other Dow leaders, they had good earnings. They're up a decent margin. Baba's on the high even after the bad news, even Boeing as well. Boeing up to NVIDIA Rocket. Yeah, NVIDIA, wow, 2.8 at a new low price. At a new low price. How are those options valued? Whew. So, man, those options are very volatile, actually. NVIDIA could be a good one. I'm going to wait if that one comes down. Ghetto spreaded the squares. MGM 1.6. How much is the square up? I said if it really keeps rocketing, if we got a good gain on it. How much do I got on it? They're up 74%. So I would probably wait a little bit. I am, at least. Again, remember yesterday's lesson we talked about. Don't be afraid to take some profits. And that's, you're never going to hit perfection with it. Yang, Virgin Galactic. Coca-Cola's a nice move. Let's see, is Walmart up? Walmart sold off. Ford up 2. Yeah, Ford's looking nice. A lot of the Dow names seem to be picking up the best. Tech did make a little boost right there, though. And then bonds are about to come down again. Viacom 1.0. Western Digital down 4. So Netflix down 2.5 now. Netflix, I want to see if we could maybe play that one. Apple lagging behind. Haven't taken a look at Apple. Yeah, Apple is lagging behind the rest of tech. I think even Microsoft. Microsoft actually went positive. Someone said Facebook was leading there. They're on par with the NASDAQ right now. AMC, 44. AMC's breaking out. Verizon's making a move again. Good earnings on that play. Netflix selling off even more. Jeff King. What's up, Josh? What's up, Chad? What's up, Daisy? Good morning. CMG 7. I wanted to sell those puts. It just didn't come down. That's it. But again, they killed their earnings. They killed it, and even with, as a food company and any of the other stuff, like with inflation, all that, they genuinely did shrug it off as if it, they have other focuses in their business. Plays on X or Walgreens. I don't know if I have plays on X. We still have that premium sell on Walgreens. Oh, come on, Walgreens. Fight for your right to party. Netflix on the bottom. Micron on the high. So it looks like all the chip makers getting some steam. You're going to get a couple of those earnings. Where's Intel? Intelia. UAL, they had earnings. Nova Life resumed trading. That's NVFY. I guess that's a different Nova. Crocs, AMC, Facebook on the high again. Riot. Again, you have the Bitcoin event middle of the day with Kathy Wood, Jack Dorsey, and Elon Musk. What does that say? AMC taps CEO as board. Appointment of CEO Adam Aaron, who embraced AMC's emphatic crowd. He's getting appointed to the board or the chair. Interesting. Let's see what you got, Mr. Aaron. They made him chairman. Yeah, let's see what he got. I mean, he's been pretty decent so far. I like some of the stuff he's been doing. He canceled the share offer and buying the LA theaters. Let's see what you got, Mr. Aaron. Netflix bounce. If not, Netflix still has 4% more from the expectations. That's the only thing I'm worried about. I mean, you probably could sell some crazy premium, but if tech claps, you'll get clapped. What is that, 480? Let me see. I'm going to see. I might do some premium on Netflix. I just want to run some numbers. Again, if we did some of those premium plays yesterday, though, that would have been good, given it kind of was a non-event. Let's see. Neuro still halted. SPY wants to kind of top out. Intel still going. Bonds hitting a new low. Small cap still leading the way. Tech still struggling. What would that be? How much is that? $1,000? 170 for 2,000. 250 for 3,000 long. That one could be decent. So wait on Netflix here. I might hit one of those. I'm just going to wait here on the timing. It's only been 11 minutes. And then tech is a little bit shaky today. The question is, where did Netflix hit pre-market? Oh shit, it went down to 497. That's not good. So that's a little bit of the danger zone. If I sold the 495s, we'll see. I like that 88 credit though. So if it keeps going down, I'm gonna try to get 88 credit minimum on that with like $1,000 max on there. So we'll see. Twitter, Facebook, Semi. This one again, they're up 100%. Damn. Oh, they were dying. This is the one that got the deal from the Brazilian government. Airbnb still at the base level, so we'll have to see. Netflix keeps dropping. Chipotle. UWMC making some moves back up here. Again, with bonds on this 2-day drop here, as bonds start to chill out, this is where the mortgage activity will start to come into play. But again, I still think they're lagging. Again, you could even watch the dollar. What was that? 495. Netflix bouncing. Yep, I think. What was that first one I just had on there? 5. Come on, come on. Ah. There, I think that one. It's decent. It's decent. Qualcomm over 141. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, crypto's jumped up because of, again, that meeting we're going to get today. I think it'll be pretty cool. Walgreens up 0.4. Yeah, it's called the B word. There's going to be Kathy Woods, Jack Dorsey, and Elon Musk. They're speaking at like it's a Bitcoin event conference type thing. Let's see. Facebook's still up. Intelia, AMC on the high. Chipotle just made its first move again. I think it'll probably move with the market here if you get another run up there. AMC again. Yep, AMC 44. Verizon coming down a little bit off the gains. Let's see Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola chilled out, starting to switch up a little bit. Small cap still leading. NASDAQ got a little bit of gains right there. IBM pushing past open. Ooh. Nike on the high too. Did Nike already report? Nike actually getting a lot of steamer. Yeah, Nike already did have the report. They're doing good actually. That could be a good continuation. Chad, hit the damn like button quickly. You got to get to the bonds. You get to the bonds, you get to the like. Harry, it's worth it. Don't get left behind, please. Small caps up at 1.22. 1.22. What about J&J? J&J still down. Netflix is fighting here at this 2.6. Harley CEO is speaking on earnings call. Forgot about that. So they're down 4, and the CEO is coming on right now for the conference call. You think CMG should be in the long term? It would be a good play. I wouldn't rule CMG out. If you actually use them, if you actually eat there and you believe it, and you like it, I mean, it may not be the worst one. They are up a lot, and they're on one of very few companies with there are very few restaurant companies with that sort of margin and growth. I could get those at 68. This one might be a little better. Get less credit, but a little further out. I'm gonna almost keep that one in mind. PayPal and NVIDIA ripping. NVIDIA still going. Bro, the NVIDIA options look fire, low-key. They're all over the place, I think, after the split. I think you just, wait till it kind of gets shaken up a little bit. PayPal down 0.27. What about Square? Square follow along. Datadog down. DraftKings still up 3%. Sava up 9. Apple's still down 0.5%, so Apple is lagging pretty heavy now. MU, Micron, all of them are moving a lot. So all the chip makers, again, TXN, I believe, are they going to be reporting today or this week? Or I think they're the first on the list. So high tickers gassing. You're hitting a new high, but some other stuff is selling off here. Apple, Netflix hitting the low. Bonds are staying pretty stable. Rotation out of big tech. Well, no, this is that market breadth. So as long as they're staying a little bit stable, a lot of the companies that really, 60% of companies on the S&P took a hit. If they're starting to gain steam right here and the other ones don't go, it's balancing it out. Pro Handyman, welcome. Welcome on a Wednesday. It's Wednesday welcomes. How are you? I just made that one up. Banks new high of the day. Goldman up. Let's go. So, again, I'm waiting on the Netflix here. I'm trying to see something. Trying to see if we could get a play. Microsoft, Morgan Stanley looks nice. UWMC up 3. McDonald's on the high. They're up 1.5. Walmart's down. HD up 0.5%. IBB, biotech's on the low. Coca-Cola is sold off a little bit, but bouncing up, still holding up 2%. Verizon not holding the gain. We'll see. Netflix at a low. Starbucks 119. Ooh, I forgot about the Starbies. Diddy Bucks. No. You tried. There it is. Netflix coming down. Zoom. Sam up 2. McDonald's Chick-fil-A. Names holding S&P. You got 23 out of 30 names on the Dow are up. SPX, you got 400 names up, 100 names down. Today's only Wednesday. I'm trying to think for this premium play. Purple big candle. Weren't they down? They had their earnings weren't good. Oh. Whoa. Is that shooting up? Yeah, purple bouncing right there. Good call out. Great call out. Check purple, PRPL. I think they were down a little bit there, but they just shot up. It could have been something in the conference call. Josh, good morning. Good morning, Mr. Mark. Fang really getting handicapped. Well, it's just, digestion of the earnings. Netflix usually can move slower here. That's why I got to be a little cautious here. I'm waiting for it, but it's been about 21 minutes. Coca-Cola, yeah. Coca-Cola was great. Again, especially after Pepsi and that little run-up that it had. Very, very surprising. Hmm. 652. See if it fills those. So SPY making a move towards the highs. NASDAQ up a third. Oh, it's not going to do. No way. If I can't get filled on those, that's whack. $180. All right, they got me at 63. I sold a weekly put credit spread. Was that 490, 477? Don't make that trade if you don't know what it is. It's a $2,000 risk. Apple hitting the low. Apple big red. 477. Bitcoin excited. There's going to be the event. Again, that play is going to be very, very risky on the Netflix. I did 3 of them. It's still a decent-sized risk, but I'm assuming that if it does fall further, I should be able to add to another one on there. But we're going to see. It is a weekly, so very, very tricky. You guys saw how we had to ride the fence on the Bank of America last week. So if I'm early on this, it could turn into a world of pain. We will have to see. Apple really selling off, it looks like. Apple turning around there. Well, it's already been turning. Apple is outpacing on the downside by a lot. And Facebook is gassing. Very, very interesting here. So I think you're getting a lot of these earnings moves and balances. Disney up. China floods. Yeah, we talked about it this morning. It's leading. Oh, it could be because of Apple, huh? We said that this morning, but that it's because some of the floods are in some of the biggest iPhone cities, is what they call them. Stem is running. High ticker is gassing. Look at this. You got a lot of stuff moving here. DraftKings, TXN, Intel, all the chip makers are really, really going. Oh, there's Qualcomm. Qualcomm's coming alive. We just need that one held up a little bit there. The squares are up 90% now. Already got 14% on the Netflix. Okay, that's good. We'll take it. It's gonna be hard to close. Sold out my CCL. If it runs from here, it runs. Amen. Don't be afraid. Yeah, get in the habit. Get in the habit. You don't have to chase the perfection. Win on the high. TBIO on the low. Jumia. Bright green is 52-week high. Bright red is 52-week low. To think Josh wanted to quit this weekend. Yes, yeah. Oof. I just wanted. That was a good. It was a good. I like that video. You know, got y'all in the game. I think some of y'all locked in now. Some of y'all got that second breath. You got a little bit of PHILO water. You know, kind of like Space Jam. You ready to go? You ready to go? NVIDIA beasting. Yeah, and those NVIDIA options I really like. Again, after they're just very volatile but they're cheaper now. So, but again, we have to get used to how NVIDIA is going to move from now on. It will move a little different. Square is probably reacting to Bitcoin and everything else. Again, earnings, their news, the news yesterday, I think justified the 3%. But now if they also break out of this range here, Square is going to start setting up for earnings. But that Bitcoin event could be good. Again, Square, that was one of their biggest bright spots on their earnings. Again, a lot of stuff, it was, a lot of good news came out on Square while the market was kind of getting clapped. So I think it's gonna set up a lot of different opportunities, more or less, if it could break out here, and then if it turns into that mode. Airbnb up 3. DraftKings, Walmart downside. That one's a little surprising there, considering everything else and seeing the performance of a lot of the down names. But we'll see how that balance out. Verizon's ended up selling off. Neuro is back. This is the hype stock. I think this one's crazy. Just keeps getting halted. Google on the high. PLL. Zella, Zoom bouncing. Again, some of the China stocks got clapped here. Baba wants this fighting, but we'll see. Netflix kind of testing again. Where's Appel? Kelb Bayonet went green. Oh, wow. Data Kelb. Data Kelb. Finally, Data Kelb. Yalla. Where is GLSI? That thing's still. We haven't even got that. We're supposed to get that phase 2. We need that phase 2 beyond 2.2. Jefe Trey. Are you Jeff Bezos? Bro, Jeff Bezos. Let's go, baby. Any Jeff is a friend of mine. I love that name, Jeff. God bless you. God bless you in your lineage. Amen. Amen. There's Square. Bank of America doing great. All the banks. Very, very good. Microsoft on the high now. I think Apple's the only one that's red. SPY ripping. It's up 0.5%. NASDAQ is picking up slowly. Dow Jones kind of slowing down. Small caps been the overall leader here today. Overstock is up too. Honeywell creeping up a little bit there. Those Starbucks plays up 33. I think we had more. We were up a little bit more than that. Amazon's still slightly negative. We'll see here. I mean, it's been a pretty active 30 minutes with a lot of things moving, so we got to see how the weight starts to affect things. Yeah, Viacom's up 2.5. Up 50 on Crocs contracts. Amgen options, surge. A lot of gap options, surge. There's a lot of little random option alerts coming in. EXP World options, surge. SPY putting in the work. Intel on the high. All the chip makers, man. I think Qualcomm and Intel are just going to carry. Again, Intel's the one getting ready there for earnings. I'm going to watch the new Space Jam. I watched a little clip of it, and I was like, you guys are hating. It wasn't that bad. It was a little different. I only watched like one little clip of it. But it wasn't, y'all scared me for a second. I thought it was like going to be really bad, but it wasn't that bad. It was just different. Yeah. Nah, y'all were haters. I thought it was going to be like awful. Like awful. But it wasn't that like, I only watched like one or two scenes on there, but it wasn't, I had to see it. I had to see a little bit. Yeah, we're also adults now. It just hit different. It just hit different. MSTR. I didn't even think about MSTR today with the corn. Damn, up 8%. I don't know. This could be a power. This is it's a power event. You're gonna be getting Kathy Wood, Jack Dorsey, and Elon all at the same event today. And the event is called the B word. So I could only imagine what they're going to talk about. Bitcoin. That's what the B word is. If we won't leave it that confusing. We won't leave it that confusing. Woof. High taker's still going. Beyond, Grow, GRWG on there. Neuro again at 25. Tesla's up 0.5%. Yalla Qualcomm. Qualcomm, the Data Kelb, Squared, Workhorse on the high. Viacom, yeah, Viacom's up like 2%. Netflix option 502.5 put sweep. Oh man, y'all try and clap me on the premium sell. They try and clap me on the premium sell. Yalla. I'm still at 5%. We got to hang on to that 5%. There it is. So a big put sweep on Netflix. It's coming down here now. Again, 500 is the key level. I sold at 495, I think, or 490. Oh, I sold 490, so it gave us a little bit of cushion from there. But like I said, if it does get ugly, I will have to re-roll that one over. Or we could add to it. We'll see. Square about to make another move. Visa on the high. Where's Shopify? Shopify's up 1.4. Visa and MasterCard both making a move. Kind of got a decent candle there. Yeah, Overstock is doing good. Viacom popping through new high of the day. Yeah, 3%. 3%. We haven't had any of the. You only got the news of it from yesterday. So again, if that one's there, it will be good. It will be good, actually. Because then that means, again, it's only been moving on the actual momentum after the rumor with them and Comcast. Amazon's down 0.5%. Apple is down 0.75%. Nasdaq's still up 0.5% though. So Square butter through the top. Butter through the top. Again, what's the peak? 255? I think if you break 255, 260, so you got a little bit of wiggle room on Square. Or it needs to do a little bit more. Netflix on the low. Tesla new high. Wish big bounce. Says the chat, big bounce up, big bounce up. Visa is still going. TLT is rising now, so watch out for this one. Let's see here, actually. We'd hate to see TLT go up today. DVR killing me? Okay, I'll turn it off. Refresh. Refresh if you're DVR'd up. And you will be free. You will be free, my friend. You will be free. Workhorse pump. The Netflix, I'm still up on that. Now I'm down. There you go. There you go. There you go, Netflix. That one's going to get interesting. Intelia. Whatever happened to that one? Neutrala? Nutella stock, they still actually holding up. Qualcomm, AMD, Nvidia. Everything looks like some stuff's kind of chilling out here again. It's been like 35, 36 minutes. You might get a little bit of a cool down here, and then some of the other bigger tech names are selling off right now. Snap pinned at 62. Good place to be pinned at, you know, good number still. See, 62, you see? It's oscillation. Very good oscillation. AMC 46 going up there. Netflix hitting a low. Banks new high, like a new high, or like, oh, almost, yeah. Wells Fargo kind of breaking out there. Not like new high, but that is a big bounce actually. Snap earnings tomorrow after this stream, after hours. CMG still going. Netflix new lows, 511. Let's see, what are we down on it? Down 20% now off of that, and it's like what? $3 lower. Apple down. I think Apple is getting affected by the China floods, part in part where they're occurring. So that's some of it. BAC almost all the way back. Thanks for keeping my calm on Monday. Amen. Amen. That's the idea there. Remember pushing it out. Yeah, you were like, yo, how do I roll over? I'm like, it's Monday. You just chill for now. If you already hold it into Monday, you going to hold it till Friday now. You know, let it do its thing. But that's a beautiful move. Didn't we sold like 38.50. So if you're at that price, if it should get up there with a little bit amount of time, you should be good. Myrna life patent. Marin big pop, and then life as a patent. ATYR, check news on that one. It's moving 3%. Looks really illiquid. Be careful, though. Marin, 2 big volume candles. Marin software up 12%. Check news. I'm not seeing news on Marin right now. Check Twitter. There's nothing on the wire. Apple, new low. But Marin is moving. Netflix hit 512. GM, Ford, both on the high. You told us about GM yesterday. How much you make on it? And I think we told the call. We had it on the watch list on Monday. GM and Ford. Or Tuesday? Yeah. MAP up. Archite 3%. You're up 100 on GM. Bizio 30 calls. Ally on the high. Netflix dropping. Macy's on the high. Retail, man. Marin is being played. Macy's up 5%. I think Gap got options volume as well, too. GPS up 5. Netflix new low. Nordstrom's 5. What is this? NASDAQ CEO warns on SEC market structure overhaul. Adina Friedman says SEC should be wary of unintended consequences as it considers change to stock market structure in response to meme stock frenzy. SEC Chairman Gary Gensler is overviewing a review of aspects of market structure, including payment for order flow, controversial practice of high-speed traders. Interesting. If you make changes to incentive program, then you have to understand what the consequences might be from that. So maybe that's hinting there's some more regulation along the way, because we haven't really heard like that for a while. But that's interesting. Monkeypox, I'm not too sure. I think it's just like little bubbles on your skin. There was like something they said 200 what's it called? It was like 200 cases so far. They're monitoring it. Damn, the Space Jam's original director says it took him 5 attempts to watch LeBron James in A New Legacy. He said, the truth is, LeBron ain't Michael. Damn, the old director throwing shade. I didn't think it was that. I mean, I haven't watched the full movie yet, but from the 1 or 2 scenes, I wasn't too, shocked. Netflix, I'm down 50% now on that play. So, again, we were early right here. But that's like, what, a $10 difference? Gonna rewatch because I was talking about Kazam. Yeah, the one with Shaq. Even Shaq got in there, bro. Delta up 3 again. United had earnings. They're up 3.5. They're doing great. The travel play has recovered nicely. It seems like. Are they back up to some for the most part? Yeah, these last 2 days was big. Airlines, I don't know if they'll have more move in there, but it's they were beaten down and it's bouncing off of there. GM going crazy. Josh, you didn't answer my question, man. So stop pumping it, please. Thank you. But GM is moving. GM and Ford. I think, again, the infrastructure plays, because we're going to find out even after today. Ooh. Love the Broncos. Neuro up 200. Mavis, I'm not the real biggest fan of that one. But, again, if it's, small caps are doing good today, so those could have some steam. And then maybe we'll see with Microsoft earnings if anything happens. So on DVR, you'll be good. You can refresh and DVR will turn off. Qualcomm coming down a little bit. Intel still up. Micron, Boeing on the high still. Boeing up 3%. Yeah, it's a lot of vertical bounce here with a lot of things. A lot of different things. Let's see what's about to happen next, okay? Walgreens popping. Walgreens been struggling, man. There it is. They did a new chief accounting officer. I don't know if there's news on that, but look, you can see their bounce is a lot weaker. A lot weaker. $7.15. Wait, a deal delivered CVS Health ahead of schedule. What's that? I think they got some news, actually. Credit outlook, CVS Health credit research. Something just changed. I think the thesis, CVS focused excess cash flow on deleveraging rather than share repurchase. May sooner land as the company is on the brink of hitting its leverage target ahead of schedule, in our view, with formidable growth and cash profile of the company. This is from a Bloomberg analyst. The company recently paid down $3 billion of bonds in March, addressing the second quarter maturities with existing liquidity. From an operational standpoint, with stores remaining open, increased use of home deliveries, telemedicine, hiring as many 50,000 will bode well for the company's credit fundamentals. So they might pay back some debt early. Or they might, what's it called? They might do some buybacks. I think that's what it's assuming. Let's see. Interesting. Hit the like. I'm moving this week. Where are you moving to? Mister, are you leaving San Fran? Ooh. One more on the low. I'm not too sure. Snap red. I still need to go to San Fran. I actually talked to that one guy for the Chad real estate agents. I might go what month? I might go in August to get you guys that Chad listing for the mansion. That is still in play. I just remember I just never went. 5 Roku calls. Spy's kind of hanging out here at the top. Finally hit an option about 4 GE. 15 sold at 25. Woo. There you go. And you actually took profits. Good work. I did not play any NVIDIA calls. I'm waiting. Cat trying to break out. Ugh. Coca-Cola outlook tied to market rebound. Netflix low. Our castaways. Let's check my save real estate website inventories up. Neuro on the high. Spy coming down. Those Netflix still only down 50%. So you see it's hitting more new lows on there, but the amount that we're down, these are actually decaying, but we'll see if that picks up. CCL bouncing. Neuro pause due to volatility just after it got removed from the halt. CLX getting absolutely beat down. Yeah, that was after the what's it called? Kind of as the premiums or the vaccine or the virus issues started to chill out a little bit. Then CMI. I have 75 free neuro. Ooh, free shares. Ooh, Diddy Bop. Diddy Bop. PayPal, Square. Square is going up too. Was it 252? I think 252 to 260. Square has a very wide range. PayPal's popping off there. PayPal new high. So again, high taker is still very, very active. Small cap still leading the way. So you got a little bit of a slowdown there, but let's take a look. How's everything looking? 377 names up, 128 down. So that's shifting. You had a little bit more strength this morning. So about another 20 or 30 names got added to the low. And then Dow Jones staying the same, 23 up, 7 down. Goldman Sachs, Boeing, and American Express, the leaders on the Dow Jones. Horn request. Thanks to the call. I just bought my next house in San Diego. We're not fucking leaving, baby. Stay the course, Chaz. What's yours is yours. Hey, man, San Diego. Super real estate. Hard. Let's go. I love it, bro. It's been good to see you here for a long time and good to see you taking the steps. I've seen Alaskan Assassin for a while. I seen him in here, and now he's making the moves on. Look at you. He even has the badge, and he not getting the house. That's it. One step at a time. That's beautiful, man. That's beautiful. That's good. Own the land. Own the land. Own it. San Diego chicken dance inbound. UAV online. Enemy credit spread spotted. We're getting clapped. Roblox down. Bank of America is looking great. DraftKings. DraftKings 4.8 marketplace. I don't know how they're going to sell NFTs. It just seems so weird to me. Word is Apple not returned till October. I think they said that yesterday, and then Apple is getting a little bit clapped here from the what's it called? They're getting a little bit clapped here from the China thing with Tom Brady Autograph Company. Yo, Tom Brady got jokes. Did you see him at the White House? He actually has jokes. I was actually like, I didn't know he had like a personality like that. I was like, that's funny. I laughed. He made me smile. DraftKings, more volume here through the top. NVIDIA wants to make a move. Square. Someone sent one of my friends. Anybody have crypto issues? One of my friends just sent me a screenshot. They're like, what do I do with this? Says they have 13 million in their account. I said, sell it. They didn't deposit anywhere close to that amount. So I was like, sell it. See if you could sell it. That seems like it's the B word day. So that's what they call. That's the event for Bitcoin. They call it the B word. Withdraw all that you can. Transfer to another wallet. That would actually make a lot of sense. Square coming through the highs, 253. So this is the first top. The next level for like a real breakout is going to come at 260. So this is good. Where are we at? Over 100% now? Yeah, we got 107 on the squares. Looking nice. Down 30% on the Netflix one from earlier. So my love, get the likes up, chat. 50% minimum. Free 99. God bless you. Showing love. I appreciate you. Amen. Shout out J-Mac. Shout out to new members too. I missed Nathan Howell on there, baby. I see you, Nathan. I see you. Hard. Amen. Amen. Happy morning. It's a good morning. It's a good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're feeling good. Listen, if you can hear my voice right now, that means you can smile. That means you get hyped. Just loosen up the shoulders. You know what I'm saying? Just woo. That's it. Giannis. He was beautiful. That was a beautiful game. I'm so excited that he won. I love Giannis's performance. I could give you a whole PHILO on his performance. You realize that? He didn't even have to say anything. That's what one of the commentators said. He didn't have to even say anything to his team. He just showed it with his effort. You could see it on there. He put it all on the floor. He put it all on the floor. It was beautiful. It was beautiful. That's right there. No, that's a real championship. You know that. No superstar players except him. Oh, it was beautiful. Luxaria Bioscience. This one got unhalted. Algo called this one out. It's moving. I haven't checked the news on there. You were there? Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, you're supposed to be injured, bro. Everything. He's crazy. Yeah, that's what the announcer said. That's what I said. That's like, man, I agree with it so much. The fact, like, he showed it. You could tell he wanted to win. Woo! Woo! Go ahead. Go. You could let one out, too. You could growl if you like. That's a, you know, especially on a Wednesday. DraftKings again on the high. I don't know anything about LEXX. Amazon green. PayPal's up. DraftKings hitting above 5%. Amazonian has gone to the green. SPY is back up to the level it was at before it started to drop. Apple even got a little bit. Apple's only down to third. Microsoft's green now 0.5%. They got upgraded this morning. Charge point on the high. Oracle again. Oracle's almost at 90. My goodness. My goodness. Oracle is insane, actually. Like, Oracle is insane. Honeywell is still up. Jupies Graham may vote for debt ceiling increase with reforms. Oh, bro, if they politicize the debt ceiling, that could become an issue. So we could probably talk about that. Those are going to get. We talked about it this morning. That issue is coming up. But I mean, what was it like 2010? Was it 2010 or 2013? Last time there was a debt ceiling budget type of problem. It turned into a really, really nasty issue. Led to a U.S. downgrade. It should be an issue. It shouldn't, because more or less, if you turn it into a political game of chicken, it could end up clapping a lot of things. Whereas most people, for the best interest of everybody, it's just to just pass it or to do something. But then it gets really nutty. We'll see though. Honeywell getting a lot of volume. Did you guys notice Honeywell's volume yesterday? Honeywell had. I honestly think this is a real surprising factor. Honeywell went crazy. Yeah, they raise it every few years. It's never mattered until they 10 years ago. Exactly. Yeah, so it was 2011, 2010, I think. It's always they've lowered how much they've politicized it, but again, depending on where you're at in an election cycle and all that, they force the hand with it. Again, I mean, no opportunities get wasted in the political realm, especially nowadays. But we'll see. But that is one of the issues there on the political front, and then there's also going to be the infrastructure bill and that debate held by Schumer today. NVR? Did NVR just release? Honeywell. Or excuse me, SPY, Big Red, or Chick-fil-A. See me, this is the one that got the deal with Brazil's government. That's doubled. So that was even on the watch list here this morning. I put that on the stocks to watch, but that's surprising. So SPY might start to switch momentum here. It's been about an hour. How do y'all think? Oh, what a shift. What a shift. So the whole world is green right now, for the most part. So you're looking pretty good. So I wanted a couple up 2%. So that's what I'm seeing where we are at the first hour, and then we'll even factor in the European close too. Here is from Elena Popina, stocks reporter. Profit beats matter again as peak growth arrives. It took a market-wide hysteria about peaking growth for Wall Street investors to finally appreciate what they have. Companies that routinely post quarterly results that beat estimates. Shares of the S&P 500 firms that beat profit estimates have notched a post-earnings move that was on average 0.4 higher than the broader S&P, according to Bloomberg. This is a shift for the most part in the last 12 months when traders disregarded or even punished earnings beats, demanding a faster expansion and stronger results. So here it is. So you can see this quarter so far, you're pretty much compared to Q1 2020 and like a year ago, you're actually getting like moves here, which is a way bigger. It's a big deal for the most part. You're getting earnings results on beats. Disney red. Amazon's picking up, so SPY's coming down there. You're kind of watching a flip flop here. TLT wants to creep back up. Yeah, Netflix hit a low, 506. We are at 490, right? I'm down 66% on that play. UWMC still up? Wow, God bless you, UWMC. It's good to see you again. Good to see you again. I didn't think you'd come. That's it. Come on, UWMG honest. That's all we need right there. He's injured. He just needs to get back in there. Honestly, UWMC, just come on, man. Let's just put him in a pair of black forces, and he'll be ready to go. That's it. Get him some black Air Force Ones. UWMC, lace him up, man. You know that? That's what happened. Giannis, ever since he showed up to the game in black Air Force Ones, he didn't lose. That's it. They went on a win streak every time. Mm-hmm. Let's see. Amazon. AMEH. Bad oil report? I'm not sure. Let's see. There's a bad oil report yesterday, but oil is very stable today, 3%. The market brushing off Delta for now. It's not as, they're not as scared of the threat to global growth as much, but, I think there's still something lingering given the yields on the bonds. So it's like they're not as, people were really, the fear was really escalating, when we started the week and Friday. But as we've kind of had this little bounce here and chilled out, it's chilled out somewhat, but it is not as there's still something lingering, the lingery. United CEO says he expects demand to recover. S&P upgrades AstraZeneca to A-. Hotep royalty. Hotep. Welcome, Hotep. We love you. Welcome back. No impacts on booking from Delta variant. Today's what? Today's Wednesday? Halfway through the week. Hello. Hotep in the house. Ooh. We're blessed to be here right now. Amen. I agree. And we have such an exciting market. AHT, I've not looked in it. Fortunately, Neuro unhalted. Am I today? Good, man. Can't complain. Can't complain. Excited. Ready to go. Ready to go. I like the earnings so far, too. I feel like the earnings have came in a little bit better than expected, and it's good to see. Like, I mean, honestly, especially after this earnings, you're going to get a lot more transitory debate just because some companies have performed very, very well. And to see some of them do very good like that, it says a lot. Rejoice every day that's not lived in pain. Love that feel, right? Amen. Amen. It's always a good reminder. Enjoy the days absent of any pain. So take it in. AMC red to green, red to green, red to green. What is that? That seems very confusing. Damn, wasn't it up 5%? But it's still up a lot, though. I think it's because they gapped and they did a lot. Wait till the dollar comes down. I was looking at that. The dollar, I mean, honestly, I think it's playing in part with China because the dollar shooting up here has added a lot less pressure on the Chinese currency. To a degree. Oh, man. Oh, yeah. Look at this. Oh, my goodness. Yo, China is fixing this again. Uh-oh. We may have our indicator, low key. This is always a big one, but because that's where, you know, they should be weakening more, but think about how the dollar is moving, you know? The dollar's really, really strengthened here over the last few days, but anytime you see the Chinese currency kind of stay barcoding, there's no such thing as barcoding because that means they're just controlling it. They did that a lot in 2015. If you look in leading into 2015, you could kind of see this moment here. Oh shit. Yeah, bro. That's not good. If they barcode, be careful. Be very, very careful. Coin pop. Coin pop sounds like a cereal. EM growth, even bleaker. Where it goes, no one knows. They need a leader. Long-term rates is what I mean. Or invert the curve and set the theater. When it turns, they'll be believers. Oh, it's a good one. It's a good one. Corn pop. Coin pop. New Coin Pop cereal brought to you by General Mills. Gotta have my Coin Pops. What do Coin Pops do for you? They deplete you of all nutrients. It actually hits you really high and you go up 1,000% for about a month. And then afterwards, you can't do anything for 2 years. New Coin Pops. Secondary offering options. You can lose all my financial investment. Lose all financial advisor. We will do an IPO and then add another bond offering later and then dilute you even further. And then this is signalized at the top in the cryptocurrency and everything else. Be careful for Robinhood IPO. So, new Coin Pops. Crying? I'm crying too. I think for different reasons. I'm still crying, actually. I'm still, honestly, the Lord is good, man. I'm thankful for my relationship with the Lord Jesus Christ because I would be still crying over that. I still do cry, but it's still, just give it to the Lord. Give it to the Lord. Amen. Amen. Scott Kirby expects demand recovery to continue. That's UAL CEO. Hello, Mr. Wagner. Good morning. Peloton on the high. And Peloton had that good news yesterday with the healthcare stuff. They're up again, 0.4. SPY bouncing back up there. Coin Pops on the high. Amazon is now on the high. Apple, I think, is the only one red. Microsoft, Facebook doing good. There's Netflix getting some steam here. Is it back above 500? Or like what? Yeah, it never dropped below. Netflix back to break even on that play. So again, you see, I shorted the play up here. And the stock is now down another $7, but the play is break even. So this is literally time decay. And it's a weekly. But that play is going to be very volatile. We'll see. If it does shoot up, we should get 50 to 60% pretty easily. And we'll go from there. If not, get ready for the clappage. AMC going. It wants to. It wants to. It's fighting. Big moves. Walgreens reversed. Nauseating. Yeah, bro. They've been there. There's a little bit weaker there. J&J legal strategy remains to defend talc-related suits. CFO Joseph Wolk speaks on Bloomberg Television. What else we got? What else we got? OPEC plus output delay may be favorable for U.S. producers. Crude production held on to previous week's gains to remain flat at 11.4 million barrels a day. The output deal reached over the weekend by OPEC plus producers means that they will be delivering more crude in the months ahead, but it also removes the fear of a production free-for-all. That should create favorable conditions for U.S. producers. We have a pretty chart to accompany. Send in the pretty charts. Which one's this? Baker Hughes, crude oil rig count, and then crude oil production. So, damn, that's since 2020. You're still at the bottom, but that means you're going to get more stability. There's a lot more upside. Oil is not really at pre-pandemic production, surprisingly. I think rigs come back online, but I think it'll just be a little bit more steadier. Bivi. Clorox. Oh, Clorox came back from that. How about an NVAX? Peloton on the high again. DraftKings at the high. VIX on the low. Square. Oh, the chip makers. They chilled out a little bit. DraftKings again, even bigger volume. SPY wants to come up here. And Vox getting clapped. Don't get clapped. Wait, what? Bro. I didn't know that. Someone posted this in the Bloomberg chat. They said that you can book Disneyland, like the whole park, privately. Apparently. I'm like, damn, you guys want to go Disneyland? I think it's like, I don't know, they said minimum like 10 hours you have to book it for. Sounds attainable, right? People do weddings with that? A wedding at Disneyland? That's crazy. That'd be kind of hype. No, not 10K for the hour. I think 10K is the minimum you could spend for it. It's like minimum. It ranges from $425 to $750 an hour. Oatly. High ticker moving. DraftKings again. Oh, Oatly's down a lot. How are they from IPO? Oh, wow. Oatly's already sold off from IPO? Jeez. You got married at Disneyland outside the Rose Garden? That seems hype, bro. Your ex got mad when I said I was gonna buy her a ring at Costco. I gotta get that cash back. See, you said 1% cash back, man. Executive card, I could get 1.5. Be like, you hater. Hater. Mm-mm-mm. 2% with the Apple card. How have any of the other IPOs? I remember we looked at DNUT. I was pretty surprised. I think some of them already sold below IPO already. It sucks at the timing. Coinbase gives you 4% on everything in XLM. I feel like you would lose money. It's like, yeah, I got like $10,000 in rewards and then it crashed. So I actually owe Coinbase now. New corn pops. New coin pops brought to you by Coinbase. You're the only consistent thing in my life, Josh. That's amazing. Not really, but it is, because I'm here for you. And the cultist. But you know it's more consistent than me? The damn long term, baby. Shout out the long term. I got you. I got you, baby. So does the long term. PLL. Oh, PLL. Piedmont Lithium. Piedmont Lithium. Be careful. It looks like they got a buyout. That's what that chart looks like. So be very, very careful. Trust God. He will teach you consistency. Amen. 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 I don't think they're halted on news to verify. Well, be careful on that. I don't know what it is, but PLL is moving. But this chart looks like they had a deal of some sort. And then it looks like it's been changing in the last few weeks. But very, very interesting. It's moving, though. Oracle on the high. Careful here. I need to go to the bathroom, so give me a second. But in the meantime, make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hi chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. New guys, don't be too shy to say hi or too high to say shy. We are glad that you're here. Say hello to somebody. Tell me, what's your trade? What's your earnings play? Give me the earnings play. How do you think the rest of the week is going to go? Are we going to give it back? Are we going to hold this stability? Am I going to get clapped on my Netflix? What do you think, man? What do you think? Come on, give me something. I'm going to go to the bathroom so I can't read it, but you guys need to discuss that amongst thyself or some info. Say hello to someone. You might meet your soulmate. You might meet your soulmate in here, okay? Remember I used to tell that to some. You guys would get excited. Some of you would get real excited on that. So let's see what happens next, okay? Please hold. Please hold while we connect your call. We in the cup and we like to do push-ups. I'm in the cup and I need to go pee. Hello. Hi. Amazon is earnings play. Airbnb, Cat, Neocoin, Beyond, Upstart, Ulta, Oracle, Dow, Square, Netflix, DKBA, all either overvalued or close to it. Looking for shorts. How am I supposed to find my soulmate with all the sausages? That was, I mean, I didn't, you could have a soulmate. That's not, what do you mean, man? Like, like, was it Jonathan? And it was Jonathan and David in the Bible, like it wasn't sus. They were like soulmates, You get good teamwork. Teamwork makes the dream work. You never know. You never know. John Nathan. He said, bro, stop. He said, stop. Myrna flipped the tape. AstraZeneca as well, too. Think AstraZeneca got an upgrade? Yeah, AZN's popping, and then so is Myrna again. Myrna really flipped all of that negativity. J&J2. Yeah, something's happening there. AstraZeneca, Myrna, and J&J. What are you doing this Wednesday? We doing good. Infrastructure hype. It could be. Cigna's on the high now. Now something's popping right now. Something has to be brewing. Healthcare is moving up, and then some of the vaccine stocks. Leader Schumer says move forward with Wednesday procedural vote on bipartisan infrastructure plan. Womp, womp, womp. TLT is about to hit a low. This could be very, very positive. New downtrend formed on SPY QQQ. As long as the bonds are dropping, I'm good. Biogen on the high. Yeah, NVEX might go green here too. Netflix still holding. Apple still red. What's up with it, baby? What's up? How you feeling? Happy Wednesday. You're watching Space Jam now. It's 7:55. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna wake up on Saturday morning and watch a movie. We should bring back morning movies. I think we should make that a trend. We should only watch movies in the morning from now on. Honestly. KO cross VWAP on the upside. Oh, morning cartoons. That was the wave back then. I passed right back out. You were talking shit to that guy who did it on Friday. That's what I'm saying. What do you mean? I'm trying to see where they're coming. I wasn't talking shit. I was just surprised. That's why I'm learning to adopt the idea. That's why I'm like, wow, I guess, maybe I'm the one that's weird. Maybe I'm the one that's weird. Third time on stream, loving the energy. We love you, Mr. Pineda. Welcome. Get that long term. You'll really love it. You'll really love the long term energy, man. Long term energy takes you a long way. Disney came down. Disney was doing good. Where the squares up, but where's like the chip makers? Intel, Qualcomm, they're doing decent. If Nvidia drops, I'd want to get, man, Nvidia come down. I haven't even looked at this. Let's see what we got. This bounce incoming. CEMI, CEMI. United says Boeing 787 deliveries may slip into 2022. Yo, look at Boeing. Watch if Boeing reacts to that. This is coming from United Air conference call, but it's not. Let's see how, if anyone picks that up. It might move off that. Nothing. There wasn't news. It's United Airlines CEO said something regarding the deliveries on the conference call. The long-term play, I'm waiting for next month. We have about 1 more week. 2 more weeks. That's that, Frizz. TLT dropping, thankfully. This is showing, this is at least reflecting some of the bounce to a degree or kind of justifying it. But again, I think bonds are just going to chill out until we get Powell next week. It's going to be very, very big. Waiting for the Apple car. AMD on the high. So out of all the other chip makers, AMD's picking up right now. Intel to raise $600 million planned Costa Rica chip plant investment. That's that phrase. MVAX now is hitting the high ticker. That is bounced. That's that phrase. Yeah, that's stuck in my head now. 26-4 on the Dow. 396 and 109 on the S&P. BA News. There wasn't news. There was just a reference in the UAL conference call. Why TLT goes down? Because people are chilling out. So TLT going up was people kind of rushing to safety, getting worried about some things. So now it's kind of chilled out. It's relaxing a little bit, and it's coming down. But again, it's still really hard to say, you know, to try to explain the bonds in what we've seen the last coming weeks. It's been a historic rally, historic move. There's a lot going on with it. So there's several factors. That's just the initial off top outlook for it. Unilever, Adrian Henna named as non-executive director. McDonald's came back down. And Cambridge says that 3 scientific technical advances make quantum computing closer than expected. I mean, Honeywell had like had the most volume in years yesterday, which I thought was a real big sleeper. That Qualcomm on the high now? That's QQQM. Walmart's climb back. TLT bouncing off of that new low there. KMI, V, IPO. What is V? The Sava on the high. Twin V Power Cats Company. What do they make? Like, it's either an animal company or an engine company. Boats? See me breaking out again. Says procedural vote fail if there's no bill. Yep. They make boats. Well, what's the check the criteria if it hits. Let's see what we got. No news on that. It's not even giving me any details on there. Designs and sells recreational boats. We want VWAP. We are trading family above the VWAP today. Apple kind of wants to make a move up here. Microsoft chilling out. Big tech might start to move here. So you're coming back towards the highs. Some of them have leveled out. You're getting a lot of smaller names. There is names on the low ticker right now. Small caps are leading the way at 1.29. They were up a lot more in the last hour. Dow Jones up 0.68. S&P up 0.6, 0.59. And then NASDAQ is up at 0.5%. So everything kind of matched up in the last, you're almost 2 hours in, hour and a half. Yeah, McConnell says Schumer's stunt vote on infrastructure bill will fail. So that's not good. Yeah, video going again. Yeah, a lot of, remember, AMD picked up first. Some of the other ones are getting steam. Finished the boot camp. You got 60, but you learned a lot. How do you learn more? You're in the place, baby. Right here. So start setting up a paper trading account in a long term so you can start practicing option trading. Then set aside the budget. We have the long-term video in the description. I would definitely check that out and get that set up. That's been a very, very big key here. But now you build the long-term, paper trade a little bit, understand the spreads in events, and then we go from there, baby. Neuro, resume trading. Get in the pool. The water is warm. Oh, yes, we got the main channel. Lots of great info. Get the long term, though. Get the long term. I'm down for the long term. Blessed that my coworkers share the channel. Shout out to Xavier. Oh, that's good to have a fellow Chad with you who can now, guide you in the right place, but then help you out with the long term. Let's go, baby. That's amazing. That's amazing. So get the long term. NVIDIA, another high. I was just looking at some of those options. You need to make your first options play. What do you do? Do you have TD Ameritrade? If you do, I would maybe do a paper trade first. Get the swing of it, or you could always take a small trade. Try to keep it like $50, $20. Obviously, it depends on your balance. And, throw it out there, get some experience. But paper trading or a small play to start is usually how I view it. I mean, you're going to, get in the pool. Get in the pool is what they say. But get a long term. I think you have the long term, right? I hope you got the long term. Metals moving up. Well, I know it's not push-up time, but I need these resistances. I need to stretch the back out. No, I'm just using the bands right now. I'm getting a little early on the push-ups. My son in 20 years. I was born with a long term. That lucky son of a gun. That lucky son of a gun. Shout out to the Chad fathers. The Chad fathers setting their children up with long terms. It's amazing. It's amazing. For we created the land of Chadadonia, and we were handed nothing from our fathers. They did not provide us with thy Apple, or Intel, or Amazon, or Google. We had to go and acquire on our own. But now with our chest to the sun, we are able to provide the long terms and become the Chad fathers. Amen. You're nervous? Why you today's like everything is green. How could you be what are you nervous about? It's fine. It's going to be okay. I feel like on Monday you weren't even nervous. Like Monday was crazy. I feel like you were like it's a good day. Now it's chill. Don't be nervous. Don't be nervous. Yeah, GM and Ford, they're both up. A lot of autos, infrastructure type stuff. It did hold up very, very good. GLSI moving. I was very curious about this. They were supposed to have their data coming out. I'm still waiting on that GLSI. Kuna Matata. What a wonderful phrase. It's our problem-free philosophy. Go get a long term. Ooh, a boy. No, nothing. I haven't checked the news on GLSI. Damn, pray for the family resentencing the guy who shot your bro. Oh my gosh. Yeah, God bless you. God bless you, bro. We will pray for you. That's crazy. Man, you're a tough dude, bro. You're a tough dude. I like it. You holding in there. You kept your head in the game. Amen. That's some Chad shit right there. Oh. Let's go, baby. In the jungle, the mighty jungle, the long term grows at night. In the jungle, the mighty long term, the Abbey Vi is high. Ooh-wee. Bombaway. The long term is great. The long term is great. Everything, is it kind of slowing down? Let's see what other headlines we got here. Let's see. It's kind of chilling out. Kind of chilling out here. High hopes for earnings. We already went over that. Stocks climb with earnings in focus. Bonds decline. Stocks rose as a slew of corporate earnings took the focus off concerns of the economic impact. Economic impact of coronavirus flare-ups. Treasuries fell after a bruising sell-off driven by concerns over peak in earnings and growth momentum. Equities pushed higher for a second day. Giants such as Verizon Communications and Coca-Cola climbed after better-than-expected quarterly results, despite rising investor anxiety on whether COVID infections will upend travel resurgence. United Airlines predicted profits ahead. Meantime, Netflix retreated on a disappointing subscriber forecast. Traders are rewarding companies with better-than-expected results on bets that the second quarter expected 70% earnings growth will mark the pinnacle of this expansion cycle. More than 85% of the S&P firms reporting results so far have beaten analyst predictions, according to data compiled by Bloomberg. For Michael Purvis, Chief Executive Officer at Talbot Capital Advisors, earnings forecasts for the S&P have surged because of a huge explosion in profits at economically sensitive firms. We may be getting back to a point where earnings matter a little bit more than they had, said Matt Forrester, Chief Investment Officer of Bank of New York Mellon Lockwood Advisors. Company guidance is going to be very important as well. Strategists from JP Morgan Chase and UBS Wealth Management urge clients to buy cyclicals as the economic recovery is just getting started. The reopening economy is not an event, but rather a process, which in our opinion is still not priced in, and especially not now, given recent major market moves, wrote JP strategist led by Debraco Lacos Bujas. This does not signal the beginning of a down cycle. Some corporate highlights: J&J raised annual dividend earnings and revenue forecasts increased. Chipotle climbed after better than expected results and guidance, and Harley slumped sales in every region but its home market. So little update. Data dog. Data kelb. Data kelb. Come on. Where do you go, Data kelb? Yalla. Go break through the high. Turn it into a song. Halliburton on the low. So that's the update so far coming into today. I think it accurately explains everything. So what do you think? Do you agree? There's two things. What do you agree with? One, do you think this earnings season is going to have more effect than last earnings season? Do you believe the trend that 80% of companies beating expectations and now moving at least 0.5% above? Do you believe that is true, ladies and gentlemen? This is it. This is putting your thoughts. This is your opportunity to see what is getting put out there in the finance world. You see where the hedge funds and analysts are. That's JP Morgan's wealth management. Is what it's saying. So yes, if you believe, you believe. If not, you could post why you do not believe. Why do you believe it? Let me ask you that. If you do say yes, is there a reason behind it? What's making you lean to a quickly agreeing to that statement? What do you got for me? I fade that opinion. He said, I think it's cap. So Brendan Picciotti, I don't know how to say it. Brendan Picciotti from Chad Group says, I'll fade that opinion. I think it's cap. See, we can add that into the article. You see, that's what I'm saying? That everybody has an opinion. Then it gets in, that's just the same thing. It's the same thing. Same thing. So what else? It just sounds good. What was that? January, June, 80 above 50. Now it's under. They're saying for this earnings season, comparing it to the last every other quarter, you've gotten more stock equity moves, and then so far 80% of the companies that have reported have topped their estimates. You're going to sleep on it? Okay, you ready for the next question? So this is, again, I think JP Morgan strategists, what they're thinking for wealth management. Do you think the recovery trade is not priced in? That's what they're saying. They're saying the recovery trade is still just starting and is not priced in. How do you feel? Agree or disagree? Please elaborate. Not priced in at all. Recovery priced in. I think it's priced in. You think they're dumping. Oh, you think they're trying to. Indifferent. Ooh, indifferent. Bullshit. Feel it's priced in but can't be sure. So much cash on the sidelines. True. Priced in big time. Opposite of what they say. Not priced in. They dump in. Disagree. It's overbought. Christmas will be a real tell sign. Disagree. There are factors disrupting the recovery that isn't priced in. Sounds like an exit strategy. 50-50, Habibi. 50-50. They dumped. Have they not seen Airbnb and RCL? They're dumping. Not priced. Yes, big time. It's too fast. Not priced in on travel. Overshot the short term. That's a good analysis. Priced in. They will dump in on the retail traders. Value will rise to the top. Uncertainty is always equal to not priced in. Ooh, tell them. Not priced in. Market loves to grind. Overshot short term. Why didn't he say this shit Monday morning? That's That's a good class. Facts. Hey, yo, I'll be like, where were you at Monday morning, bro? Huh? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Rise, then dump it. Accumulation Monday. Yes, Elon, Kathy, and Dorsey. I believe they're speaking at 1300, which is what? 1 a.m. or 1 p.m.? 1350 to 700. 1700. Too many disruption with materials and commodities to have it accurately priced in. So here, that's one part of it, and I think that's a good comment. What about it just getting started? So I think there kind of is a similar question. It's the same exact thing to a degree, but not only don't focus on priced in as much as now. Do you think it's a process? Do you think that it's just starting, or do you think we're already in it? So they're saying that the recovery trade essentially hasn't even started yet. Do you believe it's already started, or do you think what we're in the middle? We're in the early cycle stage. I think it's going to take some time. Hasn't started, not started. Good questions. I mean, look at oil. Ooh. Think we've already started. We just started. Started from the bottom, now we here. Started from the bottom, now the CPI are here. Started from the bottom, now we here. Started from the bottom, now the whole long term here. Started coming in waves. We are not at the crest. The economy is not the stock market. No idea how Delta will play out. Too much complacency in regards to the inflation regime. Ooh, you think so? I mean, I would love. I feel like inflation has become a buzzword. I feel like at this point now, like, bro, I was making inflation videos in April 2020. No one's, it wasn't as hot. And then we talked about up until like January, February this year. No one. I feel like inflation is. I feel like it has that exposure now. I feel like it's. I feel like everybody will talk about it right now. I think Delta variant is about to get more serious. That's what somebody said that this morning. I think it was the World Health Organization. They said that we are at the early stages of another cycle. Inflation is the new unprecedented. That's funny. Can you overlay Uber and Airbnb? People were calling it the I word. Yeah, they were scared. Everybody's scared of the I word. Now it's like people would feel like it's been addressed and it's still getting addressed. Do I think they will shut down the economy again? Quite frankly, I think we live in a world where anything could happen. I think it's possible. I would not really say it's probable. However, I mean, I could quickly be wrong in this type of environment. So I don't know. I don't think they would. I don't think they'd want to, and I think you get a lot of pushback. But if that's the problem. Where with even the Delta and looking at it as it affects the markets, we've already been pushed over the edge. You've already from the first virus, it went from no, that'll never happen to now. There's an innate fear with everybody. I don't care who you are. You could be J.P. Morgan. You could be a retail investor. There's always in the back of your mind after going through what we did last year, there's just, you're always going to be like, well, I've seen something like this before, but we'll see. Yeah, exactly. It's a gray swan now. Said beautifully. It's no longer a black swan. It's a gray swan. It's something we've been exposed to. It wouldn't be as surprising as the first time, but there's, anything could happen in that sense. Two market corrections, crashes happen. we really 30% was a crash, but 5% corrections happen. They could happen in a 2-year time frame. We've actually had right now, this has been the longest period. We've been about 9 months without a 5% correction. So you have not had a 5% correction in the last 9 months. The longest period of that before was 20 months. CMG didn't split. They may not be trying to attract that type of investment. Again, some companies that decide not to split and have a higher share price, when your share price is higher, and there's a wide spread on the stock, it actually promotes people holding on to your company. Because now there's not, when there's a lot of shares, the spreads are tight, people could get in and out, it's easily accessible. They're kind of trying to attract more investors because, again, it's a volatile company if you've seen its development and growth, as a food company that's expanding and taking market share. So the lack of liquidity, the higher pricing point on there, it kind of forces people to buy it and hold it. Yeah, it kind of makes it ape-proof more or less, right? You're not going to see a $1,600 stock get the same retail activity or people going in and out. It's just going to trade a lot different. Amazon drop. Amazon. Now you like this Amazon. This must be. Now, while y'all trying to classify the type of long-term trades, we just holding that for life, and I do the same for you. Tired of hearing all these people saying that they sold. Just worry about yours, cause I'ma hold mine. People, can't you see? Doesn't matter. Stocks I buy, when I buy a why. Cause it's not a red gold, so don't trade it cause you'll get clapped. Right? You ever wonder why? Coinbase is dry. It took us all a ride. They made me broke. That was a good one. I like that one. I'm feeling. Oh man. Man, just feel it. Vibe to it, man. Vibe to it. It's a good day. It's a beautiful day. There you go. Snap them. How's it looking? No other headlines here. It's chilling out again. We still got bigger earnings today. Natural gas futures at $4 may be just a matter of time. This is from Yosana Yoshua, Consumer Reporter. U.S. natural gas futures for August are close to hitting $4 for the first time since December 2018. This morning, it reached a high at $3.96. Scorching weather forecasts predict the next few days across the country have fueled the price rise, increasing demand for air conditioning, which uses the fuel. Production plants are still recovering from the pandemic-related crash of gas last year and haven't ramped up production to its previous levels. That means demand is further tightening supply. Prices for futures have already reached over 4, so it may be a matter of time until August futures do as well. You subscribed and I started singing stupid shit and you unsubbed, bye-bye. Well, hey, listen, before you go, get a long-term, okay? And then at least, you'll be good because we still love you, man. It's good vibes. So enjoy the rest of your Wednesday. Have a good day. I hope you just have a good day. That's just a beautiful day. Bye-bye, as they say. You ever wonder why they keep saying bye-bye? It tastes. You want me to bite you now? How did we get? Yo, bro, chill. I don't even know you like that. That's calm down. Okay, baby girl, relax. Wow, I love you. God bless you. I just say, have a good, wonderful day. You escalated that one quick. Dun, 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 dun. Just feeds off the positivity. I woke up and drive. You know what I'm saying? You make your decision. I bless everybody. All you got to do is bless everybody. You know what I'm saying? Just bless them. Just bless them. You're blessed. All of you are blessed. Do you feel blessed? Do you feel excited for earnings? Come on, man. Come on, man. It's good. Woke up with opportunity. Oh, my. Amen. 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 Let's see. Now, all that is very calm. Very, very calm. SPY's about to hit a new high, but things are chilling. NVIDIA making another move. Where's the Netflix? Viacom chilled out. Intel earnings, I'm still deciding. I want to see the premium. It's moving up a lot. I may even wait to do it again. Like so far, if you see even with the Netflix, hopefully those hit for us. But I have been liking the post-earnings strategy. The difference is this earnings, you haven't got like the stats are showing, you haven't got the big moves, more or less. Or you've gotten more bigger move this time. So we'll see. Oh, SPY, a little chicle over there. I just jinxed the SPY. I know, right? That was an interesting one. That was a very interesting move. There's a wildfire linked to PG&E equipment. It expands overnight. PG&E again. It's crazy. Jeez. So this came again. I can't make this shit up. TikTok star 21 sells virtual love for $250,000 to mysterious bidder. They sold their virtual love as an NFT. That's insane. That's cool. No, they really love me. How do you even know that? I have the NFT. Oh, wow. It is real love. That's it. That way you can verify your love. That makes a lot of sense now. Narcissism at its finest. Somebody showed me their Instagram profile the other day. And they're like, am I a narcissist? Because I only have pictures of myself. And then I looked at their profile. And it was just literally like 500 photos. Okay, like 100. All just of them. And I was like, you don't have any friends? Like, I don't even post that meme. And then I was like, wait a minute. Because I don't, like, it was just them, just their face. Just their face, them. And I was like, wow. Oh, no. I was like, yeah, that's pretty cool. But that's the NFT one. I guess this is topping the narcissism list. Not really. I'll sell my virtual love if you guys want. But I feel like it's, I don't know. The answer is yes. Okay. So there you go. We're all narcissists. We're not all narcissists. We just all think that when we buy calls, the stock market's going to go down because it's against us and we're cursed. That's not. We're not narcissists. It's not like we think the stock market revolves around all of our small trades. Like, come on. It's totally not true. You know what I'm saying? Oh, wait. Some people are like, wait, what? I disagree. I I disagree. I disagree. I disagree. It's not like the bathroom breaks correlate with red candles. I didn't make that up. That was your observation. Your observation. You ever wonder why? Uh-oh. So, inflation drumbeat reverberates on latest U.S. earnings call. Supply chain material shortages drive price pressures. Companies indicate tight labor market is spurring wages. Temporary may well extend into 2022. The outside gains of U.S. inflation measures that exceed forecasts over the last 4 months have been borne out in recent corporate earnings call, with many executives highlighting greater pricing power. During the kickoff of the current season, companies including paints and coating PPG, beverage maker Coca-Cola, and industry supplies Fastenal have telegraphed building price pressures. This inflation cycle is higher than anyone anticipated, and we're continuing on a business-by-business basis, working to secure further selling price increase. PPG said that on their earnings call. What is this overlaid with? No, just showing. I'm trying to see if they have it mentioned. It's only been a couple of calls. I think some of the bigger companies have said it, but there's been a couple. But that's what we're talking about, and that's going to be the main key, I think. By the time we get the rest of the earnings, whatever these companies say in those calls has a lot. Some of those businesses will raise costs, some will not. Yeah, and that's where higher margin companies are the ones that really don't have to worry. That's what they've been saying, that the companies with higher margin can take the higher input costs, and they're able to, do very, very well. The companies with more unstable, lower margins, they have been more struggling because they have to pass those costs on to the customers. That could lower demand, all of that. Bezos. Bro, I saw dude, that interview afterwards. I thought he was tweaking at first, and then it clicked. He honestly, he was clenching his jaw. Bezos looked like he was on drugs for a little bit, and I was like, dude, he just got launched up to space. He is on pure, he must feel some. I genuinely think, I thought he was on ecstasy when I saw him, but I was like, he probably has natural ecstasy from just getting launched up and coming down. I was I was like, wow. I was like, that must have been an experience. He was literally high. I just think that must have been probably the trippiest thing most people have never experienced. I really thought about it yesterday. That's what I'm saying. Even I am not a space travel guy. I don't even like the commercial industry for it, or at least I'd never do it. But I was thinking about it yesterday. It was historical what you saw yesterday. The fact that, again, an old person, a young person, his brother, and the richest man on earth, if they trusted it enough to go up and come down, I mean, it's pretty nuts. It's kind of like what the guys who flew the plane the first time, the Wright brothers. That's a nut one. He didn't go to space. He saw the big blueberry, Oh, and guess what, ladies and gentlemen? We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile, press high chat. X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Keep it positive and respectful. New guys, don't be too shy to say hi or too high to say shy, but we've been here for 2.5 hours. We got 4.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1. Get on your knees, do a push-up, plank the worm, anything. But get the body moving. Then, optometrist recommendation, stare at the object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times. Relax those pretty little eyeballs. Blink, 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 blink. Bang, 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 bang. Oh, feels good. Feels great. Next, I need you to drop your shoulders, please. Relax your shoulders. Fix that nerd neck. Some of you are scrunching up your shoulders, man. You know what I'm saying? Some of you are scrunching up your shoulders right now. You need to drop the shoulders, relax the shoulders, chest to the sun, flex the core, tuck the hips in. Boom. Some of you, I'm standing up right now. I'm at a stand-up desk. You could do whatever you want. Just get the body moving. Come on. Drop the shoulders. Relax. Use your back muscles to drop your shoulders. Don't just drop your shoulders. Focus on using your back. Get that core activated. Look at it. Just do it for a little bit. Build some good habits. You're going to sit here all day with us. All day. All day. Come on. I need you healthy. I need you healthy. Take care of yourself. Take care of yourself. Okay? It's good for you. Okay, next, I need, hey, legs in front of you. If you're sitting down, your legs should be in front of you, not wrapped behind your computer chair. You are not riding a dolphin, okay? Stop leaning on your keyboard and your mouse. Some of you are kicking your nuts right now. So why are you, dog? I see you. There's literally one guy in here sitting crisscross applesauce in his computer chair. What are you doing? I'll wait. I'll wait. Why are you doing that, man? You're literally, like, come on. You don't even meditate like that. Like, what are you doing? Like, come on. You're in a computer chair, crisscross applesauce. What the hell is wrong with you? Okay, I know. So come on, just legs in front of you for a little bit. Legs in front of you for a little bit. It's okay. It's fine. It's good. It's good. It's okay. Get up. Come on. There you go. Jog in place for a little bit. You're fine. It's okay. I forgive you. Your body, though, you know, you won't even feel it. You know, listen, man, let me tell you this. 1 Big Mac ain't going to make you fat. 5 Big Macs ain't going to make you fat. 10 Big Macs ain't going to make you fat. Oh, but imagine if you ate a Big Mac every hour of the day for the next 365 days. Oh, some of you are doing that with the posture. Oh, they don't. Did that one hit? Did that one hit? I hope that one hit. Every hour. Imagine that. You're eating a Big Mac by slouching. That's just a slouch Mac. You're eating a slouch Mac every hour. You get crisscross. Oh, come on. Every hour. And you spend 7 hours just here. That's not including driving. That's not including going anywhere, sitting down at a restaurant, sitting down to eat. Oh, come on. Come on. There you go, baby. There you go. It's beautiful. Next, relax the jaw. Go. Breathe in really deep. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Go. Let's go. I got my resistances. You know, it's good. It's good. I love the resistances. Gassed. Would you buy real estate in Tijuana, Mexico? If I was a Mexican citizen, I would. Otherwise, I know you can't buy it as an American. You can only do like a 100-year land lease. But there's some good Tijuana, Rosarito. I would buy one and I would turn it into an Airbnb. So if you have Mexican citizenship, I would go do that. It's a killer business. Puerto Rico is nice too. $100-year land lease. It sounds like an option, but there's just limitations. I like to just own the land. I'm still saying. The B Word conference is at 1, I think. 1 Eastern. Whew. Do you ever wonder why? Oh. There you go. Feels great. There you go. Get the body moving. Tesla on the low? Where'd that come from? Tesla is doing so decent. I miss anything crazy? No, we made a Netflix credit spread on the put side. Market has been surprisingly very chill. All we did was respond to earnings this morning. There's been some political stuff regarding the infrastructure vote. That's about it, though. Uber on the high. Tesla on the low. TLT about to drop. Hold on. Do you ever wonder why? Not gonna lie, I'm short Netflix. It's cool, man. We can still be friends. You know what I'm saying? It's mine's just like a weekly trade. Like, but we could be friends still. It's totally okay. I still root for you in a weird way. You know what I'm saying? What's yours is yours. What's mine is mine. You know, I'm more Fati. But it's okay. Can we still be friends? I hope we can still be friends. Airtel and Intel announced collaboration for 5G tech in India. SPY wants to go up. Tesla on the low. High ticker gas in again. We could never not be friends. Except you banning my other account. That's chill, dude. It's fine. We're here. I love you. It's going to be okay. Honestly, just give it like one more week. We're going to clear out the ban list. And you know, we'll try again. And we'll try again. I'm a big fan of trying again. Big fan of trying again. It's heavily undervalued. I did a credit spread, so I shorted the puts. I just wanted to play a weekly. I'm just taking it. I haven't lost on the strategy yet. I mean, I don't want to jinx it, knock on wood, God willing. But I'm playing the after earnings. I've been responding to them, selling a credit spread. It's been working, so I'm just selling. I sell to put credit spread, and that's it. Thank you for everything you do. Thank you for being here, and thank you for getting a long term so that the legacy can live on and highlight the importance of what we really do and the importance of the long term and how a lot of people will underestimate what they could do in 10 years but overestimate what they do in 1 year. But by getting the long term, just keeping you in the game, you're going to be here for a long time. That, you know, if you follow the rules, hopefully you did your long-term audit. Hopefully you've been going back and forth and figuring out how to do it, seeing what the market's providing to you right now in this marketplace, the next earnings. I mean, it's almost Christmas time. They don't feel me. So it's going to be great, man. So God bless you and thank you if you're following along with that. And that goes for everybody. It goes for everybody. Apple getting ready. I think the subtle thing affecting Apple today is the China floods, believe it or not. But other than that, some of the bigger tech has weakened a little bit as some of the other earnings and other companies have widened out here. My Disney long term is clapping you right now. That's fine, but like just really think about this in like 10, 15 years. Like Disney already owns the world. Like Disney buys everything. Like, you know, you think about it in like 10, 15 years, you're going to be like, wow, I own part of Disney and Disney owns part of my house. That's crazy. So you see what I'm saying? Frozen was dope. They're going to be here. They're going to be here for a while. Watch a video on when to quit the stock market. Gave me a real perspective. I hope so, man. I think, you know, that video is, I honestly don't know why I made that. The DVR is turned off. You just got to refresh. I don't know, the video, I just thought I should talk on it. I thought it was good. And I was thinking about stuff and I was seeing, you know, some people reaching out to me all sorts of things, but it kind of just came out of nowhere. But I think it was came at the right time for a lot of people. So I was very, very surprised and hyped at the same time. Apple to get in your put, like get in my belly. Yeah, Apple's selling off right now. So SPY's still holding, but you're getting a downtrend there on Apple. Don't quit. Hey, man, it's about adaptation. That's why, I mean, again, it's so cool to see that all of you in here, you guys share some similar times when you started and everything else, but everybody has entered the market in the last couple years or some prior to that, but it's changed so much that everybody has entered at a different time. So when you started learning stuff, you got used to something, and now, you know, it's making sure you adapt to stay in the game. That's why the long-term strategy will get you through there, but even with the trading and everything else, and just think about it. I mean, next time too, be logical with your exit button. You know, if you really want to quit, don't ever quit when you're down. Just, you know, quit when you're up. That's like the number one best thing I could ever think of. I mean, honestly, because like you think, but it's hard. It's very hard. Yeah, I'm still holding that Qualcomm. But if you can adapt to different markets as things are changing here, and you're not letting, you know, the shakeups as you're growing and evolving in that, that's where a lot of people, you know, they think they suck, they think it gets too hard, whatever it may be, but it's always changing. Keep it in jai. Ooh. Elon conference starts in 12. Are you sure? So it's at 12? I have an alert on it, so it will alert me when it's time. Huh? Yo, this is weird. Someone sent me an email. An analyst about bonds sent me an email, and I've never talked to him in my life. They sent me this huge report on overseas treasury buying is amplifying domestic short covering. Oh. No, I have the biggest tinfoil. Are you ready? Are you ready? I have the biggest tinfoil. Are you ready? Big tin. Fat tin. Y'all don't want to hear it. Y'all going to get pissed. I know it. I know my population. I know my population of people in. Some of y'all are going to get, you're going to go off. You're going to go off on the keyboard. Okay? So put your keyboard away. Okay? If real estate tinfoil bothers you, if you get overly negative, just I'm telling you, put the keyboard away for like 5 minutes. Okay? So please, all keyboards, okay? Here it is. I'm going to try to get a video of this. I want to document this because I'm like, no way. I was told this yesterday by a real estate person. It's just a mutual friend, works in real estate and everything else. They said that they're doing a tour bus to show houses. And on the tour bus, it is all Chinese nationals. Pretty much there's a bunch of new China buyers in San Diego, and they come, and there's over 10 or 20 groups, and they're taking them on a bus to tour the houses and to do it. But that's not the tinfoil. Are you ready? It gets better. Tesla's on the red. Tesla, little Chicle over there. This has been happening. I know. No. Just listen. Are you ready? And then we asked, why? They're like, so they're just going around offering, and then like, how do they afford it? Apparently, there is a government grant from China that gives them a government grant solely to buy property in the United States. So it's like their stimulus, essentially. But they said, they're like, wait, what? They're like, do they have to repay it? Yes, but the terms are very vague, essentially. So they have very vague terms on the repayment and the payback and all that, but they could only use it for United States residential property. That's what they told me. So I still need to confirm this. But that's why it's total tinfoil as of now. But I have a agent who's representing 15 Chinese nationals right now, and they have and that's what she said. She said they all have just government grants. Hey, put the keyboard away. Relax. See, just relax. Just put the keyboard away. Someone say keyboard, Corsair? So this is the email I got. And this was sent to me from the chief U.S. strategist at Bloomberg for rates. So they said, received many inquiries about drivers of treasuries and why yields moved to touching distance of 1% again. Positioning certainly was one day. Nearly everyone seemed to be short and in the steepeners. Meanwhile, the continuing issues with the pandemic outside the highly vaccinated areas has been rampant, something underappreciated by those of us who ended lockdowns earlier. Our details thought on the subject are here. Let's see. Where's the update? They're saying the Treasury may have been driven by overseas flight to quality flows, which can continue in near term as coronavirus lockdowns linger in many parts of the world. Most of the rally in the last 3 weeks has come in after the open European trading, while recently data shows foreign flows from March through May didn't correlate to Treasury moves. I think that makes a lot of sense. They're saying flows and yield change are disconnected. So here's this is an intelligence report. They're saying for the past decade, the deviation from the trend of overseas flows is correlated with moves in treasury yields, but in March through May, the relationship was meaningfully broken. So when the rates went up, people overseas didn't respond. This may represent a structural break that may see the relationship resume at a new level. Given that we use longer-term changes for this relationship, it may take several months to know whether the relationship is permanently broken or taking a pause. If our suspicion is correct and foreigners have been main drivers of recent treasury rally, the pause could have come to an end starting in June. And then foreign flows haven't correlated to yields. That's what it's pretty much talking about. And then yields rallying most during European hours. So here's the chart. I don't know if you could see it. Here's European open, U.S. market open, then 11 a.m. to 3. So a lot of the bigger changes are happening at European open. Essentially, I mean, it makes a lot of sense to a degree. It's pretty much assuming that the, that this whole, if people are pretty much, if other countries are really getting hit So like if if other countries are really getting clapped by COVID, their response to it is a little bit different than us domestically. So think about it. They're rushing to safety because they're a little bit worried. That one's an interesting one. That one is an interesting one. Hold on. Mm, that's an interesting one. Do you think the Fed are aware of this policy by China? I'm sure. I mean, again, what happened last week? They had an emergency meeting. I don't know if emergency is the right way to put it, but they had a closed door meeting on the housing market. But it's part of it. I mean, again, I think the amount of Chinese nationals that would qualify for that grant is probably limited. However, I mean, it's definitely it's going to have a big effect in some. It's very targeted. I think in certain areas. Los Angeles, San Diego, Chicago, Seattle, New York. Those are some of the more, the hubs more or less. Mm, Hawaii. Would that mean money flowing out of China, which is what they don't want? Yes and no. So obviously, they don't want the money to flow out of China, but think about it. It is capital control. So it's not as if the money is leaving as much as it is being, it's still guided. Essentially, if you could only buy a house with it, they know exactly what's happening to the money, where it's going to go, who you're going to go, and it's tied to a loan to the individual, if that makes sense. So it's still capital control versus letting people transfer their currency and have capital flight and leave and not, do whatever they want with it. Like it's China's essentially, think about it. China's going to be the owner of the property, the bondholder. It's like FHA essentially. It's like China FHA. Be careful with that tin. Have some crazies that may take it the wrong way and go after Chinese people. Well, I mean, we believe in all love and positivity. Obviously, that's not what you should do. What you should do is go after property, and you should probably get into real estate. That's the whole punchline to that one, and to also understand where real estate demand is coming from. especially as we got housing index numbers over the last few days. Future purchase plans and buyer traffic. I mean, you have to know the different regions affected, and there's different demographics. Again, we are not going to go after Europeans for buying our bonds, are we? We're speaking in a purely financial context here. So, but to clarify, please don't misinterpret that in any way, shape, or form. We are not implying anything else, but this is just all financial and data. And again, that was a personal report that I had, so it's not even confirmed. But I will confirm it for you. Once I have that, I will let you know. All I hear is UWMC. Amen. Amen. Love positivity and buy some real estate. But be smart with the real estate purchases. Again, a lot of, at the end of the day, somebody taking a financial risk on some of this stuff. That's why I'm saying, like, you don't have to go and overbid on properties and do all that. I mean, you have people buying, randomly. It's safe to say, for all practical purposes, China is the dominant nation in all things related to money and trade. Oh, God, no. They're getting more sophisticated, but they are very they're very immature when it comes down to their financial systems and metrics. I mean, you don't have the same free-flowing functions of the market and all that. I mean, do they have a lot of money? Are they expanding? Are they growing? Yes, but they are not the number one in the, again, I would say maybe in economic output or exports, yes, but financial markets, America is the safe haven, and then London, and then UK, and even Germany. There's more sophistication. Yeah, like they don't have legal systems set, like it's just, again, a very immature system. It's not, they are learning to copy us. That's what I talked about the other day. I'm very impressed because, like, 5 years ago, if the Chinese economy was slowing down and the currency was weakening, they would have went straight to cutting the currency and weakening it. But they wouldn't, like, they've gotten more sophisticated now, and they're learning how to use repos. They're factoring that. They're using the reserve ratios. They're doing other stuff like that is shown that they're much more sophisticated than they were 5-10 years ago. But you don't take for granted this ability of financial markets and access and how they are set up in the United States. It is inherently superior above every other market. There's a reason why people are drawn to the United States markets. Again, there's a reason why they would even want to buy U.S. assets, whether it's China or any other foreign country. You got something here for a reason, but they have a different sort of dominance in different areas. Again, like I'm saying, exports, and their need for that exporting nation, as well as some of their newer consumer demand. It's helping, and they have dominance in that area, but not, like, their financial system is very it's like comparing an iPhone to, like, the Nokias that could play Snake. Like, both of them could make phone calls. You might be able to get a 5G Nokia, maybe, I don't know, but the sophistication level and ease of use and safety, protection, all that, it's a world's different. Yes, they have comparative advantages. Amen. Amen. But their finance markets are not one of them. Going for a run. Ooh. How do you know you're overpaying? Comps are also overinflated. Just by looking at the comps and even what they were at. So you could look at price history on real estate, and you have to really ask yourself, and then you do have to factor in what it is, but demand, utility, supply, transferability. So other things could comp out and prices could go up, but you need dust. You can look in Texas. You just have to have I think on Redfin you have to either be logged in or you can do it through like their MLS, but you can't see what it's at. And again, if you know what the prices have been at, I mean, it's you could pretty much factor 30 to 50% increase. You could use the price points of 2005, 2006 as another backtrack to it, but then what the actual property is, that goes a long, long way. That's where I talked about it yesterday. It's like you got to love the property, but like the properties that are good are selling. And people are willing to pay for them because it doesn't matter. Like if you have a view on a property, if you have a backyard, a front yard, it's not on the street, it's in a nice neighborhood, the property is updated, and it's clean. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. That alone will take you a long way in terms of, it's you might pay the current market price for it, but you at least know those qualities, that utility, that demand, the supply, the transferability, all that, but mainly the utility of the property, that right there speaks volumes. And that will always, you if it did ever go down in value, those would actually protect your investment. What do you mean if it's not on the street? Like on a busy road. Like if it's not on like every house is obviously attached to a street, but the ones that are like excuse me. But the ones that are like on a main road, like have you ever seen properties where like you guys know LA, like Sepulveda? Like there's properties on Sepulveda, like those are awful. Or like anyone's on like a main road where there's a lot of traffic, you can't sell it to families. That's it. Just a lot of people don't like the noise. A lot of people, it's dangerous. The traffic getting in and out of your house. Beverly Glen is awful. That's why you could get you could get a cheap house in LA, go get it on Beverly Glen, go get it on Sepulveda, actually on the road, you'll see. Yeah, you have to wait 10 minutes to get out the driveway, exactly. Yeah, yellow lines is a good one. If there's yellow lines on that road, it's probably not the road you want to be on. Or if there's like a big public sidewalk with like next to utilities and shit like that. Are you saying people are paying high prices and it doesn't have any of the qualities you mentioned? Not any of them, but they're worse. Like some people will, like, again, they're going to be rushing. And I see it though, but not all of them are selling. Like I'm seeing properties that have been on the market for 30, 40 days because they're priced high or they're priced at the comps, but they're lacking backyards, they're lacking, space, or they don't have accessibility the same way. The utility is lacking. But some people are paying slightly higher just to get into a cheaper home or to get into a home that doesn't have a lot of those qualities, or they're compromising usually. So they'll compromise and go to either a worse area or go to a property with less demand or less utility. But the ones that are really good, those are driving up the comps. Those are the ones that are fire. You have condos, are difficult to find renters. I do. They're not hard at all, but the hard part is picking a good area and building. So when it comes down to condos, you got to get it in an area where people are going to rent condos, right? Like by college campuses, by medical facilities, like medical areas, by base. Yeah, that's a good one. And then also just even like downtown, any downtown setting where people live in that sort of setting. That's the first one. And then the next hard part about a building or the condo is getting a good building. People underestimate that. It's not only low HOA. Sometimes a high HOA would be better, but you want a good building. Like you want it to be a building that is upkept, that is nice, that gives people amenities that's why people move into those settings. Like people like condos that are nice, right? You want to live that city life, all of that. That's where people are, they want a good building, where that's where a lot of people overlook it. Yeah, and they don't want it to collapse nowadays either. But so if you have a good building, that's the tricky part. So like you have to know the area and all that. 3-4 story column homes. Yeah, that's what people do when the land that way you could because you could sell a lot of house, but you're giving up. There's no backyard. They're not bad houses. You could get them, but at the end of the day, when it comes down to resale, some people are looking for a yard. Some people like that utility, that freedom. Whereas it kind of just turns into like a townhouse, but it's a house. Mm-mm. Building Airbnb friendly is nice, but that's kind of counterintuitive, right? If you buy a building that's Airbnb friendly, that's dope because you could Airbnb it. You could get a condo, and the one bedrooms make bank on Airbnb. Oh my God. If you could find a cheap condo with one bedroom in a good travel destination, again, like in a good location, it's crazy what you could do with the one bedroom. One bedroom is like a hotel, and people love it. But then at the same time, if you are in a building that allows Airbnb, how do you think that building is going to be? You see what I'm saying? Because then you're going to have literal hotel guests in and out of there all the time. It's going to be trashed most of the time. So that's going to hurt for longer term renting. It's going to be a shittier property, low key. Uber, Airbnb, they look hand in hand. Oh man, their charts are exactly the same. Would you look at that? It's like they're the same thing, but one's for real estate. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy. Sophie on the move. Oracle I like, but we already got out of those plays, so I'm gonna have to wait till my next entry on there to double dip. Overstock. Sophie's popping. No news on the wire. Airbnb IPO overpriced. It was expensive. It did come out at a high valuation. Most analysts do not ignore that. But relative to the premium you're paying for the equity, and then their expected growth rate and their current growth rate, it's a lot higher than any other competitor in the industry. So like Booking is a solid company, Expedia, and then even if you look at the hotels, Airbnb is just the valuation is high for a travel company and in general, but you don't have a lot of companies offering that level of growth. I mean, I think they're expected to do. I'll double check. I think 60 billion in revenue in the next couple years. So I think they're at like a 60, 100 billion market cap. But the fact that they could probably do their market cap in revenue is a pretty it's a growth company. It's a really aggressive growth company. So you're taking that risk, but if you're not buying Airbnb because you're trying to get a deal, if that makes sense. You're buying it because it's what it could offer in the future, that compound growth rate, everything associated with that, and just that business model and the prematurity of it. Right now it's like it's something everybody is known about. You know about it now, and it is it's still very, very early in its developmental years, more or less, but it's still been able to prove with the amount of money it generates. Yeah, brand recognition is one of their It's one of their best things, actually. Mm. See, but and then this could even highlight it. I mean, here's some of the financials here. We could go over the primer if you want, but so it's about 7 billion in revenue. Estimated 2020 they did 3 billion by the end of 2020, but that was again the worst ever year for them when people couldn't travel. So by 2022, 7 billion, not 70, but it is there is one estimate at 60 billion, I believe, in the next 5 to 10 years, but you could even see here earnings per share by the end of 2022, people expect it to go positive. So you remember what happened with Snapchat, right? So same thing with Snapchat. Snapchat was negative for several years, and then by the time it went positive and shifted, these are the companies you want. They're burning money now, but once they do become profitable, the scalability allows them to do it. I mean, again, they were down negative $13. Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy. But the growth looks good. The growth looks good. Mm-mm. And they don't have that much debt, 2 billion. And they built up most of the debt because of 2020. But yeah, you're not buying Airbnb to get a deal. Supporting the channeling karma. God bless you, Mr. Howell. Lord. Amen. Tweet about the B word with a link to watch it. Is it out? My live feed isn't showing me it. I could double check. They said B word starts in under an hour. 2 p.m. Eastern. Yeah, I don't think it's on just yet. So Bitcoin, they're gonna come on at 11 a.m. Pacific. So in 2 hours, don't let them hype you. The first part comes on at 9 a.m. Like in the last 20 minutes, it started. But then the keynote speakers with Jack Dorsey, Elon, and Kathy Wood, that's gonna come on at 11 a.m. Pacific. Yeah, I'll stream it. I want to listen to that. I think it's gonna be a good one. You literally got your power players, your meme stock power players ready to go. YOLO Chad Peach. We love it. Horn. Take it. It's a good Wednesday. God bless the cult. God bless the cult. He changed your lives and God bless. Thank you, man. Now, I can't change your life if you don't get a long term. So get the long term and stay in the game at the very least. The very, very least. It's the least you can do. Stay in the game. Mm. Why Sophie moving like this? I don't know. I checked the news, but nothing showed up. Netflix won't go up. Netflix break even. Break even, surprisingly. Oh, they got a bid? Like a buyout? I don't see that. Yeah, I think it was just a call sweep. Call buying in stock sweeps. I sold a Netflix put credit spread. Yeah, those are break even. We sold them up here, so the stock dropped already like $6-7, but the premium stayed the same. Oh my gosh. I mean, this is a weird headline. It says your next lockdown pasta recipe. It's kind of ominous. Oh, what's up, girl? Your next lockdown pasta recipe. Oh, you didn't see it? This is the headline. It's crazy. Crazy. It better be Alfredo. I feel you. Philip Morris CEO defends Vectora Group health deal. Snap going, CCIV. Yo, I'm hungry now. We kept talking about Big Macs. Now y'all talking about lockdown pasta, Alfredo chicken with shrimp and fettuccine. Now I'm like, Ooh, Diddy Bob. No push-ups, get a push pop. Ooh. Every growth name. Well, no, Apple and some of the other ones. You got a mixed bag again. It's reacting to earnings, and you're getting you're getting a actual earnings back and forth with all the companies that came out. Now people are getting ready. We're actually getting responses. So, and bonds have chilled out. You're still getting a hangover from the last few days too. What was it? Sava on the high again. That's up 37%, still going. Oh, UWMC. If you guys ever want to get into mortgage, UWMC buys the loans. I was talking to Lending Tips about it. They've been buying a ton of his loans, not only like funding them, but they're buying them too. I could get some of y'all into the MBS game. That, and I don't know if I have an idea, kind of. I'm gonna find out today with some of the banks here regarding that property yesterday. But I think I might take the other smaller properties. If you guys want the first deal, I might syndicate that one. But I don't know. I don't want to deal with it. But I was talking with people. They said it'd be easy. CCIV on the... No, that's not CCIV. CCIV getting clapped. Yeah, CCIV, I don't know what the news is. They're still at 22? Pelosi nixing Republicans, Jordan Banks from Select Committee. The video went from 700 to 100. Yeah, they got clapped. No, it was a stock split. Hold on. Love you, my boy. What's up? Good morning. Is it still morning? It's still 9:30, man. You remember back in the day in school? You remember when it would hit 9:30 and it felt like so much time went on, and then you would look at the clock and you'd be like, oh. 9:30 used to be hell. Before the stock market, 9:30 a.m. used to be hell. Y'all don't know what y'all don't feel me. Yeah, we'd have late starts every now and then. But 9:30 was terrifying. 11:34 is hell, yeah. I feel too. Ow. We just had one of those turmeric shots, and now it's clapping me. Philander on the high, City on the high. Analyze Amazon. I have my plays ready for earnings. I mean, it's going to come into the earnings expectations. I think they're expected to do good, but also comparing them to everybody else, it will be a pivotal report for them, more or less. I'm sure coming into next week, we'll probably talk about it a little bit more as some of the analysts start to finalize their expectations and all that. Mm-hmm. We got what we got. Let's see. Relative value. Speculative accounts should bid for 20 years. Relative value and speculative accounts have actively sold treasuries ahead of today's $24 billion reopening auction. The offering should draw in short cover and curve demand. Fair amount of shorts were set in the when issued 20-year against the 7-year and 10 in London. According to brokers, speculators have sold the issue outright. The 20-year is being viewed as better value versus the 10-year, which has become expensive given the recent rally. Other flows today include general steepeners and cash treasuries. The sell-off has put pressure on longs held by commodity trading advisors in September 10-year contracts. Those long positions could get unwound quickly if the September contract falls below 134, according to Sales Desk. This is related to bonds. So you're going to get a bond auction today. You're You look at Coinbase account today. No, I don't even. I'm not allowed to look. I'm not allowed to look anymore. I got pancakes. I got pancakes. Pancakes inbound. Enemy UAV online. I think waffles are better than pancakes, but pancakes have good pro. These are the protein cakes. Now, B word, it started, but the key event with Musk and Kathy and all them, it starts at 11 Pacific. So in about hour and a half. UWMC. Where is the Netflix? Hold in. How about the Apple? Wait, what's first watch? Am I clapped? I don't think so. Make sure you refresh just in case you're on DVR. Why look at the 20-year? Well, TOT says 20-year Treasury bond, but it is a very good correlator with the 10-year. TOT just kind of has it set in there in the middle, but usually the longer end of the curve, it affects it. So anything 10 is going to be really closely tied to anything 20, 30 years. What are the laggers today? Netflix is the biggest one on the S&P. Then NVR, they had earnings. MTD, Amazon, AZO, Equix. A lot of the companies that did good yesterday. That's for the S&P. For the Dow Jones, Amgen, Walmart, Apple, Procter & Gamble, MMM, MRK, and Disney. How is TSM? Remember, they had earnings already. The Qualcomm. Tesla, some are expecting the Grim Reaper. I feel like it may happen after earnings, but not on the earnings, if that makes sense. Like, I wouldn't be surprised to see their earnings come out and then the follow-up, but it depends on what it said. Yeah, I muted it for a little bit because you guys are babies. Tesla hitting a low. Yeah, SDC pop, Smile Direct, Nigerian pump, CNBC, CNBC, Square volume. DQ. Square. It's probably being mentioned on CNBC. Sava's there. Again, that Netflix, I just noticed I'm up 28% on it, surprisingly. Very, very quick one. Not quick at all, but still. The chat is Doge going crazy. The chat don't need Doge. The Doge was a very interesting time frame this year. You know, there were so many people. We had so many breakups. Some of y'all got really mad at me with Doge, like a lot of you, and yeah, it's okay. Only long term. Only long term. It's faithful. Doge was like it was like a breakup for me with a lot of people. We had a Doge breakup. At one point, you talked more about Doge than the long term. Everybody did, but no, the long term, man, the long term is great. We've been very consistent with it, and the whole time it's still up. So God is good. God is good. Yeah, GME was this year. GME, AMC, Doge, everything. And long term saved my soul, baby. Amen. Amen. Kaltura IPO opens at 11.50, priced at 10. Now virtual love worth $250,000. Bop it, twist it, pull it, twist it, pull it, bop it. I can still run it up, man. I could still run it up. We love it. We love it. Shout out to Bop It. More earnings today. EVNT. Earnings releases. Here is today. You got Cisco. Oh, wait, no. This is, why is it here? 721, right? Verizon, Coca. These already came out. Is it saying daily? Let's see this week. Oh, this is on the Dow. Why is it showing me everything on the indexes? So what's today? Wednesday? How do I narrow it to United States? Why is it 18? Oh my gosh. Well, this just made it a lot more trickier. I'm sure you probably could have found it faster. So it usually works. I give up. We'll be good. Square popping. Is that from CNBC? Today's Texas, Whirlpool, KMI, CCI, LVS, CSX, DFS, NTGR, THC, OMF, SLM, EFX, CVLG, GGG, PLXS, RGP. By square. 255 is the level, right? No, 260. 260 still. It's a good move, though, but we don't want it to turn into overstock. We want it to really rocket, you know? Those plays are up 130%. Not bad. Coleman on the high. Again, the Netflix have 30%. What do you do, Chad? How many of you would take it? 30% contract expires this week. $3,000 risk. You have $57 profit out of a potential $200. You take it. You take the 50 and run. That's it. You say, hey, I was wrong on the trade. Imagine that, right? We sold it up here, and then the stock dropped, and it's still in our favor. Oh, take it. You all say, take it? 30 to 50 is great. Take it. I need that momentum. I take it. 3K risk. 3K risk if it drops to 470. So by Friday, if Netflix comes down to like right here, I'd lose. Back to its 1-year support level. Any plan is a good plan. I was hoping for at least 50%. I'd like 50% on there. If you have faith in the play, I do. I do. Well, as far as the premium, I mean, the premiums have been pretty decent with earnings. Again, taking advantage of that earnings premium in the morning. It's been very just like the Walgreens. What is that? Another 30? Yeah, it's not that much. No, I think it would be. I'd rather get if I get like $100 out of the trade, that'd be nice. Because that's what I've been doing with the November. All of the premium have hit so far. So since we started doing the credit spreads, we have not lost any of the credit spreads. But they're doing what they need to. And that's where it's like it's going to slowly pad the stats while the equity and the other plays start to fluctuate. If I could add a little $50 here, $100 here, they've been doing their thing. Where's that TTD actually? Remember we did that play? That one's up 24% on both ways. So that one has $70. Remember we did the strangle there. When's their earnings? Data Kelb. August 5th, yeah. Yeah, I remember I sold both sides of that play. You guys remember that play? So this one's actually a pretty interesting play if you really look at it. Because when did we do this? We did this on July 12th. We shorted the puts and we shorted the calls. So I shorted both sides of the chain. Think about that. So imagine how this volatility plays out. Do you see how that would help us? So right here is where I sold both plays, and I sold further out the money puts and further out the money calls on both sides. Pretty much saying it's going to stay in a range. So what ended up happening here, you have 1 week of time goes by, it drops a lot, comes back up. By it staying the same, I've gotten 25% of the premium by it dropping on both sides. Did both sides go? Yeah, I think both sides. The calls went up 60%, but then I'm down 13% on the puts. For home buyers, length of commute drops in importance. New data shows buyer in high-cost markets more likely to trade longer commute for lower prices. When the trend differs from past years, when prices high, cost markets rose faster close to urban centers. So that's the deal. I need to call a loan person. I'm trying to see if I can find another hard money lender now for that property I told you. Remember the one I told you about yesterday? This thing is distressed, but it's practically turnkey. I think there's anywhere from $500,000 to $1 million of equity in it, but the property is zoned very, very weird. Where I've talked to I talked to 5 hard money loans, 5 hard money lenders, and even small banks and big banks. Everybody, nobody will do the deal without 30% down. So the 30% down is like it's expensive. It's probably like, I think you're gonna need like 800 grand, 900 grand, and that's just for 30% down. Where I could, where again, I'm getting 10%, even 0 down. With some of those other stuffs now, I think I might even get one of the 0 down ones. We're gonna try to finesse it, but it's like 800K down is what you'd need, and it's like it's commercial, but it's weird zoned. It's not commercial, but it's not residential. It's literally like it's in the fucking middle, and it's nobody wants to touch it. It's so weird. It's so weird, but the property is beautiful. Like I'm telling you, I think it's I think $500,000, $1 million in equity. So I've had some people asking me about it. I don't even know what it's zoned at. I have to see what lending tips, but what he said with it. But we can't find anybody who wants to touch it. And so the only way you could do it is you have to put down almost $1 million cash to acquire it, and then that's not factoring in any high interest or anything else. So I'm trying to see on that. If not, you guys, if you want to syndicate that one, if I don't end up doing that and I take the, because I have 2 or 3 other deals waiting that I could just take that capital to put it towards, but this one it's a decent one. It's a decent one. It could probably be used as a cult compound, but I would just flip it. I would just flip it and go and get $500,000, $1 million. But then the problem that I'm looking into now is that if it's difficult for us to buy it, it might be difficult for somebody else to buy it, essentially, in the sense that if with how it's zoned, it might only, like, if it was a pure residential property, we would have been able to, like, it's easy to get money on loans on houses right now, but it's not qualifying in the same way. You want to signify, you want to syndicate it, 10 people, that would be 10 people, 80K a pop, just to put down the down payment, and then hopefully we flip it in 2 months. You won't be able to flip it as easily. Well, that's the thing. The guy selling it just doesn't have as much time, but I think that, you know, you could run into the problem that if it's hard, if banks will only loan on this property at 30% down, no one's going to. It might have a limited access to the market, essentially. That not everybody will be able to buy it, and that could hurt us on the resale. Mm-hmm. Can you clean up the zoning issue? No, it's not a zoning issue. It's just the property doesn't clearly fall into a category. So, like, if you wanted to, like, if it was fully commercial, if I could show that, yeah, it's commercial business use, I could get a commercial loan. It would have been easy as hell. But it's not a fully commercial property. And then if you wanted to do like a small business loan or something like that, you can't. There's no way to prove that you own, that you're going to occupy 51% of the property, because it's multiple units. So it's like it's just a mess. But that's why. So it's not a clean residential, and it's not a clean commercial. It's stuck in the middle. So any bank or hard money lender, nobody will touch it without 30% down. Yes, transferability. Yeah, we could try to change all of that and see if we could get it passed, but we can't do anything in 2 weeks. That's the thing. The guy has to get rid of it in 2 weeks or he's clapped. It's quite the deal in the sense that it's an interesting one. Can we get the address? Yeah. Let me just. You want me to like post it right now for everybody, and then everyone, and then you got, and then that's it. I could like right now. Are you ready or? No, I can't post it. I have to. It's a very good one. It's a very good one. McConnell says Democrats' infrastructure spending are threatening the financial stability of our economy. The Colt won't syndicate. I don't want to. That's what everyone's telling me to do. They're saying I should syndicate it. If I'm not going to put up the cash and take it, they're saying I should just go and give it away. But I haven't decided. I'm going to find out today. I have one more. That's why my phone kept blowing up. I have one more person who might be able to give me the loan. I said I'll do 10% down. I said I'll do 10%, 15% max. But like tying up almost $1 million for and then paying interest on that, it's retarded. I said I would rather for anybody. I mean, it's what I said for any hard money loan person. I was like, this is an easy deal for you. I said I could refinance it in a month. You could get 10% right off the top right now. How bad do you want the property though? Not as bad. Just because I have what's it called? Just because I have 3 other deals right now. Bid less. We already did. I already negotiated with the guy. He wanted way more for it, but we talked with him, and his break even is at the price we've agreed on now. I've already looked up everything. He's pretty much giving us the house. He's just giving it. We're just taking it over, but then the property isn't destroyed, which is insane in this situation. Overstock, volume, little pop. He can't sell or finance. No. We're trying to use our own credit line to qualify, but you can't loan to yourself. So you know how we have that credit line, I can't give a loan to myself. So I could give loans for properties that we sell mortgages on to other people, but we can't give a loan to ourselves. It's against regulation. So that's where we asked them for approval. We're going to find out today. If that's the case, it should be good. It's just a weird capital scenario. Like it's the property itself that's just making it super just unnecessarily difficult. Myrna on the high, Overstock got a pop. Tesla's at the low. Sophie, EA, MOS, Hawaii, CNBC final trades. The Delta scare is over. Domestically, people aren't reacting. Some people have argued today that the Delta concerns overseas are what's causing the bond moves. Oh, look at that's the bond auction. Bond auction just came in 1.8 allotted at high 22.4. What is it? There you go. That's good. So the bond offering came in. Yields are going to be a lot higher there, it looks like. 20-year bond, 1.89 versus 1.878. So a little bit, slightly higher. Slightly higher. Not anything, but what, 10 basis points maybe? Not even? How do you find properties? Just everything. Just everything we do, everything we've talked about, talking to people, making sure you're looking, again, having relationships with agents, lenders, letting people know you're actively in the market, door knocking, cold calling. This one might have came from a cold call, I think. Yeah, I think this one actually did. This one, where did I find this? I think because we got put in touch with the guy. I think it was a cold call. I think one of the other agents called it, and the guy said he's interested in. He needs to sell it, but he said there's only 2 weeks. That's why I tell y'all, get on the phone. Get on the phone. Nobody listens to that. Everyone hates the phone. Everybody hates it. No, this is not Webull. This is E-Trade Pro. Will the bank take it in 2 weeks? Pretty much the bank is going to sell it in 2 weeks. Then the bank is going to take over, and then the bank is going to have the right to do whatever they want. Or I think if they're first position, they might just keep the property. The property is killer. It's literally the highest quality distressed property I've ever seen. Like I've never seen a property with a guy selling it so low and then having this situation, and it is absolutely turnkey. Myrna is going up again. AXSM. Okay, please hold. Please hold while we connect your call. No, actually, I go to the bathroom. Hold on. Ooh. Why is that guy selling it? Yeah, it's actually a good story. He kind of told us. He didn't give us all the details, but essentially he owns multiple properties and he over leveraged himself. That's kind of maybe that's the first sign I've seen where somebody actually got clapped. But you see the situation. Worst case scenario, he's selling it at his break even price. He's not losing money. He just has to get out of the payment essentially. But he owned multiple properties and something happened and he has other payments that he has to make, and now he's caught, but he's behind them. He's behind on all of them. What a day today, huh? My friends, you feel good? House Speaker rejects Republican representatives and Jim Banks from serving on committee investigating the Capitol riots. Judge rules $150 million initially for victims of the Florida condo collapse. How much is that per person? He said they'll get a minimum of $150 million in compensation. I just don't know who would pay for it. I think it's gonna be against the builder and all that, and then they're gonna like forcibly sell the land, and then people get paid on it. Yeah, it'll probably be the builder's insurance. Oh, the land's been sold already? Jeez. I need to stretch. My hamstring is tight. Got a tight hammy. Got a tight hammy. People buying more. Yeah, builder isn't responsible for neglect. That would make sense. Coinbase on the high. Viacom premiums creeping up. For Doug Power to help. Who's Doug Power? Name's Doug Power, VP Corporate Development. He's to step up strategic investments in EVs. Is Ford going up on that news? Doug Power. It's a good name to head up EVs and corporate development. His name's Doug Power. Viacom on the high again. Or excuse me, Myrna. Bro, CMG still up 11. My goodness. Yeah, GM's moving off the same, so it's not just Ford. CMG. Good volume. Chipotle. Let's see, any headlines? Tail for the 20. Demand looks okay. About the auction, I wouldn't expect substantial further rise in yields this afternoon, barring extenuating circumstances like commodities or equities ripping higher. Excuse me. SPRT said they got a sweep. Yeah, Morgan Stanley's killing it. 3.7. So remember, they were the best out of all the banks, and now they're leading. Oh, that's really good. Very, very good. Yo, Netflix, what are you doing, man? Now we're only up 3% on Netflix. You guys jinxed it. I'm kidding. I would never blame you. I will blame the premium gods and myself. Those Starbies are up 40. Why do you refuse to update Windows? Because every time it messes something up. Why are you on my... Like, who do you work for, bro? Do you work with Microsoft or the Chinese government? It's either one or the other. You're either trying to get a sale or you want me vulnerable to an update hack. Yeah. Now, you're the only one who's noticed my non-updated computer. It's a little sus. I notice it every day. China soft. Damn Square. Where is it at? 150. 149.99. Can I get a 149.99? We got a 149, 149, 150, 150. We're looking for 151. We got a 150, 151, 151. Like Tech 9, 151, Tech 9 on 9. We got the 151. Looking for the 152. We got a 152. We don't know if we got the 152. Looking for 155, 155, 155, 160, 160, 160, 160. We got the 1616. Looking for 175. We got a 175. Looking for the 175 in the corner. Go. Got a corner right there. 175. We're gonna get the 175, 180, 180, 180, 180. We got the 180, 185, 185, 190, 190. When we got the 190, we're gonna take the 190. Get a 191, 191. Go to once, twice. Sold at 190. Good auction. And welcome to the real estate auctions. That's not how they are. Some of y'all think that's how real estate auctions are. You're just on a computer bidding, and then you're just like, what the fuck? Why is this guy bidding on that? Is waiting until earnings for sure. I mean, it's gonna be a chill day. You got things coming on. We got things coming. Thank you. We'll bring the auctions back. We'll bring auctions back for you. What percent should I put down on my first property? No more than 20%. That's where I usually get a little. I don't like that. I've been getting away with a lot of 10s, 5s, and then I'm applying right now for one of the 0 down properties. That loan, we're gonna see if we could try to pull it off with some of the new guidelines in place. But the least amount of money, the better, in my opinion. But 20% is the traditional. There's a lot of 10% options. If you qualify for FHA, a 3.5 is beautiful. To ghetto spread, you sell the call above it. Yeah, so just look at the strike price, and you want to sell. If it's a call, you want to short the contract that's a higher strike price than the one that you own. Non-QM want 25 to 30. Usually it's 20%. Non-QM 20%. If you do it, you'll hit it right away. Can you ghetto spread on TD without margin? I don't know. I don't think so. You might need it. Bumble call sweeps. How's Bumble even doing? How's the dating game been? Square making another run up. Is this still just jeez? Damn, the ladies take half once again. I don't bump. Just kidding. I love you, ladies. I love the win. Don't worry. I'm not that weird. I promise. But that's just what happened. IPO'd at 70, walked away with 35. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I had to delete my Bumble because nobody wanted to talk about stocks, Jesus, or personal growth. Damn. You may have went. I don't know. That's surprising. Really? Not one person? You didn't find one nice Jesus girl on Bumble? There's no Jesus girls on Bumble? Really? That's crazy. No stock? There has to be a stock girl. It's crazy. Yeah, they said stop capping. I def found stock people. Could you date an atheist? I don't think an atheist could date me. That's the beauty. I'm so obnoxious with my beliefs, apparently, that if, like, come on. Like, you don't think someone will get sick of me real quick? Where I'm just like, God bless you. Praise God. I'm like, I'm going to go pray right now. You want to read the Bible with me? Well, that's what I'm going to do. Well, we should read before. Okay, yeah, let's get in. We have to take a trip. Okay, let's get in the car. Let's pray before we leave. Okay. Yes. Okay. Well, I don't know we're going to do the property. Whatever actions, God's plan, amor fati. They're going to be like, shut the beep. Beep. It's not there. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So I think I'm good on that. I think it's just more of you got to vibe with it or not. Could you date an atheist? Let me ask you that. Could you date an atheist? Or could you date someone, or have you dated somebody completely different, like on the background? I cannot. Christian Mingle. I dated an emo girl. What? So, what do you guys want to do? What do you want to do? I have something for you. Okay? Okay, my Christian Mingle folks. Which one do you want? Oh, I had another one I wanted to do. I wanted to give you a history lesson. Oh, damn it. I forgot to write that down. Damn, I was driving yesterday and I wanted to give you guys a history lesson on some of the older banks. I forgot what reminded me about it. Something sparked it. I wanted to give you guys a history on banking and some of the forefathers of banking, believe it or not. No, like even older than Lehman, but Lehman was old. But I guess I have to prepare that one for you. You got two options here. You have one where we could talk about, I don't know which one's which. Which one is there? There's two. There's two really good ones. Which one I don't know. I have two different topics. I don't know how to explain them for you. There's a lot. I don't know which one's going to be. We'll go. I got one. Square J-Nug on the high for the first time. Okay. I want it all. More PHILO feel, please. More oval PHILO, please. New over PHILO by Colt. Oh, MoneyGram just popped. Good call out again. Algo. That thing's up 50, 60 cents. There might be MoneyGram to draw takeover interest from Advent. MGI, they were already up. Right at the PHILO buzzard. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I got PHILO for you. I hope you're ready. We're going to talk about some stuff. This one, let me start even with this, whether you call it a disclaimer or whatever. Honestly, I said it yesterday, man. And, I will do it. I hope man, there doesn't need to be a disclaimer. I'm over the disclaimer. I don't think I'm ever going to give the disclaimer again. Okay? I hope you know I love you and everything, but here's just a real thought that I had the other day, and I said it to you there, man. Like, quite frankly, I'm not afraid of man. Do you know what that means? I am not worried what man thinks. And I hope this is an example for you. I wish I could set a better example for it because I am only human. But it's like, I really do care what God thinks more than a human being, to be honest with you. And that's like, do you realize like you're not, in the weirdest way possible, you're not even in control if you like me or not? Like, that's not up to you. Like, if you like to be here, if you're supposed to be here, like, that's just not up to you. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, that's all in God's hand. Like, I've talked about this with you guys before, Like, have you ever thought about it? Like, why somebody likes you, why someone doesn't like you, or like when you look at somebody and then you're like, I don't know, they give me weird vibes. Or you're like, oh, I don't know, this guy gives me good vibes. It's just like, that's not up, you don't know it. So that's why, it's up to God. And I hope you guys really, really do know that, okay? And that's what it comes down to. And, I just genuinely care about people. And I didn't like to have people bothered and all of that. But to some degree, I'm more curious with what God, in his opinion, is, more so than a man. But I do love you, even if you are a human. You know what I'm saying? We still got love for everybody. But and I hope for some of you, man, have no fear, okay? Okay? Is that good? Is that a good way to start? How you feel about that? That's a good way to start. Because it's going to get even better. It's going to get even better. You know why? Because today, I want to talk about who deserves all of the credit for everything. And I had a nice realization through some personal experiences. You know who gets the credit. It's God. God does all the time. All the time. But we don't always think all the time. And really, this PHILO is going to be a little different because I'm just here to share with you just some things and how it's played out. Because that's what I was looking at a lot of different things. And the main theme, when I told you guys the other day or a couple weeks ago, I was explaining to you how, it's funny, you guys were just talking like Christian Mingle and Bumble and all that. I've said it like, wow. Yeah, I've had a story with a friend, myself. Anytime I've seen people leave my life in a certain area, like it got really good. And I'd view it as money. I'd see money and like, anytime I've ever broken up with somebody, anytime I've gotten out of a bad friendship with somebody or people who were toxic to me and I finally escaped that, I've saw my earnings potential and my actual physical earnings just skyrocket. And, God is good. But there was a new realization I had on all of this. And it's simply that I look back and I'm like, man, I think God gave me, he removed everybody in my life at different points. He removed certain people from my life at certain points so that I know who to give credit to. I don't know if y'all feel me. Maybe you can relate. Because I think we do this a lot throughout life. You like meet people, you get involved with people, all of that stuff. Like, honestly, like I used to give credit, and it doesn't mean I don't give them credit at all for nothing. It's not like a lot of people say self-made. Like I would, as much as I would want to say I'm self-made, like I am just so appreciative of the people who have helped me and guided me, even if they didn't give me anything. Some people gave me stuff without ever handing me anything. They don't even realize it. And, I got help from people, whether it's not like, Donald Trump help. I didn't get $1 million. I didn't get, certain things like that. But like, honestly, like some people, man, I have so much love for them. And I'm so grateful because they were there with a cup of cold water when nobody would have ever gave me anything. And that's where it's key. But I try to give credit to my family, and that wouldn't work. I try to give credit to, I've gone out with girls before, and I'm like, man, this girl changed so much of my life. Wow, it was so good with this. I try to give that to like a best friend. I'll be like, oh man, this person I met and, where they've helped shape me and the opportunities and people that they've brought me to, it's funny because like in my mind, I would give people credit, or I'd be like, yeah, they were there for me here. They helped with this. They were doing that. But I'm here today. And then I look back, a lot of those people are gone. Or it's different. I've had certain experiences. Like I've had some friends where I was like, wow, like, damn, this opportunity and like the meeting them. And when, I tell you some of these stories, right? I tell you these people I know and meet. Some of them I was like, wow, if I didn't meet this person, I would have never had this opportunity. And it's true, but it's not. Because I just realized that at some point God showed the importance in his hand in my life versus giving credit to someone else. He pretty much removed all of these reasons and people So I could see that, yo, who was it really? And really who's supposed to get the glory? So this is how I thought about it. I got to talk to one of my good friends, a very, very good friend of mine. I got to see him the other day. We were talking. He's doing a lot of stuff with his business. I haven't seen him. I was supposed to see him, and he was like, "Yeah, I'm moving to New York." And I was like, "What?" I was supposed to see him, and I felt bad because I genuinely like I felt bad I didn't answer the dude, bro. Like, you guys know me. I know some of you guys. You will. So I hope you don't get too disheartened if you message me and I don't respond. I really do try to keep my personal life and everything, just for my own personal like boundary to stay focused, to do what I do and not get. But I felt bad, I was supposed to see him a few weeks ago. I didn't, and now he's like, oh, he's leaving, and I love this dude. I love him a lot, man. And I felt bad I didn't get to respond, but he even told me something too. He was like, dude, don't trip. He said, he gave me a quote. What did he say? He said, if it was easy to get a hold of you, that would be the problem. I was like, huh. I liked it. That kind of encouraged me a little bit, to be honest with you. Because I was like, all right. But it was good. And like, even after I called him, I just wanted I wanted to thank him for everything. Like, this was somebody in my life. He's introduced me to a lot of people. He's shown me, like, just as I've shown you guys some business like opportunities, like I'll share with you mortgage-backed securities. You can make money doing this. Like, this person has exposed me to industries I never knew existed. This person was able to he showed me a lot. And I was just very, very thankful. And I did end up messaging him too. And, I did tell him exactly how I felt about everything. And I just said, thank you for everything. And I hope, that's why I said I apologize for, the time I'm not able to respond and all that. And he gets it. And I think that's why we're good friends. And even then, thankful for all of you guys too. I hope you know that. And honestly, though, it was weird because something just came over me and reminded me how at one point, like, I thought that I needed that person to succeed, essentially. So I look back, I was like, okay, this person showed me so much. I thought that I needed him to get the opportunities that I was gonna have today. And when I look back at it, it wasn't the case. And the way things played out, certain things happened, this and that. It's just I was able to see, okay, well, damn, I'm over here. Like, I really am thankful for this person and doing all this. But then I got to look back and be able to say, that was God. And that's really just reminded me of who is really worthy. And then I started thinking about all these different people in my life, and every single person. At one point, I gave certain people certain credit, but then I see how there was like an apex and then a fall to a degree, right? Like, think about this. It's like a story. It builds up, right? There's a plot. You get to meet everybody. It goes up, and then finally there's a peak, and then it starts to decline. And that's really where I was like, wow, all the people I look back to, it just always was God. It's like recognizing the hand of God in your life. So this PHILO is, I don't know how you're going to take it. Maybe the same things happen to you. Maybe some of you are going through it right now. People are getting removed in your life, or it's people or certain things. But hopefully you could realize, right, where, sometimes it needs to happen if you could give the credit or not. And that's pretty much what I'm kind of saying here. Like, you could go and put like God first, and you could realize it now. I hope you do. Because it's funny that I had to go through so many things, and they weren't all bad experiences. I hope it doesn't come off like that, because even me and my boy, like, it was all good experiences. I got to realize, again, it was God, and there was more beyond that. Then it wasn't, my opportunity is not held within man. And I hope you understand that too. But whatever you're going through, it's, at one point you could either put God first in it and realize you don't have to, I don't know, I'm not telling you to go to like a revival or whatever, do whatever you want, but just more or less where's the credit due? And you could either put God first, with it, or you could let life reveal it to you as it has for me. I talk a lot. I say a lot of stuff. I read the Bible. I do all that. But at the end of the day, for me, I had to let it be revealed. I wish, I've probably heard this before, but I wish it hit the same way where I applied it instantly and I really was able to see that. But for me, it took life to reveal it. So, it wasn't always easy. But all I'm really trying to say with this, I'm thankful for everything. I'm thankful for the opportunities. And just without a doubt, though, I hope you guys can realize in your life, as I can realize right now and say that, every experience, everything that I've done and moving forward, it's literally all glory to God. And that is, again, it's not confined within man. So I don't know how you're going to take this. I don't know what it means to some of you. As you move throughout life right now, you're probably, again, it's going to get revealed to you a certain way. But, are you seeing this essentially? And, kind of relates to yesterday with what I said about kind of humbling yourself to realize that there's something bigger outside of you at work. You could look, you're talented, I do a little auction joke and you guys are like, wow, you have talents. I'm sure all of you are talented. Everybody is. We all have our own individual talents, but it's not just that, you think you're still here right now. You're trading. You think you understand this shit because you're smart. You think it's because, why? Where, how did you make it this far? And what is it really? What are you giving the credit to? There's only so much it could take you. And that's the key too. I said it yesterday at close, when it was being humble and doing stuff like that. It doesn't mean to get pushed around. It doesn't mean that you have to be this, be that. You know what I'm saying? But it's more so you have to just realize there's something bigger than you at work. And you use that for your weaknesses. Oh, y'all don't feel me. Y'all don't feel me. You see, because like I said, I'm not downgrading anybody's talent or gift or ability, but I am downgrading the fact that not everybody is perfect, that not everybody is going to have a perfect stat sheet. Oh, come on. See what I'm saying? And that's why knowing that there's something outside of your control, it's the humbleness to have that approach to the areas that you're weak in. But again, with all of it and growing in it and getting better and all of that, it's who are you going to give the credit to? And are you going to understand that now? Or are you going to go through something else till it kind of finally boils down where you'll have that realization moment as I did, where you're going to look back, you're going to play the movie of your life backwards, and you're going to be like, it's weird. Because I remember at one point I thought I needed that. I thought it was going to be this and that and this and that. But that wasn't the case. How many of you, honestly, and this might be a reality check for some of you, how many of you always said, at one point in your life, you're how many of you are sitting in something that you always wanted? You remember that? And back a while ago, some of you, it could be simple. It doesn't have to be big. And think about how that's changed once you probably had something. But there's probably something where back in there, you're like, if I only get this, if this happens, oh man, I'm going to be so happy. You know what I'm talking about? So you might already have it right now, and that's the question: is how are you viewing it? Yeah, you acclimate so fast, it's crazy. So just think about that, and that's where I'm saying, putting it all together. That's what it was, and that's where I'm realizing, whoa. And one, I want to make sure I appreciate it, and not, don't forget it so quickly. But then realizing, wow, who gets the credit? Because even in that time frame, I remember when I only wanted something so bad. And then even when I look at people, I was like, man, I couldn't do it without them. It's like, no, dude, you couldn't have done it without God. So I hope that hits for you. And regardless if it does or not, I do not doubt that everybody has a plan and that it will play out and unfold as it needs to for you. And I hope you could take heart in that and faith in that, life is going to show you what it needs to show you. And that's one thing I would tell you, all of you now, with the PHILOs, with this PHILO, everything else, like, pay attention. I'm not like seriously pay attention though. That's fine. Just take in everything. Take in this whole year. And again, and that's why even the humbleness thing, like, come on, take it in. Take it in. And look at this whole damn year. Are you like, you know what I'm saying? Are you seeing what life is already shown you? Has shown you in the past, but even in this year, there's been a lot of humbling moments. A lot of humbling moments. And that's just on the worldly side. So are you recognizing that? And that will take you a long way. Because that is simply just PHILO, just thinking. So I hope it helps. I hope some of you are excited. Because I don't know. I usually end this by telling you what's exciting about it. If you want me to tell you what I think is exciting, is that God gets the credit, God gets the glory, God is the one making the judgment. So that's very exciting. Because that means that's where grace comes into play. That's where a lot of things come into play. But the point is, it's not your destiny is not held within another person's hands. Oh, that's pretty exciting to me. That it's not that you have something in your life trying to show you and highlight to you where you need to be going and where it's going to be taking you. But what's exciting about it is like it's not limited by what you're thinking it's limited by. Because we want to give credit to small things, but it goes beyond that. So I hope you're ready, and I hope you're excited by it. And if it clicks with you, it clicks with you. If it doesn't, again, I mean, what life are you living right now? Does that make sense? We could see a lot of people, and some people don't vibe with it all the time, but it's like, are you not living a life where, like, you're not waking up tired sometimes? You know what I'm saying? Are you happy all the time? Yeah, you're not going through anything. You're not making mistakes. You know what I'm saying? It's like, wow, some people might be living a very non-eventful life, not showing them much. But I don't believe that. I think everybody is especially with this last year, last 2 years more or less. I think it's highlighting something. So I hope you know where to point the credit to, and that's finger to the sky, baby. But that is your philosophy. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press high chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Woo! Amen, baby. God is good. God is good, man. God is good. And get ready. Get ready. Pay attention. Pay attention. What happened to coin? Antetokounmpo. Giannis is what happened to coin. I don't know. I think it's it starts in like 15 minutes. The B word conference with Elon, Kathy, and Dorsey about to hit. You ain't really one of us. Ain't got a long turn, that's a DOW. Turn a profit before you see me turn it now. Uncle Answers. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. We love you. God bless you. From my family to yours. From my family to yours. Uncle. Hey, y'all, uncle. Let me tell you something about your nephew. Woo! How come it sounds so much better on YouTube? It's because you're in the game. You know? Like, you ever been to, like, an arena? Like, you're in the game right now. The S&P is trading while you're, like, it's just a different setting. You know what I'm saying? Like now it's just like, ah, you feel it. That's why it's post PHILO. You know what I'm saying? And then you got that PHILO in you. Oh, you're ready. That's halftime. Now you're ready to come out the gates. Let's go, Giannis. Let's go, Giannis. That's EA Sports. It's in the game. It's marinating. Let it marinate. That's it. Fear the deer. How do deers sound? I wanted to make a deer noise, and I'm going. That's not. That's a horse. No, that's not. That's not. How does it sound to a deer make? I have no idea. Meow. Deer screams. Ha! Like that don't sound like a deer. That sound like a human. Ah! Get it. Yo, I would trip. If I ever saw a deer and he was like, get it, I feel like I was in that Christmas movie with Tim Allen. Santa Claus, you know what I'm talking about? Oh, I would trip out. If I saw a deer and he was like, get it, oh my gosh, I would feel like I was Santa. I'll be like, no fucking way. Oh, Blueface, baby. Oh, wait, what? That's it. I trip. Is Marin still going? Yeah, Marin made another pop right there. It had one earlier. 36%. Yeah, I can't do the voice, bro. I can't. I love it, though. Yeah, the B-Word conference, let me see. I think I have the link up. 11 a.m. So in like 7 minutes is the Bitcoin as a tool for economic empowerment. That is where you get what's his name? You get all the big boys and gals. Why are you calling it B-Word? That's what it's called. So the conference is literally called the B-Word. The B. Yo. Gonna get copyright. Gonna get copyright. The B-Word. That was a good entry. That was perfect timing. I did not even plan that. So, they just pushed it back 9 minutes. 9 minutes. So, so they call it the B-Word. It's a clever like millennial naming tool. You know what I'm saying? They're like, oh, the B-Word. Yeah, the B-Word. I could tell my mom I'm watching the B-Word. You can, I mean, but you just don't play around. I don't know how your mom is. Like my mom though, like she don't like that humor. You get slapped. You know what I'm saying? Like if I was like, yeah, I'm watching the B, like, you know, if she catches you, that's fine. You know, it's different. But if you go take your time out of the way to be like just eccentric, she'll clap you. She'll clap. I said that story to some. I think I told you guys that story. Like one time, my mom was like, oh, like when are you gonna have kids? I was like, Mom, I could go get a girl pregnant right now. And then she slapped the shit out of me. So that wasn't a fun. I was like, what? I thought that was what you meant. And then, yeah, it just did not, you know. So that's why, like, if you want, I was like, hey, Mom, I'm watching the B-Word, you'll get slapped. You know what I'm saying? That's it. Mm-hmm. Mom did the same thing. So I was like, stop talking sideways, Mom. Be careful what you wish for. Okay? She came at me. Square again. 260 is the level. 260 is the level. I don't like your mom. I like her already. She's a good lady. She's literally a walking angel. I was even explaining this to another friend of mine They didn't believe me. I don't know. Maybe some Middle Eastern parents. I don't know if it's a Middle Eastern thing, but my mom has never like drank a sip of alcohol in her life. Like I've never witnessed it. I've never seen her. Like, never, ever. So I was like this lady is just, she's on one. I was like, wow. They didn't believe me. No wine, no nothing, ever. Especially not in front of. I mean, maybe behind her back, but no, I don't think so. I don't think so. Marin is resumed trading. Intel social media signals rise fourth since July 9th. Thank you again for the long term. Mama, I be mixing mixed drinks, but it's a Mexican thing. Hey, man, it's dope. I mean, I wish I could have like a beer with my mom one time, but I don't know. It's just not. Actually, I think that'd be really awkward with my mom. I feel like I couldn't. I don't know. It'd be different. I feel like I had a beer with my dad on my 21st birthday. He was chill with that. He was chill. That was an interesting experience. But mom, what do you want to do? She said, go pray on your 21st birthday. What are you trying to do? Hookah? No. I think I told you the hookah story. I came back from college once, and my friends, they own a bunch of hookah bars in San Diego. And I came back from college, and I would just hang out at the hookah bar all day with these guys. And you know those little like hookah tips that you put on the little top? Like that you put on the thing to like the mouth protector so that like you don't spread COVID before COVID existed. And so like I had a bunch of those little tips. I would like chew on them. Like I would just keep them. I put them in my pocket. I would just chew on them. And then they found them in the house once. And like they came and they like sat me down and they like straight up went full intervention mode on me. And they're like, what is this? Are you okay? And I was like, what do you mean? And they're like, we know what you're doing and it doesn't look good. And I was like, I went to the hookah bar. And they're like, what? They're like, no, you're doing heroin. That's what my mom thought, because she thought the hookah tips were the cases to needles, because she's a nurse. So it looked like a needle like sheath. So yeah, she thought I was doing heroin. But that wasn't what was happening. Yeah. And then I explained it to them, and then they're like, oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. So welcome. And she clapped. They still yelled at me, but they were a lot more relieved. It was weird. They really thought the worst case, so that way it was straight. Did I laugh? Oh, I was cracking up. I was dying. I was like, yo, this is hilarious. I was like, yo, chill, mom. It's going to start here in 3 minutes. Marin is still going. Yeah, the square you got 170% from what? That was from yesterday, right? So 300 and 875. Again, if it could get above 260, we're in breakout mode. Again, leading into earnings. If you get good earnings for the rest of the week, it'll be great. My parents thought I was doing steroids when I started taking protein powder. Is it on? I don't think the B word is. I have the thing right up here. I'm waiting. So we got it. Again, it's already started, but the keynote with the people you want to hear is starting in 2 minutes. Everyone thinks I'm high because of my eyes. You looked. I didn't even know, Patrick. You know that when you came on the Zoom, that's why I was so confused until you told us. I was like, what? Like that tripped me out. So that's crazy. My dad thinks pre-workout is steroids. I just go with it. Patrick, I'm not answering that question. You're setting me up, bro. You're setting me up. Setting me up, man. Yeah, Patrick's hilarious. Patrick, everyone protect Patrick. That's it. Patrick, we better see you at the meetup, man. We better see you at the meetup. J&J distributions in $26 billion proposed opioid settlement. Any plays for tomorrow? Just the Netflix spread again. I mean, think about it. Our plays from yesterday. At least we got the square hitting hard. It's not. I'm waiting for it. I am waiting for the B word. Oh, KO sold off. No way. U.S. could exhaust debt limit steps in October or November. CBO. They're just coming out with that. The Netflix spread, I sold a credit spread on the puts. Up 15% in that. Do you guys see what's happening? Even though the stock keeps going lower, I'm winning on that because we sold out of the money puts. So as time decay goes on and it's a weekly, again, if it moves against me, it'll hurt, but it's a little bit better. I treat Kathy like my bae. Oh, is this it? More than 12 years after its creation, Bitcoin is just beginning to gain institutional acceptance. The B word. Doge's going to the moon! Oh, sorry.
Institutions can embrace it and raise awareness.
Okay, raise awareness. Raise awareness, because everybody knows what the fuck it is. Kathy Woods, Jack Dorsey, Elon Musk. He'll fucking tweet and destroy it. Some hot chick and Nick Carter, not the one from NSYNC. How institutions can embrace Bitcoin. 2021, July, thebword.org. Today we're going to talk about Bitcoin as an economic empowerment tool. So, option trade similar to lose much financial runs, no financial advisors, 2021 ARK investment. No part of this material may be reduced in any form or to any other publication, whether express for information, ARK investment management, A or K. Information providers, information purposes only subject to change. Okay, we're gone there. Do you guys motherfuckers read that? Okay, good. Hey guys, what's up? So, I'm Steve, and I'm going to be talking today about Bitcoin. And, everybody knows what it is. So we have a lot to talk about. And just buy the dip, hold. This shit's dope. But I am excited to share with Elon. I want to ask him about all of his dumb fucking tweets. And we're going to see what Kathy has to pump today. Hey, Kathy. Okay, yeah, what's up, girl? You looking fine today.
Next is Elon Musk, techno king of Tesla and chief engineer of SpaceX. And finally, Jack Dorsey, CEO of Square and CEO of Twitter. So we have a lot to talk about today. So let's get to the talk and get right to it. I'm going to start off by asking each of you a question, which is, what's shaped and influenced your views on Bitcoin? And let's start with Kathy.
Okay, Steve, thank you. Well, the first thing was our focus on disruptive innovation. So starting in 2000.
I'm sorry, this just looks like a joke. It's just like, all right, a Christian, a drug addict, and an astronaut walk into a bar. Okay, I'm done.
And it was a curiosity as we were doing our brainstorms in research. But as we learned more about this open source ecosystem, that might fulfill the role of the payment system that the internet neglected to build into the system, not expecting commerce. We thought, this might be something. And then I became even more interested when I realized that my economics would come into play as well here. And Art Laffer, my mentor from USC, and a monetary scholar, in 2014, I asked him if he would collaborate on a paper on Bitcoin. And he was a bit of a naysayer at first, but agreed to read the paper. He read the paper, tore it up, and from an economics point of view, really wanted to understand this. And he said, I think you got something here. This is a rules-based monetary system. I've been waiting for this for my entire career. So the combination of disruptive innovation generally, economics on top of that, and the huge misunderstanding out there as to what this is, that was intriguing and launched our research effort.
Thank you. Elon, what's influenced your views on Bitcoin?
Well, I've thought about money for quite a while, obviously since the PayPal days. And then the companies that preceded that, X.com, which I created, and Confinity, which Peter Thiel, Max Levchin, Luke Howry, and others created. We combined the companies and made PayPal. So I've been thinking about money for a long time. And really, I think it's best to think of money as an information system, primarily an information system for labor allocation. For practical purposes, it exists in a series of heterogeneous databases, like very different databases in bank mainframes around the world. It moves quite slowly in reality. It may seem to move fast sometimes, and it does with PayPal, which is real time. But the vast majority of the systems out there are batch processing. So the actual reconciliation may take 1 to 5 business days, sometimes longer. And you have the ACH system, which is ancient and still in operation, which allows transfers effectively like a check would be an ACH transfer, but it's not secure. And you've got the credit card systems, which are also not secure. It would be like handing your username and password to a stranger in a restaurant if you buy a meal. So there's definitely an opportunity for something that is better from an information theory standpoint. So and there you can think of it like data on a network. I think is the way to view it. What has the most throughput? What has the least error? What drops the fewest packets? Fraud, for example, being a source of error, and government interference in currencies being a source of error. But it's fundamentally an information system. So I think it makes sense to support something that improves the quality of information with which we conduct the economy. And Bitcoin is a candidate for that. It does, I think, some things well, and it's obviously it's evolving, and there are additional things like Lightning being done on top of Bitcoin. But Bitcoin per se is mostly solving for scarcity, or rather solving for essentially having no throat to choke, decentralized. So there's no one who can be coerced in any way to empty their Bitcoin account. Well, I guess they could technically, but on an individual basis, but the system as a whole cannot. And it has an open ledger, which is also quite good. But transaction volume is low. Transaction cost is high, and usability for the average person is not yet very good. But it has a lot of potential. And I should say that, like, I'm not, and I apologize for taking a long time, but there certainly is a lot to say. In general, I'm a supporter of Bitcoin and the idea of cryptocurrency in general. But as I've said publicly, we do need to watch out for crypto taking especially Bitcoin, using proof of work to maybe use energy that's maybe a bit too much and not necessarily good for the environment. So, but on balance, I support Bitcoin, and I'm not an investor. The only publicly traded stock I own is Tesla, and the only significant thing I own outside of Tesla is my SpaceX stock that helped create both companies. So, but apart from that, I do own Bitcoin, and Tesla owns Bitcoin, SpaceX owns Bitcoin, and I do personally own a bit of Ethereum and Dogecoin, of course. So.
Okay, great, thank you. And we'll get into some of those issues in more depth as well. Jack, how about you? What shaped your views of Bitcoin?
The network and the community. It's deeply principled. It's weird as hell. It's always evolving, and it just reminded me of the internet when I was a kid. And I encountered alt cypherpunks when I was fairly young, and this was a topic of discussion for years. I didn't touch it until 2008 when we started Square. Elon and teams at X and PayPal inspired a lot of what we were trying to do, trying to bring in more to a physical world, but we encountered this crazy predatory system that was slow, that was obtuse. And I think, one of the things that we tried to do, which X and PayPal also tried to do, is build an abstraction layer around this complication and around this predatory nature that the financial industry can tend to be, and make it work for people. But when I saw Bitcoin in 2009, you see a chance to replace the whole foundation. And everything that Elon was talking about in terms of ACH and the credit card networks were built with very different agendas in a very different time frame. And it's crazy that they still exist, and they have scaled, but they just are not relevant to today, and they're certainly not relevant to the future, especially when you consider the entire world and countries like Nigeria or Ghana or India, and its interconnection with countries like the United States and Canada and all over Europe. So what really drove my thinking and drives my passion around it is, like, if the internet gets a chance to get a native currency, what will that be? And to me, it's Bitcoin, because of those principles, because of that creation story, because of its resilience, because of the number of tests it's been. But what inspires me the most is just the community driving it. It just reminds me of the early internet. It's the only reason that I have a career, because I learned so much from people like who are building Bitcoin today, and I continue to learn in that sense, and I'm so grateful for it.
So that's a good segue into the next question I'd like to ask you, Jack. Is you said before that Bitcoin changes everything. Can you speak more to that?
Well, I just think that a lot of what we experience in life, when you really get down to the foundation, a lot of our monetary policies, a lot of our monetary systems cause so much distraction and so much cost. And when you get to a system where you have the potential for people to truly own it, they can verify it themselves. You don't have to have trust going in. You don't have to trust it at all. You can verify it through source code or whatever your appetite is, and that any particular person can help drive the future of it. And at the same time, it's not controlled by any state. It's not controlled by any bank. It's not controlled by any corporation. And these three parties of people who participate in the network, people who mine, and also the developers, constantly debating the correct roadmap and the way forward, is a beautiful thing. And I don't know of many other consensus-based models that have existed at that scale for this long with this amount of success. And we're still fairly early. So when, I met a woman in Ethiopia 2 years ago, and she was trying to create the lift for Ethiopia. Elon, I think I reached out to you at that time as well, because she really wanted some Teslas. She still has to take paper fiat cash from her passengers and pay all of her drivers in the same way because there's no monetary system that she can utilize. There's nothing digital. And Africa as a continent is hugely interconnected from a monetary standpoint, but also hugely taxed in that same way. So a lot of the potential that I see, the internet having a native currency helps her build her business in a much faster way. And also, if you consider something like Bitcoin existing before YouTube, before Twitter, before Facebook, a lot of the business models that we have today would not be the same. We would certainly not have the dependency we have upon the advertising business model if Bitcoin existed pre-Twitter. And I think the amount of business models that it enables, the amount of innovation it enables going forward, especially when you can consider the whole internet instead of going country by country by country by country, which you have to whenever you're doing with finance, it really just opens the aperture. And that is what I want to see in my lifetime is a currency that is standard and sound for the internet that everyone can use.
Great. A hallmark of Bitcoin is its fixed supply of 21 million coins. Elon referenced that earlier. It may be the first system that humans have created that humans cannot later change. Kathy, I'm curious, with your background in monetary history and macroeconomics, what are your thoughts on that type of system?
Oh, well, I'll recount the story about Art Laffer and our going through the paper. And he said, as I said, first rules-based monetary system, global, ever. This is a very big idea. Once we had convinced him of the ecosystem itself. Now, this is the role that it's playing, given that the rule is a quantity rule, that 21 million units, is really a store of value role. So there are three roles of money. Store of value, very important. The means of exchange, so for transactions, and the unit of account. Every good priced in terms of whatever the unit is. So store of value is its primary use right now. The others exist. Unit of account, reserve currency of the crypto asset ecosystem. That's being seeded a little bit towards stable coins right now. But the store of value is a very big role. And means of exchange with apps built on top of the Bitcoin blockchain, we think is going to become more of a reality. Right now, high value transactions take place over Bitcoin, and that is a very useful role. So we look at those, and I remember saying to Art, "How big could this be?" And he said, "Well, how big is the U.S. monetary base?" Well, today it's $8 trillion. $8 trillion. At the time we were talking, it was $4 trillion. So we've gone through another crisis since then. And so the store of value, this idea that purchasing power will go up over time if demand rises relative to supply ultimately fixed at 21 million units. That's a very good thing. Purchasing power going up globally around the world. And this idea that it's a hedge against confiscation of wealth. And that can take place in a myriad of ways. But inflation, and especially hyperinflation in emerging markets, is the primary way. Talk about destroying purchasing power. So that's a very big idea. And I'll also mention deflation. In some ways, it's a hedge against deflation. I know some people are confused that we at ARC think that we're in a deflationary environment here in the United States. If that is true, the odds of a hyperinflation in the rest of the world, especially in emerging markets, is also true. So, but this deflation, and we learned from 08, 09, there's counterparty risk associated with deflation. And I think Bitcoin would be a hedge against that eventuality as well. So it's a very big idea.
Right. I suspect among us, there's not a lot of debate about Bitcoin's potential as a store of value. But Jack, you referenced earlier it being or becoming the native currency of the internet. Can you speak more to that, and also how it relates to maybe how institutions think about it?
Yeah, I mean, like just simple example. If I happen to be in Ghana and my family is in Nigeria, currently I can take anywhere from and I need to send money back. Anywhere from 10 to 30% off the top.
Jack, you have no family in Ghana.
If you just focus on the worldwide remittance problem, Bitcoin solves so many of those problems today instantly, without having to go through any intermediaries or any slowness or complicated systems that a corporation or a state created. So I think having sound money that is separate from the state is the idea. Having it completely verifiable by everyone, including the state, including corporations, including individuals, including developers who want to build on top of it, is quite powerful, and that's what keeps it secure and strong. And I think that's we need more of that, which is why one of the reasons why this conversation is so important is as entities come into the space, it's not just buying an asset and holding on to an asset and treating it as an investment. There's something special that created this, and something precious and something very unique, which has to be protected, and we need to do whatever we can to help that thrive as well.
Elon, I'm curious your opinion on this. You mentioned earlier about Bitcoin's throughput, or the importance of throughput, maybe some concerns around Bitcoin. Can you speak? Do you think Bitcoin can become peer-to-peer cash?
Well, Bitcoin does have a fundamental scarcity limit at the base layer that's designed in. That doesn't mean you can't have some layer 2 system in theory like Lightning. And I understand Lightning is doing well in some small countries. There's some question mark as to whether you need a money transmitter license. Just a debate as to whether that's needed, given that it is not open ledger. So that's a whole separate debate, of course. But Bitcoin by itself simply cannot scale to be the monetary system for the world at base layer. But with a second layer, this is possible depending upon how that second layer is implemented. Yeah, that's part of why I think there may be some merit to something that may seem silly, like Ethereum, like Dogecoin. I think Ethereum also, like I said, the three things I own outside of SpaceX and Tesla, and also obviously it's a Neuralink and Boring Company, but of any significance are Bitcoin by far, and then some Ethereum and some Doge. So if the price of Bitcoin goes down, I lose money. I'm not sort of I might pump, but I don't dump. So, it's not a case of. I definitely do not believe in selling or anything like that. So, and I would like to see Bitcoin succeed. I think there's some merit to. This is not a slam on Bitcoin. There's some merit to considering something that has higher max transaction rates. And a lower transaction cost, and kind of seeing how far you could take a single layer network where the exchanges act as a de facto second layer. I think you can probably take that further than people realize. And as bandwidth increases over time, latency decreases. SpaceX's Starlink is actually playing a role in this. And I think long-term people will probably have access to worldwide access to gigabit level connectivity at low latency, and so at low cost. And so then your base layer could do a lot of transactions if you take that into account. So yeah, but like I said, Bitcoin with a layer 2 system certainly could scale to do a vast number of transactions. Same goes for Ethereum.
Question about the scaling at the layer one. The concern from the past 5 years of debate in the Bitcoin community is that that would sacrifice too much decentralization and hurt the censorship-resistant properties of Bitcoin. I'm curious if what are your thoughts on that? Are you sensitive to that? And are you concerned about losing some of the special properties of Bitcoin or another cryptocurrency by scaling at layer one?
Yeah, I mean, these things are, it's helpful to use the physics tools of thinking and say, scale up, scale down, and see if it still makes sense. So if scaling up the transaction block doesn't make sense, why don't you scale it down? And have it be, so that somebody, with a laptop from 2008 can still run a Bitcoin node. Why not slow it down? Oh, you want to slow it down? Well, maybe you're at the wrong number then.
There's actually there's members in the community that do want to slow it down, but I understand your point.
It's silly. The reality is the average person is not going to run a Bitcoin node. So this is and Bitcoin. It was a lot of clever ideas, but these parameters were set. I don't know in 2008 or something, maybe 2009. And there've been some improvements since then, but not a lot. So, it's sort of there was still in 2008 there was still a non-trivial number of people on modems. So, now it is quite common to get 100 megabit connection just for a house. Some houses have gigabit connections. So, and that trend is obviously in the direction of higher bandwidth and lower latency. And if somebody else doesn't do it, Starlink certainly will. So I have high confidence that you will be able to maintain a decentralized finance system while still having a much bigger blockchain, aka ASCII text ledger, a hash ledger. You can make the hash ledger bigger without suffering from decentralization as the average connectivity improves, obviously.
One idea would be to to put a Bitcoin full node in Starlink terminals. That way more people would be running it.
Actually, I have run this by the team at one point. I had this idea, which is kind of off the wall, but let's say you need a little space heater. And normally your space heater would just be pure entropy. Well, what if that space heater was also a Bitcoin, Ethereum, Doge mining node? Pick your currency. And so then you'd be heated up, and you would also mine your crypto and have connectivity in one.
I love that idea.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, let's make our toasters computers.
Absolutely.
I like it. I love it.
Are there any other, so you're drawn to Dogecoin a little bit. Are there any other gaps in Bitcoin that you see that cause you to be drawn towards Dogecoin?
Oh, I think, I mean, I think there's Doge has, the Doge community, I think, is somewhat irreverent, obviously, and has great memes and loves dogs, and I love dogs and memes, and it doesn't take itself too seriously, and I think there's Occam's razor, which is the
I made Square free. I sold 2 out of the 5 for $1.90 a pop. Got back initial investment plus profit. 3 free squares for the rest of earnings. Fun fact.
Likely one. And then I have a variant on that, which is the most entertaining outcome is the most likely one. So if that is true, then the most ironic and entertaining outcome would be that the cryptocurrency that was started as a joke to make fun of cryptocurrencies ends up being the leading cryptocurrency. That would be the most ironic outcome. Yeah.
Jack, what are your thoughts on that? Is Bitcoin resilient enough to overcome that?
I think it's resilient, but also I think like you find, I mean, that's what attracts me to Bitcoin in the first place is the irreverence. A lot of that just brings it forward, and you know, at first go, it makes it a little bit inaccessible, but as people get into it, it makes it more accessible and more spreadable. And I absolutely think the resilience is there. I think it's important to have fun as well. And anyway folks can express themselves. I think that goes back to the main idea of like, how do we create a native currency for the internet? Anything that goes towards that path, like that's whatever wackiness or fun we can have along the way, that's going to make it a lot more enjoyable, and it's going to make a lot more people want to use it.
I'd also point out there's nothing stopping someone from creating a Bitcoin wallet that's like fun and has memes, has dogs. That's possible as well. Great. Let's move on.
Right now at this point.
Let's move on to the next topic, which is Bitcoin and energy. It's a really hot topic that lots of people are talking about. Let's start with Elon. You've been vocal on this. You've said that. I mean, you said many things about it. You've also said that Tesla will resume payments in Bitcoin payments if the renewable energy is approximately 50% and sort of looks like it's on a positive future trend. What do you think the state of things are with respect to that?
Yeah, so I do think that there appears to be a positive trend in the energy usage of Bitcoin. Actually, part of this is due to the drop in Bitcoin price. I mean, what I observed, or what I thought I was seeing, there may be some disagreements on this, but from when Tesla announced that it had acquired Bitcoin and was doing Bitcoin transactions, there was a massive run-up in the Bitcoin price, and also a massive increase in the amount of energy used to mine Bitcoin. And I think I understand renewable energy quite a bit. I mean, Tesla does solar and interacts with a lot of wind generation through our mega pack, because basically need to store energy from wind and from solar. So we're pretty plugged into the renewable energy industry. And there's just no way that you could basically double or triple the amount of energy in such a short period of time with renewables. You could shovel coal that fast. And so I was like, look, this is too sketchy. Tesla's mission is accelerating the advent of sustainable energy. We can't be the company that does that and also not do appropriate diligence on the energy usage of Bitcoin. So all I did was I said, look, we're going to suspend Bitcoin transactions for now. We're not selling any Bitcoin, nor am I selling anything personally, nor is SpaceX selling any Bitcoin. Again, I want to emphasize SpaceX, Tesla, and I own Bitcoin. I also own a little bit of Ethereum and Doge, but the companies just own Bitcoin, and the Bitcoin that I own is worth much more than the Ethereum or Doge. So clearly, if I'm, if these actions negatively affect me financially, if I was purely financially motivated, then I would not express this reticence about Bitcoin energy usage. Now, it looks like Bitcoin is shifting a lot more towards renewables, and a bunch of the heavy-duty coal plants that were being used, unequivocally being used, this is not a question mark, have been shut down, especially in China. So I think it's probably, we want to do a little bit more diligence to confirm confirm that the percentage of renewable energy usage is most likely sort of at or above 50%, and that there is a trend towards increasing that number, and if so, then Tesla will resume Bitcoin, accepting Bitcoin. So I think we want to just do a little bit more diligence, and I think, but most likely the answer is that Tesla would resume accepting Bitcoin, most likely.
That's great to hear. I would agree with that. Kathy?
Yeah, may I ask a question? Elon, I'm not quite sure if you saw the paper that Square and ARK did together on making Bitcoin mining a part of a utility, a broad-based utility ecosystem, whereby the overage from sunshine or wind powers the Bitcoin mining machine, thereby enabling the proliferation of renewables to a much faster extent, or at a faster rate than otherwise would be the case. What do you think of that?
Well, the problem is that in order to operate so-called mining or hashing rigs, in order to operate a bunch of hashing rigs, effectively, you have to run them 24/7, which means you need base load. You can do that with solar and wind plus battery, but if you only did it based on solar or wind overage, your hashing rig utilization would be much less. So you'd be at a disadvantage.
Sure,
Hydro or geothermal are great for as renewable means. I'm also pro nuclear. I think modern nuclear power plants are safe, contrary to what people may think. I really think it's possible to make very, very extremely safe nuclear. I'm talking about fission. You don't need fusion. And then, of course, fusion. You just got that big fusion reactor in the sky called the sun. It comes up every day. But I think a combination of solar and wind plus stationary storage will get you that base load, so you can run hashing 24/7.
Jack, I'm curious. You've stated that Bitcoin incentivizes renewable energy. That's what we're talking about now. Do you have any additional thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, everything that Elon said and Kathy mentioned, but it's also incentivizing a lot of innovation in just energy space, and just like looking at unused energy. There's a company called Great American Mining that caps the methane flares on oil fields to power their rigs. And you just imagine, and you mentioned nuclear, Elon, as well, and just imagine all the unused energy that is just being wasted every single day. And being able to get that energy and converting it into a secure, sound money system for the planet feels like a worthy trade-off. And that's the sort of incentive that I think is most powerful, is like, how do we reuse what is being currently just dumped on the ground and wasted and not considered, and how do we do that at scale? And I think that's a bigger conversation that I think is missing. But I agree with everything that Elon has said, and also the paper we put forth.
I'm curious if any of you have thoughts on how what the industry can do to accelerate the transition to renewable energy. And like Elon specifically, could Tesla Energy or Starlink play a role?
Well, I think Tesla can play a role. Tesla's literal reason for existence. The reason I've put so much of my life energy into Tesla, which is a lot. In fact, I would say that I've had some pretty tough life experiences, and Tesla is responsible for probably 2/3 of all personal and professional pain combined. Just to give you a sense of perspective there. So this is a hella hard situation. But we do solar, commercial solar retrofit, as well as the solar roof, and we make consumer battery packs called Powerwall for houses and small businesses, and then the utility scale, which are gigantic. We've done now a number of gigawatt-hour installations. That's a lot. And a lot of them actually have been for load leveling the grid. Mostly they are, and combined with the first really big one we did, which is 100 megawatt installation in Australia. That's actually helped stabilize a huge portion of the South Australian grid, because it's able to react so fast. In fact, at first, because they've got a billing system in Australia that I think works at the sort of millisecond level, and we were operating at the microsecond level. So the system was operating so fast that the measuring system couldn't see it. But So Tesla's certainly doing a lot to enable renewables, especially wind and solar. And in fact, the limiting factor for us right now is cell production. So we need to both internally get the Tesla internal battery cells produced, as well as increase supply from suppliers. I mean, generally, when I talk to our suppliers and they say, how many cells would you like us? How many cells can you make? Because sometimes they're like concerned, like, well, is Tesla going to compete with them on cells? I'm like, no. If you want to make the cells, be our guest. It's just that we need a crazy number of batteries, and they need to be done. It obviously needs to be mined and produced and manufactured in an ethical and environmentally sound way. So, at Tesla, we really do aspire to be the good guys, like, to be a company that people can believe in. It doesn't mean we don't make mistakes, but that's what we try. So, yeah, but I think generally hydro, especially existing hydro, is good for mining. Geothermal, there's lots of places in the world that have geothermal energy. Like I said, nuclear is also good. Yeah, I think just I'm like as I said earlier, the expectation is not like that the energy production must be pure as the driven snow, but it must it can't be using it also cannot be using the world's dirtiest coal, which was for a moment there. That's just difficult for Tesla to support in that situation. So I think. But I do think long-term renewable energy will actually be the cheapest form of energy. It just doesn't happen overnight. But as long as there is a conscious and determined and real effort by the mining community to move towards renewables, then obviously Tesla can support that.
That's great. Kathy, we've been talking a lot about energy, but many institutions are facing questions around Bitcoin's relationship with ESG. Can you maybe speak a little bit more to what is S and G in ESG and how Bitcoin might support those?
Sure. So E, of course, is environmental, S is social, and G is governance. And there is a massive movement afoot in the institutional world, especially, to embrace.
This is how you know Bitcoin's like low key. Man, if we played this like 3 months ago, you would not even be asking to listen to me. Are you guys? This is the three horsemen. That's crazy, y'all. I'm just we chilling. Look at the markets chilling. Cathy Wood.
Traditional financial services sector. In many ways, it already is, and it's just going to get better that way. In terms of social, I know that many institutions, when they are thinking of social, they think of diversity and equity, pay equity, and all of that. But if from our point of view, the disruptive innovation point of view, social is much more than that. It is saving lives, of course, autonomous technology, that would be another topic for Elon. But in this case, allowing access to payment technology, as Jack is saying, everywhere around the world without friction. And just back to the remittance example, I think if I've got these stats correctly, there are certain countries in the world that are incredibly dependent on remittances for GDP. Tonga, 37%, El Salvador, which just deemed Bitcoin legal currencies 24%, Nepal 24%, and I think the remittance industry globally, roughly 700 billion. So saving people these egregious fees, think about it, you're paying anywhere from 8% to, as Jack said, 30% of your $100 that you're sending back to your family. That is a social responsibility, I would submit, as is just the economic empowerment that Bitcoin will enable. We've talked about that already. And I know that Alex Gladstein is going to be talking later about the 4.3 billion people in the world who are hostage to authoritarian regimes, or the 1.3 billion who are living in double-digit and triple-digit inflation, if not more. Saving them from the destruction of their purchasing power certainly is a noble social goal. So we expand social to be much more than the traditional ESG community. And then on governance, you've got the transparency of the ecosystem. It's completely transparent, unlike the opaqueness of financial systems and the toll takers in the traditional financial world. And I think a huge part of governance in the Bitcoin ecosystem are the Bitcoin core developers. Now, before I met them, and I've had the pleasure and the honor of meeting many of them, that was a part of this ecosystem I didn't understand. But actually getting to sit down and talk to them, if I have a learning curve need, it certainly is on the technology side. But in terms of talking to them about economics, economic theory, failed monetary regimes historically, they know economic history, many of them, better than anyone I've ever met. So that gives me a great degree of confidence that they do believe they are on a noble mission. They could be paid a lot more than they're being paid right now if they worked at Google or Facebook or some of these other areas, but they've chosen, this sense of purpose for a noble goal, and they have incredibly strong technology backgrounds, as well as a good understanding of economic history, especially monetary history. And it gives me a great deal of comfort as I think about the governance of the ecosystem. Much more so than I think we would find in other financial ecosystems. And just to give you an example of that, I think 2 years, we were talking about not apparently, there's a big debate about reorganizations, I know in the Ethereum network right now. Well, we saw the core Bitcoin developers and others at work back in 2019 when Binance tried to reorganize in order to reclaim 7,000 Bitcoin that were hacked. And they just wouldn't allow it. So we've already had some very good tests of the Bitcoin ecosystem, including developers. So that would be my answer.
Thank you. And it's a great transition to the next topic area, which is Bitcoin ethos. And what is Bitcoin ethos? I mean, Bitcoin was born as open source and it's very transparent. There's also a staunch defense from the community around decentralization and a lot of the core principles of Bitcoin. So let's talk a little bit about that and what makes it special. Jack, Square has done a lot to support open source Bitcoin. Can you tell us a little bit about what Square has done and what advice you'd have for other institutions looking to follow in its footsteps?
Yeah, I mean, I was very skeptical of corporations when I was a kid, and I'm still skeptical of corporations today. And as we've used corporations to be, they've been great vessels for what we need to do and the ideas that we need to bring to the world. But
you're
Bitcoin
on the S&P 500.
And, when we were considering Bitcoin and how Square intersected, I was really concerned with how we don't disrupt the community in a negative way, how we promote what is amazing about it, and how we help it grow in that way, in the way that it wants to. So we created your team, Steve, which is Square Crypto, which is hiring open source developers to work on whatever they want and whatever they think is most important to help Bitcoin. We created an organization called Copo, which we gave up all of our crypto patents so that the community can use them in defense against trolls and some crazy characters we won't name. And we continue to find ways that, following that Bitcoin path, we're going to create a hardware wallet. We're probably going to do a lot more in hardware. Everything that we do in the space is going to be completely open source, from the hardware design to the software. taking in the community's push, and we're building a developer platform as well in the same open development, open source, and completely transparent. So I think as institutions or companies like ours consider getting in the space, I think contribution back to the community is important. Tesla did this with accepting payments for Tesla and finding security holes and improving the stack. And as I said before, we can't just see this as an asset that we own and an investment vehicle. This is something that has the potential to change everything and make the lives of everyone on this planet better in some small, maybe marginal way, but those margins will be meaningful as they compound over time.
Great. Elon, you've tweeted before that any wallet that doesn't give the user their private key should be avoided at all costs. Can you tell us more about why is that important, and how does what's its relationship with decentralization?
Well, it's difficult to say that if you own crypto in an exchange and the exchange does not give you your private keys, it's not clear that you own anything. I mean, if there's something that if that exchange breaks or is hacked or or is subject to seizure by the government or something like that, your crypto is gone. So in order to actually have a properly decentralized finance, which I'm a fan of, I think it makes sense. Then you have to own your private keys, and you should be the only one who has your private keys. So if you're the only one who has the private keys, then you own it. If someone else has your private keys, effectively they own it too, and the security of your crypto is then dependent upon them or any entity that can affect them. So yeah, I think what Jack's doing sounds like a good idea to have a hardware wallet that's the only thing that contains your private keys. I think that's like in terms of sort of empowering the people, which I very much believe in. Then I think you want to have people have their own wallets and be the only ones that have the private keys to that wallet. So-called wallet, the other side of the of the crypto.
Right. I agree, and I think we'll see an emergence too of new solutions that use multi-sig, like with a 2 of 3 keys, where the user has 2 keys, and then you get assisted custody by having an institution hold a 3rd key. Can be a good solution as well. Yeah.
Well, you can just put your private key in something that has dual access or voting access as an application on an existing network.
Right. So the Bitcoin community is known for staunchly defending Bitcoin's principles. Sometimes it can be rude and aggressive, but I think what it stems from is just a desire to not have wealthy or powerful people or institutions negatively impacting Bitcoin or sort of changing the rules in favor of them. I'm curious to hear from each of you what role you feel like you and your own institutions, your own companies, what role can you play in Bitcoin, and how do you positively impact it without having these negative drawbacks? Kathy, maybe start with you.
Sure. Yes. Well, ARC has stood for 2 things: democratization and transparency. Democratize it. We're the closest you'll find to a venture capital fund in the public equity markets, and I kind of feel that Bitcoin, or we have Bitcoin's DNA from that point of view. One of the things in terms of democratization is education. We have one of our missions, values, is to educate, and I do believe that that some of Yassine El-Mandra's white papers — Yassine's our lead crypto analyst, who's worked very closely with you, Steve, on this conference, are helping the cause. We've done, and not only for retail investors, we've found that we had to do a bit more when it came to institutional investors, just because of the way that they invest and the way they like to receive information. So just like in our investments, we've been the retail community has been more attracted to us first, and now the institutional community is coming along. So I do think our transparency of research, especially in the social world, social media, pushing our research out to for free to anyone, is part of our way of helping the community. And I do think encouraging, and this is something that Jack just said, I would encourage the support of the Bitcoin core developer community. As I said before, it's amazing to me, having gotten to know some of them, how strong their sense of purpose is here. And so we'd like to be a helpful in making that happen as well.
That's great. Jack, how about you? How do you view your own personal role and the companies you run?
I think my own personal role through the companies I run is to really push for more decentralization, like at everything that we intend to do with the wallet, being non-custodial, building a developer platform, focusing on non-custodial solutions. On the Square side is important, being completely open development and open source, but I also think it's important on the Twitter side as well. My biggest focus right now is on a decentralized social media protocol. We're calling it Blue Sky. It's super, super early, but we've learned a lot from what makes Bitcoin Bitcoin and why that's important. I've learned a lot in that sense as well. And I think, just continuing to push on that thread and show it with our actions every single day in support of this community that's taught me so much and I think will benefit so many people. That's what I'm focused on.
What about letting Twitter advertisers pay in crypto?
Yeah, I think enabling anyone. As you know, Elon, if we had Bitcoin or native currency for the internet before Twitter started, it just creates so many different business models that we wouldn't have to be so dependent upon advertising generally. And
sure.
I do believe that that we have them, any form of payment that they want to use, we should be able to take. So okay. Absolutely, but I'm more focused on how do we create economic incentives in the network itself without having to rely on advertising.
Yeah, it's just that the money has to come off of the crypto so-called coins, the hash strings, have to come off and get translated into real products and services. So the more sort of off-ramps there are to real products and services, even at the institutional level, although there are certainly many small advertisers on Twitter, it seems like accepting Bitcoin, maybe some other cryptos for advertising payments on Twitter would be supportive of Bitcoin.
100%, and also looking at just general commerce
sure.
through Twitter itself.
That was great. Sorry, what, Elon?
I was asking Jack if he's going to do it.
Oh. Can we get a product announcement today?
Elon trying to get news.
Elon, how about you?
Okay, Elon.
Okay, Elon. You're a big personality on Twitter. What are your thoughts on your role and your company's role in Bitcoin and sort of preserving the ethos?
Yeah, I generally think we should do things that benefit the people as a whole and increase the probability that the future is good. So, I think to me, it just seems self-evident that we should kind of take these set of actions most likely to make the future good. And I think probably crypto or some of the cryptocurrencies will make the future better, most likely. It's not, I always think of these things in terms of probabilities, but I think it's probably better for there to be a prosperous Bitcoin, Ethereum, Dogecoin, maybe some others in the future. And I think it can have an empowering effect for individuals, and increase the power of the individual relative to government. And really, if you think of government is just a corporation in the limit. So sometimes some people are like against corporations but for government. It's like, guys, government is just a corporation in the limit. It's the biggest corporation of all, and it's got a monopoly on violence. So if you don't like corporations, you should really hate government.
There you go. All right. We got about, we'll try to wrap up in 10 minutes. So let's move on to future of Bitcoin. So Tesla and Square have both put Bitcoin on the balance sheet. Kathy, I'm curious to hear from you. What advice would you have for other institutions looking to put Bitcoin on their balance sheet?
Well, I guess the first piece of advice is, just make sure, and I actually learned this after both Square and Tesla put Bitcoin on their balance sheet. The Bitcoin is being treated as an intangible asset. And so we need to get FASB to reconsider this, because with an intangible asset, if the asset goes up in price, it can't be marked up on their books. But if it goes down, it must be marked down. So, there's some asymmetry there, which is, we need to change that given what we believe Bitcoin is. And I do believe if, I'll harken back to something, well, it was either Elon or Jack said, think about it, you take away the boundaries, the different currencies, just think about how explosive growth could be and how wide reaching taking the friction out of the system could be. So I would encourage corporations to think about that this ability to do business anywhere in the world, ultimately, obviously, we're paving the way here. That's certainly a consideration. It also will serve as a hedge against inflation, especially, and as I mentioned earlier, there are a lot of emerging markets that are suffering from significant inflation. In other words, the purchasing power of those populations is going down. So they are going to migrate to Bitcoin and other ways to preserve purchasing power. And again, being able to sell to them in that kind of currency would be very useful. I'd also suggest, once again, this idea of deflation, I think, is going to be a real thing. There's going to be good deflation caused by innovation, so demand will boom because of that. There's going to be bad deflation because so many companies out there have not been investing enough in innovation. Their products are going to go obsolete, and they're going to be stuck trying to service the debt that they piled on because their shareholders wanted profits and wanted them now. So they leveraged up to buy back their shares and pay dividends, and so I think that's going to be the source of bad deflation and counterparty risk. And we learned from 0809 that counterparty risk can be devastating. Almost cataclysmic. So a hedge against that as well, I think, would be another reason to do it.
Great.
Yeah, it's funny. It kind of like Tesla's bank balances in Europe have negative interest rate. It drives me crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, technically, if you've got like 2% inflation on 1% interest, you're technically minus 1% return. But nonetheless, it is quite annoying to just see your bank balance drop in real time in Europe. Europe has negative interest rates. This is insane.
Yeah. Paying the banks, paying the banks to hold
the bank to keep your money. I'm like, what?
It is crazy.
Like, what? We should definitely move that into Bitcoin.
I believe Ray Dalio said, buy Bitcoin and not bonds. So there you go.
Mm-hmm.
Brody!
Jack, you talked about design
I love
being
you.
underfunded.
Woo! Screw you, Elon.
Usability could improve a lot. I don't think anyone's going to argue with that. What do you see as the future of how can design impact Bitcoin?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the Bitcoin network is beautifully designed as a protocol in the way it works. I mean, it went after a single problem, and it does in an absolutely astounding way. But I think the endpoints of people getting into it is still a little bit confusing. So I think the more energy we spend on wallets, and making sure that wallets are simple and accessible, and they're non-custodial as well.
Yeah.
I think the best example of this is that I know of is probably this wallet called Moon, and it's just simple, straightforward. It's a great. It does an amazing thing with key management that my mom and friends new to Bitcoin can understand. Does amazing in storage, and it also has a very clever implementation of Lightning, so that you can use it in a transactional way without having to think about it, just with QR codes in a way that makes sense. So more work like that, I think, really brings us forward.
Great. Let's wrap things up with a final question for each of you. I guess what is your hope for Bitcoin? How it can impact the world? Let's see, Elon, do you want to start with that? So what's your hope? What's your hope for Bitcoin?
Well, my hope for, I guess, crypto in general is that it can improve the efficiency of the information system that we call money. So if the core efficiency of money is improved and and money has less error, where, like I said, error is like in any kind of government interference or fraud or anything like that, this will naturally lead to basically a better standard of living and more power to the individual, which I very much agree with.
Great. Kathy?
Yeah, and I would segue from what Elon just said is, money has powerful network effect qualities. And so, we talked about ESG earlier. I think that, of course, that aspiration, having this money be the best from an ESG point of view, that's really talking about solving some of the world's problems right now, which we definitely want to do. But I also am very excited about this idea of network effect and the convergence of blockchain technology and artificial intelligence from a technology point of view. I think, think about the internet in the earliest days. We couldn't imagine what was going to happen, but the impetus to growth was pretty incredible. So I am looking at this rules-based monetary policy, making for better lives around the world, as we've just said. But I'm also looking at the technology itself and the convergence between blockchain technology and artificial intelligence, to change the world in ways that we cannot imagine right now, solving even more problems, but creating more opportunities as well, which is the history of technology and disruptive innovation.
Jack, what's your hope for Bitcoin?
My hope is that it creates world peace, or helps create world peace. I mean, Elon said it earlier. Like we have all these monopolies of violence, and the individual doesn't have power. And the amount of cost and distraction that comes from our monetary system
Brody,
today is
back
real.
at it
And
again.
takes away attention from the bigger problems. Some of the
They're like, Brody, stop messing up the show. We love you.
distractions that we have to deal with on a daily basis take away from those bigger goals that affect every single person on this planet, increasingly so. So it may sound a little bit ridiculous, but like you fix that foundational level and everything above it improves in such a dramatic way. So it's going to be long term, but my hope is definitely peace.
That's fantastic. Well, I'd like to thank all three of you for giving us your time today. It's been a fantastic conversation. Thank you to the audience for tuning in. The B word is not just this discussion, but we have a lineup of incredible speakers and content. So I encourage everyone to check it out. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Bye, everybody. Well, that was kind of cool. Pumped up Bitcoin and Ethereum for a little bit, but that's it. Thank you to the moderators as well, too. That was great. That was beautiful. I'm glad I was here the whole time. I was just looking at some real estate, doing some other works. It's not bad. Not bad. Lackluster. It was cool. I mean, it was, I think it was a good discussion. I mean, it's always cool to hear from them. What do we learn from this? That the Bitcoin, I mean, you just had some 3 big guns come out there and it didn't really hold. It looked like a lot of future developments, what they're talking about. I think it makes a lot of sense. I mean, it does just bring me back and makes me feel like we are very in the early stages of Bitcoin. And that anything, with cryptocurrencies, the development with it, all of that, it's crazy. They have negative rates in Europe. That's what they're saying. So like if you're getting a negative rate, the idea is that you're paying money to whoever's holding it. That's why even negative bond rates sometimes, but the idea is that your currency is appreciating. That's the biggest difference. I mean, think about it. Europe has a negative rates because think about how weak our currency is getting. If our currency is getting weak, that is making their currency stronger. So if that's the case, if you even like, let's say, Elon is saying that you may be losing money in real time, right? I'm not, that makes me laugh because every time you tweet, Elon, that I had lost money in real time. Okay? You want to talk about negative interest? Oh, that's funny, huh? You said, oh my gosh, the bank, you're losing. Okay, I'm sorry. But essentially, think about that. If, he is right, you are losing your money in real time, but your purchasing power is increasing. So Elon tweets, my purchasing power drops, actually. So, that's at least the difference between any of that. So, but it is true. It's an interesting one. I mean, I just got very big future vibes out of that one. Like, it just seems like you're right on the cusp of, not on the cusp, but it's just like, there's a lot of stuff that could happen with Bitcoin and all of that. So, and it just seems early, but I am disappointed in the fact that the reaction just wasn't there. I mean, Ethereum is up 10%. Let's see where Bitcoin ended after that. I mean, Bitcoin is dropping now, so you can see how the chart looked. This was coming into it. They were talking. It shot up, but now, people are kind of selling it off. So it's still up 6% on the day. But yeah, they didn't really say anything that hasn't been said. And I'm just, Elon was trying to get Jack to man up and make some news, get some news out of it. But it just, I'm like happy and concerned and disappointed that you just got some of the 3 biggest guns for Bitcoin, and you're not really, like I said, if this was 3 months ago, 4 months ago, ooh, boy. Well, 4 months ago, 5 months ago, if they had this same thing, Bitcoin would be up 30% or something. You would have a lot of, you would have a different reaction. So it's good, though, because it's showing kind of, it's showing some stability in the market, and that it's, again, like we've talked about it, I said the immunity. Exactly. Yeah. The stability. Exactly. No, I'm not missing that because that's kind of the immunity with all of it. So, there wasn't any real news to go off of with that, but it is cool to see. I mean, those are the people supporting Bitcoin. I mean, we hope for a long time, some of them are very, what's the word? Volatile. I think Jack is more stable, surprisingly. Jack has been with Bitcoin for a while, and then Kathy, but then, Elon's the only wild card, but, you do have some of the brightest and best minds. I cannot deny how smart some of these people are. So it's a good look. It was a very, very good look, I would say. But it wasn't enough. There was not any news, more or less. The mining space heaters was so smart. I don't know. I mean, that'd be expensive. I remember we were poor. We had those space heaters. Those were cheap. But, like, if I have to buy a space heater with a NVIDIA RTX 380 or whatever, I'll be like, this is a crazy space heater. I could play 60 frames per second on this bitch. This is nuts. Nah, but you could see where, that's what I'm saying. Like, this is like, it's like a future discussion where there's talking about, you know, what could be built off of this, where it's going to go. You start getting these, you know, these crazy ideas. You know what I'm saying? Yo, bro, I overclock my desk lamp. Yeah, so now I can light up my room and I can mine like 0.00001 a day, bro. Yeah, overclock lamp. It's dope. Tesla last chance. Let's go Netflix, Nvidia. The biggest option moves today. Let's see. I wasn't going to check it, but I hit Bloomberg instead of TD, so we're here. Mossa. SPY daily or July 21st calls 433, 434. You got these SPY straddles. Apple July 23rd 146s. HYG September puts 118,000 of them. That's an interesting play. Tesla July 30th 500 puts. Oh, but then someone got the 700 calls, so this is a weird strangle. 700 calls, 500 puts. You're closer to 700, I assume, right? I think that's a big earnings straddle. I think they're playing both ways. Or it could be a sell. Expensive straddle. It'll pay out, though. I mean, think about it. If Tesla moves big, it'll be crazy. Or if they shorted it, they're assuming a non-event from earnings and then taking all that premium. That was interesting, though. We got a nice, we haven't heard Bitcoin in a while. But you could see the, I guess there is more stability in Bitcoin. But it was very, you know, they should have done that a couple months ago. A couple months ago, we would have been great. We would have been great. And then I sold the squares, so we got about 200%. We bought these for $65. So how much did I spend? 65 times 5. I spent $325, and then I sold 2 out at $193. 193 times 2. So we got back $20 profit plus our initial investment, and now I have 3 of them remaining for $500 on the square play. Then the Netflix came back to 35%. If we get it breaking out over here, that should benefit us. How's Data Kelb? Where is Data Kelb? Oh, Data Kelb is up, but I don't know about the play is up. Up 27% on the one yesterday, down 30% still on the other one. So it's kind of keeping us break even there. Roblo pop, but I like Data Kelb. Oh, Roblo. You want to go, huh? You're not going to take that 35%? Nah. Not on the Netflix or the Datadog? Datadog 28. The Netflix, no, I'm going to wait on the Netflix. I want at least 50. I mean, it'd be a nice trade, but I mean, I like, you know, you've spent all day around here. It's gotten some support at 511. Again, I'm still like 20 bucks out the money. So another like 3 to 6%. I'd lose if it came down to here by Friday. So if the market got clapped a little bit, but I think, you know, if I get one good move off here in the morning or anything, I could do good with it. But I'm going to hold it. Is Intel today? Or is Intel Thursday? I might end up playing it just after hours. Or the after hours move. Or maybe we'll see. You could get both sides on this one probably. But I like the earnings strategy has been again, it highlighted today. Like, do you guys realize I sold that premium high? So like I waited on it and everything, and like, you know, I was down maybe $100 at one point, but I sold it literally almost $10 higher, and then the stock dropped, and then the premium is still, I'm still up on it because the earnings premium is just very, very high following earnings still. That's why I'm kind of liking it. That's why. So a lot of the earnings play, remember Bank of America was a little tricky, but we were able to walk out of it. Even then, even if you rolled over on that and held till today, I think you should be good on Bank of America. Yeah, your ads fell out the money now. Snap is, I don't know what they're pricing in, but Snap is going to be good. Snap today? Or that Thursday too? I think Thursday. Intel today, bro. Datadog, I'm going to hold it. I like the Datadog. I really... And somebody, they said that they worked at Datadog, and they said, Josh, Datadog is not an infrastructure play. However, it is linked to the tech of infrastructure. And I hope that doesn't cause any confusion, because that is the reason why I'm playing it. It's linked to some of the technology services of infrastructure, but it's not like it is a, Datadog does not make steel. So, that's the reason with it. They said it's a pure tech play, but it's part of tech infra, cloud monitoring, alerting, server observability, etc. So that's why I like it, because they could benefit off of it, and they are still, they have that tech and ability to move. I'll never be able to rethank you. My kids will know who you are. Brody, why are you showing so much? What happened, baby? Oh, let's go, baby. Amen. Brody, why are you showing so much? That's good, man. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. Oh, Walgreens popping. Hold on over there. Walgreens. Walgreens must face ex-dishwasher's $2.5 billion benefit suit. That was a couple minutes ago. In their restaurant, what? CVS following. Let's see. It's funny. I was looking at those all day today, actually. I'm gonna take a next week YOLO on that one. We get to win one trade, make this square free. The horn is fine. Was the horn muted? Yeah, I like the Walgreens. I mean, they haven't moved, and they've just been depressed. I made that trade in front of you guys. I don't know if you were watching on the screen, you would have saw it there, but do not trade it. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. I grabbed the July next week. I did a July next week YOLO. I mean, you saw me do the play in front of you, but Patrick said he's blind. Okay, I feel you on that. But I spent about $100 on a next week call. I went further out the money, just got some of the cheap plays. If it does pick up, I mean, again, Walgreens, the premiums on every side have just declined heavily. So if it does come up there, we'll see what happens with it. But the rest of the chain will need a lot to move. It would need big bounce. But I was looking at them this morning. I wanted to take one. So, no, there's no news confirmation. But seeing the volume, seeing the pop, again, they've just been kind of depressed the last few days. So I think if we get any sort of weird rotation, they might be able to come up. But it's a pure speculative, pure YOLO play. They're cheap as well, too. So get a cheap play, ride it out, and call it a day. and call it a day. Wait, is the horn actually muted? Hold on. Horn! Oh, there it is. Did you guys hear it that time? They've been mega depressed. Yep, there you go. I got it, right? Now it's on cloud. I got you. I got you. It was a 5 out of 10. It's good. It's good. Subject of congressional banking hearing on July will be crypto. Cryptocurrency. I need those Netflixes to come back up. Yeah, that play already doubled. I mean, again, they're just very. I mean, if people started rushing into it, and then if there is any news, the premiums have just been. They haven't moved. Like, it's just been pinned at the floor. I mean, at this same level. Even I bought them no change, so the stock had that little almost 1% pop, and I was able to buy them unchanged. That's why I said, all right, we'll take a little YOLO there. Call it a day. That's again purely speculative YOLO weekly. Next, a shorter term. I have been getting some ideas here of how I kind of want to trade some of this stuff. I've been looking, I was comparing the square play. Like, if we hit that square play on a shorter term, we would have made like 1,000, 2,000%. So I still got 200% on it, not bad. But my idea here on some of them, we could start with some shorter terms. I need to start factoring some of those in on some of the bigger moves if we're really hitting them on the head. But then there is earnings and all that. So we will see. We will see, man. We will see. Oh, when's their dividend too? I forgot if we could get the ex-divvy run up. I think it's in a month. 8/19, yeah. So you're kind of there. You still got some time. There was no news on it. They had earlier news and then the news of their new accounting officer. There was something this morning. What was it? I think CVS got a deal, and then it was related to it. AEHR. This one moved yesterday up 22%. The chart I just looked at was the chart for the Walgreens option. Mr. Hal, that made me laugh. Fed said inflation is transitory. Oh my, I've never heard that one. Yeah, inflation. We'll see. We will see. Walgreens over 46 is interesting. I guess this is kind of a short-term depression point, more or less, but they've just been getting clapped. But look at that. That 1 minute volume is coming in largest in 2 weeks since their earnings play. So again, if we get any momentum from the bottom, again, this is just a gamble. I wouldn't take it too seriously. You say Army beat Navy? What? That's crazy. Gold and silver. We read something on it the other day. It's kind of highlighting that some people aren't as worried just yet. I think that's good. Honestly, it's kind of good that gold and silver aren't really moving because, if it is going to be used as kind of a fear gauge or a rush to safety, then at least it's not moving until people really, really panic. Does that make sense? So it's hard. There's a lot of stuff with commodities and everything else and the supply chains, it does relate to it. But I think, that's one of the bigger takeaways from it is that you're not getting the same level of fear. There is uncertainty, but, once gold does pop off, I think that will kind of be a confirming indicator. Mm-hmm. Hey, Matt on the high. Ayer's still running. How much time? We got 30 minutes left. She lucky got a job. Barkley ads. Let's go, baby. Career of your dreams. Let's go. Wake up and drive. Put it in drive. Tell them that. Hit them with the chameleon line. They say, why? Why should you be hired? You just say, I'm not a chameleon. You're like, that's it. A lot of people, they wake up. They don't make a decision to wake up happy and wake up with their goals on their mind, and they get influenced by whatever happens, if it's positive or negative. Be like me, I woke up and drive today, every day. Remember, ask them some questions too. Either way, it's all in God's hands. There's only so much you can do. Ooh, they don't feel me. Amen. Amen. Finger to the sky. You'll be good, baby. What's yours is yours. That's exciting, though. That's exciting. I love it. About TLT that could confirm big money fears? It could, and then that's why, TLT is still hanging up there, or the bond rate's still low, or lower, is kind of signaling that there is a little bit more pressure. But then again, that note that I got today, some people are saying that it could be the foreign demand. So it makes that theory makes a lot of sense to me, where like imagine, here in America, you don't feel the Delta variant as much. People may be scared of it. Again, it may not, who knows, the real danger of it. But at the end of the day, if other countries are going on lockdown, if Australia is 50% locked down, if all these other countries are dealing with this stuff, it would make sense that foreign investors are piling into bonds. That's why most of the volatility has happened at the Euro bond open versus after, the European and foreign markets close. And think about what what's his name just said. Elon, with bond rates being negative in Europe, it would be very attractive for some people, depending on the value of the currency, to go into our bonds as well. Australia. Yeah, I think Australia's. I think they reopened a little bit, but they're still about 50% on lockdown. Raven from the 100. Raven Industries. Ooh, it's a big stock. For at least $60. It looks like a buyout. Be careful. It looks like it's buyout pinned. Raven, you called. You think the recent pullback on all the indexes could be like the first Rona pullback in early 2020? Nah, G. It would, especially after we experienced 2020, it would take a lot more to make us come back to 2020. Does that make sense? So it's like that was extreme fear. That's why gold was everything was skyrocketing because people were tripping. So, you would need a unprecedented, as they would say, level of fear to replicate something like that. Or maybe it wouldn't necessarily be COVID. It would have to be something else, again, if that makes sense. So maybe if it wasn't COVID, but if it was China recovery and we found out China's economy is totally collapsed and then they run into a big set of defaults and then that leads to, anything like that, then that's the key. As a second result, you got to like the video. You got to tell YouTube you love it. You got to share the stream. It'll show up. You just got to show love. That's it. World War III. World War III, sadly, would be pretty bullish for stocks, I would say. Unfortunately. I think, you know, with how the market takes stuff, I think they would be like, oh, dude, defenses. I mean, World War II was pretty beneficial. That is how America became an industrial powerhouse. Yeah, I mean, unless World War III led to, you know, you would probably get a lot more volatility and shocks. I don't know what that would look like. But you would probably get, you know, you'd probably get short-term shock, and then it overall would probably be bullish. And then they'd have another reason to pump more money. And that's what I think that's all they need. You know, again, I think a lot of this slowdown and even the money supply, you could see it on M2 coming in 2018. Everything was slowing down 2018, 2019. If we didn't have COVID, Powell wouldn't have been able to use his toolbox. I was talking about that with Lending Tips the other day. Like if you take the like if you look at what Powell did from the reverse repos, emergency lending facilities, how they're changing the average inflation target, how every single thing that they did, if they didn't have that, they would not, you know, Powell would not have had any justification to use all those tools. He would have just been left with cutting rates and maybe, you know, the reverse repos and everything else. But now, you know, he had a problem where he got to explore. He got to use every single tool in the box because, you know, COVID was a tragedy, but it allowed the Fed to spur the economy, and it justified them throwing the kitchen sink. He threw the damn kitchen sink at everything. Yeah, they let him bring out the power tools. Even more. He brought a bulldozer. He brought a crane. Like, otherwise, you know, if he started trying to do that without justifying it, people would have been very, very worried. People would be like, wait, what do you mean you're doing? You can't be doing all that. That's nuts. Tesla, JD. They killed Main Street to pump Wall Street. I would disagree. I mean, you have to realize they're intrinsically linked to a degree. I mean, because if you let the banks collapse, no one's going to give you money. You know, if the capital dried up in some places, then you would get clapped. So it's not, you know, and it saved everybody, but then it led, obviously it happens every time, it led to Wall Street getting disproportionately richer. Yeah, they're dropping SPY. We'll see. You got 20 minutes left. Doing concrete work. That's just tough. No lie. You put in the work, baby. Master it. And you listening? You listening? Doing some work? Ooh. Diddy Bob. Ooh, I'm finna get me a lawn turn. Ooh. I just hope the Netflix doesn't get clapped. Play SPY outside of the after hours YOLOs every now and then. We'll do a couple. We'll get some puts here and there. We could do some credit spreads on it. You could like the video. You could love yourself. You could get ready. Ooh, if the market goes down, Walgreens gets that reverse steam, we'd love it. We'd love to see it. Hanging off the sides of buildings, listening to Colts some days? What are you doing? I saw one guy, he was climbing, his job, he had to climb on top of those, like, rain towers or something. It was like, I don't know, that shit's crazy. PayPal looks good for continuation. Can't wait for the watch list. All right, Mr. Callahan. Have a wonderful, beautiful day. Square came back up a little bit. Walgreens hitting another high, getting some steam there. That'd be great. That'd be great. See what the SPY does here. 20 minutes left. Carlos Vega. Market's dropping. I'm making money. Market's rising. I'm making money. Thanks for the knowledge. Jay. Oh, Mr. Vega. God bless you. Shout out all the people showing love. Arn. Mr. Vega. Mr. Vega and Brody. Let's go. Shake it off. Stretch it off. God bless the Colt. God bless America. Amen. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. Are we playing TXN? I don't know. Again, a lot of people, a lot of analysts are saying that earnings are causing bigger responses. I mean, you saw Chipotle already, and some of these other ones, Coca-Cola. I'm leaning more towards the post earnings plays, unless we could get like a crazy deal. TXN is a mover though, but I'm pretty sure it just launched up already today. You got 3% on the initial move. Oof. This one looks like it wants to go though. I mean, it's stuck there in the middle though, but it hasn't moved on the 100-day. Energy Web Token, yeah. No one cares about those anymore. Sorry. I'm sorry. I wish, man. A couple months ago, you would have had some traction, for real. For real, you know. It's a good idea, but, you know, you guys sell ice cream in the summer, not the winter, you know. Amen, amen. BBIG, monster valuation. Yeah, let's see. If Walgreens keeps going while SPY comes down, that'll be good. But overall, I mean, SPY's back into earnings mode, doing its thing. It's chilling out again. Overseas was good. We'll see coming into tomorrow, and then even the bonds. Buy EWT and change your life, or you could go to the gym and change your life. You know what I'm saying? You could go pick up a Bible and change your life. You could go get a second job or a first job and change your life. You could do a lot and change your life. You know, it's a personal decision. It's a personal one. XONE, SC on the high. Yeah, Texas Instruments, it might be decent. Treat people like they're the most important person and you could change your life. Amen. Overstock on the high. A first physical copy of the Bible arrives today. Thank you, Mr. Bezos. That's overstock is not on the high. Why'd you lie to me, bro? Why'd you lie to me? CRTX. Bicycle. I want to ride my bicycle. I want to ride my bike. 8ZO for earnings. H to the is O. B to the is A. Not guilty. Y'all cannot feel me. H to the is O. B to the is A. Get your hands up. This the damn anthem. Who heard Apple? Apple literally just carried this SPY on a JanSport for the last 2 weeks. So it's chilling. House spokesman Saki comments on debt limit. You got the CBO update this morning. MCD and HD, my favorite to do credit spreads. I do like them. They're very, very solid companies. Hey, Josh, not to get political, but you have pending Windows updates. I know, we're working on it, man. We're working. Just negotiating. Early market imbalance, 711 million sell side, 15 minutes remaining. FBRX on the high. Hey. Credit spread for Texas earnings. You could, I mean, if you have an idea. And that's why, even then, I think a lot of the earnings plays that we did, I think it just helps because you have, the premiums are still elevated coming out right out of the earnings on the next day. So then you don't have to get caught up in a crazy trade. Best dividend investments. We have a couple. I mean, I really I'm sad that it went up, but that's why we bought it. We like the growth in dividend, but Abivai. I think Abivai is a solid company, solid dividend, good history. Again, the prices we were buying at are unreal. Between $60 and $80. And the fact, it did what it was supposed to do. They raised the dividend. They paid consistent dividend. The products have been consistent as hell. And it's just on the way up. I mean, it's grown for us. It gave us both growth and dividend, but I really, at 6, we were scooping it up at 5-6% dividend with that level of growth and everything. I mean, it was beautiful. It was beautiful. MSNBC. Amazon workers deserve more than Jeff Bezos' trite post space. Thank you. Brody again. Look at it with the uncle hat. What's up, Brody? What happened? You feeling it? You just feeling it today? I love you, G. Hard. Let's go. Brody's like taking me out to dinner with this. We're gonna get dinner one day, man. We're gonna get dinner one day. That's what that looks like. I appreciate it. That's it. I want to sit down with you. So talk to me. What's going on? I want to know what's going on. What's up? What's going on? What's happening? What's happening? It can't be just the long term. It can't be just the long. Maybe the spirit is on you. Maybe you're just feeling it. Feeling good, feeling great. Brody. CAH pop. Cardinal Health. There's been a lot of health things. Cardinal Health popping big. No, there's nothing on it I'm not seeing. Get your hands up. 1.2 million share block trades. 4 signals since July 20th. States unveil the $26 billion lawsuit. Thank you enough. God bless you for real. God bless you, bro. God bless you, man. And this is only just the beginning, bro. Just imagine that. Got a long journey ahead of us. God willing. God willing. Doing my 75-hour real estate course online. Let's go. Real estate call today on Wednesday. I mean, we have a cheat sheet in the real estate course. A lot of the real estate guys always willing to help out. But there's a free real estate Zoom call. If you guys want to hop in there, email coltrealestate@gmail.com. We'll send you the code. You can run up in there. Tyler, Trey, the rest of it. There's still a lot of you guys, too. Y'all putting in some work in there. I've already, some names off top I can remember and see, and I've been very impressed. Very impressed. It's a beautiful real estate network. Again, who you know will take you a long way in this industry. Who you know. So the more people you can meet, you got great, beautiful, nice people. SPY is selling off right now. Hold on. Switch gears. Something snapped. Zoom is in talks to invest in Cvent blank check deal. Saudi denies use of a monitoring spyware. That's the 10-minute rigged. I was like, damn, what happened? No, it's the 10-minute rigged. Like something looked like it snapped. Shout out to Real Estate Fund. Ooh. Premium is the price paid for the contract. So when you buy an option, since you're buying the right to buy or sell something, you're still agreeing to buy or sell at a certain price. So they refer to it as a premium because you're paying above that price. So the premium is the price of the option. I'm not going to play Texas Instruments now. If anything, I'll play it after hours or tomorrow morning. I like the strategy. I mean, it's been going good. It's not forcing me to take any big risks. I mean, if anything, there are risks, but as you've seen, there hasn't been too much movement afterwards. Even in some of the volatility we experience, it's given us some wiggle room. So I think it's going to be great. Took profits on Square. Good work. Again, don't be afraid to take profits. I like to make them free. I mean, again, we gave that outline there on the watch list yesterday. I said if they really shoot up, 200% has kind of been a sweet spot. We did that with the last few contracts, Honeywell, Clorox, and all that. All of them went up 200%. So I've been able to just steal those in there, make them free, ride them. But there is a lot of profit. Like those Squares, I could walk away with $800 right now, net profit if I wanted to. But holding it, you are taking that risk. The yen, from the mountain to the prairies, to the square calls at the highs. Am I bullish on Intel? Why are you yelling at me, man? I don't know. I don't know. Intel I like, but I'm just taking everything slow. Taking it slow, going for some nice ones. Garmin pop. Garmin, nice little pop there. Microsoft bussin'. Your boss wants to buy a stock. You have inside info. What would you do with 20K? I would not go on the internet and start typing that. That's the first thing I probably would do, is I would keep it to myself. That's like the first thing I would do. So be careful with that. Oh, wow. Look at this SPY. What the fuck is this? Yo. Get ready for yo. Do you see this? My guy. Oh, man. He going nuts. Absolute launching, huh? Absolute launching on this one. Looks like Blue Origin. Who's this speaking? TLT gap down. That'd be nice. That was a nice move. What did I sell these for? 63 cents. It's like 189. Let's see. I walk away with $100 if I close out the Netflix at that price. It's probably not gonna film me. Come on, film me. Get your stuff in. Microsoft Fat Candle, Amazon going. Yeah, they all just launched off that. Oh, did I get filled? All right, I closed the Netflix, $100. Did it, credit spread day trade. Sold it at 50%. So I sold it today at 60 cents. This stock is literally lower than where I sold it, and I made 50% on that play. So again, it was at 50%. I only had like $80 more to make off of it, so I figured we could do it. Fuck you, PDT. Don't worry. I'm not scared of no PDT. What do you want to PDT me, huh? I PDT you. Disgusting PDT. Stupid motherfucker. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach here. So we make our final approach. If you guys are holding on to any bags, please stow them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seat. We'll be coming through the aisles with a trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal in description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover. And then we're going to be taking out promptly around 6 a.m., 6:15 out of sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it's about 84 and sunny, a little bit hot out there. I'm expecting some higher temperatures, but as always, the views are good. And please remember, we are still under COVID guidelines, so please make sure all masks are worn, or you can exit one row at a time. As always, we appreciate your guys' business. If you're interested in your Colt Rapid Rewards program card, please flag down your flight attendant. We'll get that to you as soon as possible. And for all the frequent flyers out there, we do have a special layover at Colt Real Estate here tonight, and that's going to be around the same time as your watch list layover, and then taking off tomorrow morning. As always, we appreciate your guys' business. If you're interested in your Colt Rapid Rewards program card, please fly down your flight attendant, and we'll get that to you as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt, and have a wonderful day. 1 minute! Was that enough power? Was that enough? Is that, last time y'all tried to snake me off that. Oh, yes, that's beautiful. We did it, man. We're hitting some plays. We're getting some 10s. It's beautiful. We're getting some credit spreads. We're getting some buys, some squares, everything, baby. Keep it rolling. Keep it rolling. Got about, I think, 10 seconds left. I don't know. Where's the timer? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding, 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 ding. Is that it? It's over, right? Yeah, it's over, right? I don't know how. Is it over? Hard! Let's go! Let's go, baby. GG. GG in the chat. GG in the chat, baby. We did it. We made it. We did it. We made it. How do you feel? You made it. You made it through 7 hours. We did it. We made it. The day is over. The day is over. It's done. Finito. Finished. That's it. And you made it. You made it out alive. Oh, look at the mark. Look at this. You got earnings. We're going to get more earnings. Earnings continuations. Everything. Come on, man. Come on, man. How y'all going to do this? This is crazy. This is crazy. But what do we got? 1.7 thousand likes. Hard. Yeah, you still got some earnings after hours, so we'll see how that plays out. But ladies and gentlemen, I love all of you. Thank you for being here. It looks like Texas Instruments missed on EPS. Or no, they see their weird guidance. Texas Instruments coming out now. But I love all of you. God bless you. Thank you for being here. I don't care if you like me or not. You gave me an opportunity, and that's all we care about. Honestly, God gave the opportunity, though. Oh, they don't like that. Well, I like that. Everyone against me, everybody you get like that. Woo! But thank you again, man. I love all of you. Thank you for playing me, putting me on your car, speakers, wherever you are, man. You gave me an opportunity. It means a lot. You gave Chad an opportunity. Y'all got to connect with everybody. Y'all posted news. You held it down. You kept it respectful. And God bless you if that's what you did, man. If you came here and you didn't litter on the beach and you kept it nice, you kept some of the good vibes, all of that. I hope you know it's appreciated, man. And it just, it's a good vibe. You are our people. You are our people. You know your own people. And that's what it is, man. So we love you. God bless you. Thank you. Shout out to all of the members, baby. All the people rocking the badge. You guys see them with their badge. They look pretty, but they support the channel. So do all the people on the stream alerts. Again, we have never expected anything, man, whether we started or continue. We never expected anything. All we did, though, is get showered by the love and appreciation from you guys. We've seen a lot of positive changes. I've got to do a lot of positive changes myself, and that's just what I'm saying is that we don't expect anything from you. So even if you do not have a membership badge, even if you are not on the stream alerts, maybe you're new, maybe you've been here for a while, all that matters is, man, you show respect, you show love, you come with a good attitude to learn, and that means a lot. So we know some of you out there, y'all holding it down either way, man. We got to give credit where credit is due, but God bless all of you guys. You guys are amazing. I hope you are amazing. I hope you're doing good, but we love it. Get ready for earnings, and we got a lot more, so I hope you're ready, baby. Woo! First link for the Stream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Again, free long-term alerts as well. I still haven't updated this shit, man. I'm lagging on it. I said I'll update it monthly, so technically I haven't updated it this month, but I'm going to probably do that right now. So make sure you get there. But if you want a free text message, anytime we add to our long-term portfolios, we have a small one and a big one. You could get it. And if you just sign up through here, you could just always see a portfolio. So this is like 20 days behind. All we did was add Airbnb, but it gives you a nice little breakdown of what we're doing, what we're receiving, the dividend drips, everything else, baby. So I hope it helps you. It's your gift. You better do it before it gets canceled. We may not have it forever. I think if I say that, it makes you sign up. So last time I said that, you guys know what happened? Last time I joked about that, I think 200 people signed up. I was like, what the fuck is wrong with y'all? Like, why wouldn't you just do? That's it? You had to get hit with FOMO? You got hit with the Kathy Woods FOMO? Come on, man. It's okay. But, hey, we love you. God bless you. It's for you guys. We do it for you guys. It's free 99, man. It's free 99. Second link for the Nightly Watchlist and main channel. We're going to go over all the plays today. We did make quite a few plays. We did the Netflix credit spread. That was a nice 50%. I'll take it. Then we did this square play. We made those free, and we had a nice little YOLO there on Walgreens, and then we're riding out some of the other plays. So get ready for earnings. I think I'm going to do a lot of those other plays. We will show and talk about the strategy on the watch list. So check that out. Second link in the description. Third link for the membership badge, baby. Shout out to all the members, baby. I love y'all. Look pretty. Y'all look pretty with it. It look good. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Fourth link for the merch. And there might be new merch soon. There just might be new merch soon. Okay, don't worry. Your summer, you're not going to go through summer without some new gear for y'all if you want to. But honestly, man, it's always been a humbling experience. I never really expected anybody to buy merch. Honestly, it was a weird leap for us. So the fact that some of you rocking the bull, I hope you know it is. It's now created a sentimental value in me, where I love it, man, and I love to see it. So please, man. But only rock it if you positive. You know what I'm saying? It's not for everybody. It's just genuinely not for everybody. You know what I'm saying? It's not. It's a sentimental thing. It's not. It's just sentimental. That's all it is. But shout out to people rocking the bull, baby. And I hope you know what the bull means. What the culture of the cult means. And I hope y'all getting out there, showing some love, spreading some love, and ultimately, no more hippie shit. Okay? I know some of y'all don't like. I hope it just work hard. You know what I'm saying? I want some Giannis out of you. That's all. I want some, Giannis is a fun guy. He laughs. He jokes. But just, I want that drive. You know what I'm saying? That's what I get. That's the bull. It's just, that's why I feel like it means something bigger for most people. You know what I'm saying? So I hope if you see that bull anywhere, you look at it, even any, just, a little bit of drive. Do whatever you're going to do it good. That's, you know what I'm saying? They don't feel me, man. So check out the new channels, Cole Real Estate, Cole PHILO, Cole Cars, Cole Music. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Check out how option pricing works. If you haven't seen this tutorial, you're lagging on it. It could help you, especially as you are starting to understand options a little better. This is a pretty dope tutorial. It'll take you a long way. People like it. And how to set up our long-term portfolio. This is what we got there. You got it, baby. It's good to go. And finally, the prayer request wall, baby. Little ambition made the whip fast. Ooh, oh, you know. Ooh, oh man. Little ambition made the whip fast. Amen. 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 Woo! But the prayer request wall, baby. The prayer request wall. So listen, man. You know, to God be the glory all the damn time. And, you know, I believe what I believe. And listen, man, I'm not worried about man. So I hope all of you, bro, even then, and if you got brothers, if you got sisters, if you got people who are, you know, vibing with you on some level, you know, again, there's a lot of people in the world and not everybody chooses to, you know, not everybody will want the best for you. Not everybody's rooting out for you. So it's good to have somebody rooting for you. And that's why we made this, man. Me and my mom do it. Again, I've said it many, many times. You know, my mom, my whole life, I'm praying for you. I'm praying for you. And, you know, one day I just asked myself, you know, I don't know if everybody has that blessing to have, you know, people praying for them. So I think it goes a long way. We want to do the same for you. And the same lady who prayed for me would love to pray for you. We love all of you guys. Again, you know, it's not an insincere. We love all of you because, quite frankly, like I said, you know, I think the people, you know, if you know your people out there, you know what I'm saying? The people with the attitude, the people here for the right reasons, the people really a part of this. Some of you come here for the plays, you come here for other stuff. By all means, take whatever you need, and I hope it helps you. But you know what I'm saying? You know, we got love and we rock it for everybody. But I hope you know the arms are open, the door is open. That is up to you, okay? So God bless you. Fill that out. Don't be too shy, baby. Don't be too shy. Don't be too shy at all, okay? Don't be too shy. But that's it. That's today. You made it for 7 hours. You got the PHILO, man. You got the PHILO. What are you going to do? Huh? What are you going to do? You want to keep relying on, I mean, the world sucks, dude. I'm telling you, the world has failed me many times. You know, I put a lot of faith in the world and a lot of faith in people. And, you know, I had to, though. I had to realize, you know, what it really is. You know what I'm saying? Y'all got forces outside of your control that are working in your favor. I hope you know that. But can you tap into that? Tap in, you know, and then you'll realize, you know, some of y'all, you know, God be the glory. That was the PHILO, man. That was the PHILO, and it will awaken something internal with you. You know, I said it yesterday, man. Man, you put man into God, is useless. You put God into man, oh man. That's where, you see what I'm saying? That's where the outside forces. There's some stuff you probably can't do. You know what I'm saying? Everybody has a weakness, and that's where it comes down to. But tap in. There's something beyond you. Okay? That's all. That's all I have to say. And, you know, I've always said this from day one. I know, like, Trey and Tyler know what I'm talking about. I would say this to everybody in 2014. I don't care what you believe, man. You better believe something. You know why? Because you got to realize, especially in the stock market, there's always forces outside of your control. It's funny. You may not like what I have to say. You may cringe at it or whatever it may be. But just think about that. You are trading in a stock market. And you what? You want to act like there's things all in your oh, come on. Come on. Don't play me. Don't play me. You every day, 7 hours. You in a market where not everything is outside of your control. I don't think it would be too crazy for you to believe in that concept that there is an external effect. Oh, that's why. So how you manage your internal is key. Oh, ooh. So I just hope you're ready, man. And God be the glory. Don't forget, keep your head in the game. I hope you're excited for the opportunities. And I hope some of you all realize, some of all, I don't know if that's contradicting, but I hope some of you realize that, you know, the power you possess in you know, really getting into it. And like I said on the PHILO, man, okay? Pay attention. Pay attention to what life has given you already. It's showing you something. I know there's good and bad. Please, we take all of it in. But just, it's showing you something, okay? It's showing you. Are you going to, you know, you're going to listen eventually. I hate to break it to you. Eventually, all of us have came to that moment when we say, oh, shit, I should have got the long term. I realized, that's what I'm saying. So maybe be a little bit more aware now. Because eventually, let's say it's going to happen. It's going to happen. That's all. So let's go, baby. You got the rest of the day. I hope you finish it off strong. I hope you wake up and drive tomorrow, okay? You are not a chameleon. That's fine. And again, I hope you have a new sense. Just have no fear. Again, I better to fear God than man. And I hope that, and that means that goes deep. That runs deep on many levels. So just get ready and finish out the day strong, okay? Same exact bull concept. Say just drive. Wake up and drive. Okay? You make that decision. Whatever you are going to do for the rest of the day, just do it well. You know that? I said you could be humble and you could do something well. There is still as JP will say, the hierarchy of confidence, I think is what he calls it. You see, so you could, you could do something very well and still be humble. So do something well today. Whatever you do, I don't care what it is. Whatever you have to do it well. This is the middle of the week now. I didn't tell you this on Monday. I don't think I did. I think I told you on Friday. Then you had the rest. Now you got the middle of the week. Just do it well. Okay? Whatever you do, just try your best. You may do it good, you may do it bad. Either way. Come on, do it well. So let's go, baby. It's game time. Wake up and drive. I love all of you. I hope you had a wonderful day. Please enjoy it. Please get ready. Get ready to wake up. Take the energy. You get to wake up tomorrow. Oh, man, you get the rest of the day. Go for a walk, too, if you haven't. Okay? If you haven't moved your body, please go do it. Just take care of it, little at a time. You don't need to go hard. Just walk. Just walk. Make a small positive change today. A small good decision. That's it. Can you do it? That's all you need. That's all you need, baby. So yalla, run it. Yalla, yalla, yalla. Ha, come on, habibi. So, I love all of you. God bless you. Richest Man of Babylon, Proverbs New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World, and Lead the Field by young Earl Nightingale. And again, corealestate@gmail.com. Hopefully we see you guys there tonight. I'm going to try. I have a gym day today. I think I have a gym day today. I might pop in a little bit late, so we'll see there. But Shay and Tyler, I trust them with my life. And you know what I've seen them do with the whole real estate squad so far. It is amazing. So keep running it, baby. Keep running it. It's game time. Let's go. Make some connections, Come say what's up. Go connect a little bit. Let's go, baby. Free real estate. But that is it. Don't forget why we're here, man. Before we head out, we do 7 hours every single day. We do it with a smile on our face. And why we do it with a smile on our face, and we smiling, getting ready to do it again. And then again. And then again. And then again. Because you got another day and another week and another week. Oh, man, come on. Y'all don't feel me. Why? I know why I do it, baby. That was the damn PHILO. Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. So, I love all of you. Have a wonderful day. I will see you on the watch list and hopefully the real estate call. God bless you. And that's it. I'm out. Get ready for more earnings. Earning strategy on the way. Okay. Bye. Oh, hey.